Well, I got new shoes.
Oh, I see that. So that's cool. All right, guys, this is the Coca Cola 600 live race reactions. Yeah, this is one of these races that I am looking forward to each year now, ever since the Gen 7 era really began. So. I'm going to show you all my fantasy lineup for tonight.
I somehow managed to restart the website, and yeah.
Okay, so here's my fantasy lineup for today.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NASCAR CEO, Steve O'Donnell. No one ever feels fully prepared to speak at a moment like this. And I think we can all agree that this was Kyle Busch's home. Every racetrack was Kyle Busch's home. He competed like he had something to prove every single race, when in reality, he'd already proven everything. What I think we'll miss most isn't the wins. It's the guy who quietly wanted to help a teammate or give some advice. It was the husband, the father, or the guy who quietly did things for others when no one was watching. And to the Busch family, Tom, Gay, Kurt, all the folks at RCR and JGR, we are certainly thinking about you. Samantha, I want you to know that this sport stands with you, and that you and your children are NASCAR family forever. And Brexton and Lennox, your dad loved you with all his heart. Everyone gathered here, everyone behind you, everybody watching on TV, and all those people up in that grandstand are your family, and we've got you. Kyle Busch is NASCAR. He was one of a kind, and there will never be another. And I'd ask everybody now to join us in a moment of silence for Kyle. Kyle Busch is NASCAR. He was one of a kind, and there will never be another. And I'd ask everybody now to join us in a moment of silence for Kyle.
So let's do the international swing.
International?
Yeah.
How do I do that? I'm on the.
Click where it says hunt server, and we did like a list of like servers, and we
Oh, I
can
see it.
change.
I
There's
got it.
3 international servers, by the way, once you click on international.
All right, I got it.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this year our nation celebrates 250 years of independence. However, we would not be a great nation if it was not for these brave men and women, which are husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, who fought for the cause of liberty and selflessly sacrificed all for the freedoms we have today. For there's no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends, as your son Jesus taught. Therefore, may we remember all the families who have lost a loved one in service to our nation. May we never forget the legacy that they represent. For NASCAR and the Busch family, I pray for your comfort and peace to be upon them as they grieve the sudden loss of Kyle Busch. For the Coca Cola 600, I pray for the safety of the fans and each competing team, for the drivers and the crews to be fast and efficient, knowing only one can win this tough race. Thank you for giving us this weekend to remember and honor all the brave men and women serving and those who died for the freedoms we enjoy today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Detail. Up, right, pace. Ready, and up. Ready, and up. Ready, and up. Detail. Attention. Athletic basic. Precinct R. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Military District of Washington Joint Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Chief Warrant Officer 2, Craig Morgan Greer. No saint can see by the dawn's early time what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly
All right. I go ahead and get the leaderboard up.
Now I'm gonna have a weed waste tonight, so I'm probably gonna hop off. And actually, never mind. No, we'll probably be on the PlayStation set anyway.
All right.
Tonight's scene down lane is a Silver 2 versus Homewood at Spin to win at Nashville, and we're also racing at Nashville tonight. So.
Okay. There we go. Go and pull it up. All right.
Hey, Swollen and Slim did not know my birthday was Thursday. I'm now 19.
And happy late birthday, man. Well,
Yeah.
your birthday was yesterday, so
Yeah.
now it's happy late birthday again.
Yeah.
I'll get rid of this bot. There we go.
NASCAR Live from the grid is brought to you by Burger King. As we close in on the command for the Coca Cola 600, there's nobody better to welcome us in than the voice of NASCAR, the man who called so many great moments in this historic race, Mr. Ken Squire.
This is as good as auto racing gets. 1 second separates the front of the 42-car field from the rear. The drivers, nowadays, some are rich and famous, and some are not. But they all remember well from whence they came. The cars, they're our cars, what we drive to work, what we drive to play in. Hello, everyone. I'm Ken Squire at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. On this day, I can't think of any other place I'd rather be. I'm glad you were with us.
There is no voice. There is no voice in this sport quite like Ken Squire's, a true legend in his own right, calling so many Coca-Cola 600s. The man sitting beside me has run his fair share, as has Corey LaJoie. And Carl, you won this race in 2015. Is there any one key to ending the night tonight at Victory Lane?
I think in a way we're all going to be in Victory Lane tonight. As I watch Ken Squire and listen to his voice, I think this whole thing is made up of amazing memories. Thank you again to the Busch family for giving us permission, for being here, give us permission to go enjoy this, to make these memories, to live out this sport that is so special to all of us. And so who's going to be in Victory Lane? I think all of us need to take a moment and realize that we're all winning by being here doing something we love. But to switch to racing, I think it's Denny Hamlin, a veteran, a person who knows how all of this works. We heard him sitting right here talking about the lessons he learned from Kyle through his career, and I think he applies them tonight.
I'm going to go with Denny's teammate, Chase Briscoe. He run third here last year. That 19 team needs a shot in the arm. Like I said, they have the opportunity to get more points than any other race tonight to get that 19 back in the championship hunt.
And now for the 67th running of the Coca Cola 600, let's head up to the booth and join Steve Letarte, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Adam Alexander.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Really looking forward to this amazing night. It's a crown jewel event. So where do your eyes go as you start to think about what's going to happen this evening, Dan?
Well, I know it's been exciting the last several years. One of the best races in the season, and this track is wide. It's very racy. They'll be all over this racetrack trying to find speed. And it's more challenging. The bumps down in turn 3 and 4 are getting the drivers fits. That was a problem last year. It'll be another problem tonight. You mentioned the challenge for the drivers. Well, on top of the pit box, my job is twofold. I have to operate the game plan and make sure the pit crew's the engineer, the spotter. They know what we need to do for us. But my old buddy, the driver behind the wheel, it's him and I together. I'm the guy on the radio. I'm managing the ups, the downs, the challenges that Dale mentions. I'm going to have to help through those, both physically by working on the race car, but also knowing we have his back. We're supportive because it's a long night.
It is a very difficult race. If you win tonight, you earn it. Who do you think gets it done tonight, Dale?
Well, I'm watching William Byron. He's had a lot of success here in the last 3 races, second, third, second. He starts 31st. He's 12 dim points. They need a big night. We need to climb through the rankings. I'm going with Carl Edwards here. I like the veteran Denny Hamlin. The 45-year-old has won 61 times, and later in his career, they all seem to be a mental approach. I think tonight is going to be just that, not just a physical challenge, but who has the right mindset when the lights are the brightest, whose car will be the best. I think DH in the 11's my pick.
He seems to just get better and better. Now we hear from our pit reporters. We lead things off with Trevor Bay. Hey, Trevor.
Hey guys, as we get ready for the 600 miles tonight, the question the drivers always get is, how do you pace this marathon? And let me tell you, it's by running 1.5 mile sprints at a time. You get to the end of the stage break after 100 of those and you catch your breath and get ready to do it again. The enemy of the drivers here today is complacency though. You cannot just settle. When you're leading the race, the track's going to change. You got to stay on top of it. If you're behind, you still know the track's going to change, so you've got some hope. You got to stay after it all day. You're never out of the game with this long of a race, and it's not for the drivers only, right, Kim?
That's right. Not just a marathon for the drivers, a long night ahead for the pit crews. With 600 miles, these guys have at least 7 pit stops ahead of them. And with each pit cycle, they run the risk, if you're a contender, of setting yourself back with a mistake. Everyone comes into this race wanting to light the night on fire. It's a crown jewel, but you have to remember to pace yourself. Another thing that can be extra challenging, Marty, these pit stalls are very short, and you can easily get locked in.
Kim, it's hard to believe Kyle Larson hasn't won in over a year, but he's trying to end that streak tonight here. And talking to Cliff Daniels, they have one thing in their corner they haven't had the last 2 years. No Indy 500 this morning. He said that singular focus has helped us so much as a team. Danielle, 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus winless streak here in the Coke 600. Kyle Larson trying to become the 8th.
So many of us still thinking about Kyle Busch. He'll be riding with the entire field tonight as we race with heavy hearts here at Charlotte. And now let's go trackside for the command.
Please welcome USO Chief Executive Officer, Lieutenant General Retired Mike Lennington. He is joined today by the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom.
This Memorial Day, the USO and Coca Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. On this 67th running of the Coca Cola 600, I am honored to be here today with the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, the USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Coca Cola 600 Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom. We are proud to stand here in remembrance of those we've lost and in gratitude to the people serving our great nation as members of the United States military. Please join the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom, in saying the most famous 4 words in motorsports.
Drivers, Start your engine!
Well done, gentlemen. The engines have been fired. You've been watching NASCAR live from the grid, presented by Burger King. We're going green in NASCAR's longest night next.
Get ready. One of NASCAR's most iconic venues for a crown jewel race, the Coca Cola 600. Charlotte Motor Speedway is a 1.5-mile oval located in Concord, North Carolina. The track opened in 1960 and is home to the longest race of the NASCAR season. Drivers will battle for 400 laps, covering 600 miles. This includes a fourth stage, which is unique to this race. Charlotte is all about balance and all-run speed. Drivers will battle changing track conditions from day to night as the surface cools and the grip increases. Handling will be everything. Teams must find that perfect setup to stay fast over the long green flag runs. Tire management, clean air, and track position play a huge role in who controls the race. 600 miles is a grueling test of both man and machine. Here's what drivers had to say about racing this event in Charlotte.
It's one of the most important races to have speed in your car because there's more points available than any other race we go to with the extra 100 miles and the extra stage. So it's one of those racetracks that if you do have a good car, you can capitalize huge on points. For the same token, if you have a bad one, it can be the longest day of your life.
Mental is a lot of it, honestly. I think the physical aspect, a lot of drivers can get through the physical aspect of those long races, but the mental aspect of having to stay focused for 3.5, 4 hours on end can be tough. So the Coke 600 sure is the longest race of the year and is mentally taxing by the end of it.
As the laps wind down and the intensity rises, keep an eye out. Exciting restarts and late cautions. They can completely flip the script. Last time, Ross Chastain battled William Byron in a late race duel for the win. Will Chastain take the #1 car back to victory lane today? Or will another driver etch their name in history by winning this crown jewel? Let's watch and find out.
We honor his legacy, and on this Memorial Day weekend, we pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. We race, we remember. NASCAR on Prime welcomes you to the 67th running of the Coca Cola 600. As part of tonight's 600 miles of remembrance, each car in the field will carry the name of a fallen soldier on their windshield banner. And now we look at the Coca Cola starting grid. Qualifying rained out here yesterday. Points leader Tyler Reddick starts on the pole next to Ty Gibbs. Row 2, the man that won a couple of weeks ago with Watkins Glen, Shane Van Gisbergen, next to Michael McDowell, making his 550th Cup Series start. Row 3, Chase Briscoe and Ryan Blaney, who won here in 2023. Row 4, 2 drivers from the Ford camp, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric. Austin Dillon got his first career victory in the 600 in 2017. He's in row 5 with A.J. Allmendinger. Denny Hamlin won this race in 2022. He sits alongside Ryan Preece in row 6. In row 7, Austin Hill driving the 33. That's the second entry for Richard Childress Racing. The 8 will not compete tonight. He's there with Daniel Suarez in the 7. Let's go trackside to Marty Snyder.
And because of rain in the Charlotte area yesterday, qualifying was canceled, so the field was set by the Matrix, which means Tyler Reddick will start on the pole today. I asked his crew chief, Billy Scott, the biggest advantage from that. He said, normally every week I would tell you the track position, but today I will tell you because of the #1 stall on pit road. He expects pit road to be very chaotic tonight with very tight pit windows and a lot of cars on pit road at the same time. That #1 pit stall could pay big advantages for Tyler Reddick.
Continuing the starting grid in row 8, got a Dollar Tree Toyota with John Hunter Nemechek in Dawsonville, Georgia.
All right, they're pulling out.
Back in row 9, a couple of favorites tonight to keep an eye on: Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson. Row 10, we have teammates Zane Smith from Todd Gillen, and Eric Jones and Cole Custer are going to share row 11. A lot of eyes will be on Carson Hosevar tonight, back in row 12 with the 23 of Bubba Wallace. And rookie sensation Connor Zillage and the veteran Brad Keselowski make up row 13. Row 14, last year's winner, Ross Chastain, with the Ford Noah Gregson. Let's go down to Trevor for more.
Dale, I was able to catch up with Chase Elliott earlier today, and he joked around about how the next-gen car exposed everything about his driving style that wasn't good for this kind of car. Right now, though, he's having the best season he's had in a next-gen era. 4 wins already. Chase Elliott has a lot of confidence coming into the game, liked how his car drove in practice, and Alec Gustafson told me that maybe Chase is being a little critical of himself. He's done a great job through figuring out this race car.
Thank you, Trevor. Finishing out the starting grid of row 15, Alex Bowman out of Hendrick Motorsports will start alongside Riley Herbst for 23.
I'll be back. I use the bathroom.
Last year that didn't quite end up in victory lane. He'll start next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Row 17, Joe Hyatt and Josh Berry. Row 18, Ty Dillon out of North Carolina. Start next to Timmy Hill. Row 19, getting a second leg on the Catherine Lane. She's next to where?
Steve, you mentioned the dominant performance last year for William Byron. He swept all the season. Steve finishing second. It's an uphill battle with 24 to have that kind of night. He starts 31st after qualifying. It's canceled like Lars mentioned. First year, you will tell me it's going to be hard to pass that many cars, even the Burns in stage 1. Also, really hard to get the car very this season overall. They feel like they're making
So much great racing. Maybe our track. Just stages tonight, the 600 miles racing at window 65 to 70. So we will get a pit stop at every stage. Making on fuel pit road 45 miles per hour. And really, other from day to night, that's the famous line. That's what this race is always about. I thought it was going to be an overcast day, but I'll tell you, the clouds have broke. The sun has 70 degrees right now. But how much will the track change? Magic to this race.
You continually adapt.
All right, I'm back.
I don't know another racetrack that changes as much as Charlotte does. Hopefully the sun sets and the grip goes up. The surface cools down, the cars get freer. It's going to be tough for crew chiefs to stay ahead and change with the racetrack and balance on the cars.
45 minutes of practice yesterday, but it was cool. It was kind of damp. So what did you learn? You could easily dial yourself out of the game if you weren't careful. A whole lot to manage for all these teams here today.
We saw lap times in practice faster than qualifying a year ago. Some of that is TZ making gains every year, but some of that was grip, and now we're on board. Gibbs machine as we come down pit road. Monster Energy on board. The teams have this opportunity to kind of verify what they think the settings should be around pit road speed. Teams will get feedback from NASCAR to see if they have to adjust this. Kim mentioned earlier in a report it takes a minimum of 7 trips down pit road, but I expect to see more. We've seen a lot of yellows at times in this race.
Yeah, the monitors of all these pit boxes, they'll see the time, the segment times of all these teams as they go down pit road, and they'll be able to see their car, where their car is speeding, where they might need to adjust the lights, tell the driver, hey, use a little quick here, be more careful here, dial it back, or you can be more aggressive in certain areas. So all that information coming from the crew chief signal to pit box.
As we execute pace laps tonight in anticipation of the green flag, we form the missing man formation to honor Kyle Busch. So much emotion here this weekend for so many reasons. We honor Kyle Busch, think about everything we do to recognize the men and women that we've lost fighting for our country. The execution has been outstanding. Fans are out full force, sold out crowd for tonight's Coca Cola 600. And now let's listen in on some of these teams as they get ready to go green in NASCAR's longest race. We start with the 3-team, Austin Dillon behind the wheel.
The longest race of the year. I know we all want it. You win it on the first lap, 1 lap at a time. Focus in the whole night. Love you guys. No matter the result, we're off. They keep me proud. Wave Tim and Danny. I love you, buddy. Okay. Have a good night. Love you guys too. Standing tall up there, brother. I love it. Well, all night for you guys. Love you, brother. Love you too.
So much emotion as we talk about, but eventually you've got to turn that corner and focus. How challenging is that for a driver, Dale?
That what we heard there was common throughout the field, and everybody wants to go out there and win this race. For Kyle to be the one that gets to stand in front of the fans tonight and give that big bow that Kyle used to give after every win. It's a lot of emotion, and once this race gets underway, everybody will be gunning, trying to figure out how to get themselves to the front. It is a long race. It is a long race, but they don't run it how they used to, Steve. They used to set a pace, relax, let it come to them, but the way the strategy works, the way the stops work, the way the fuel runs work, you have to be hustling all night long. Track position is going to be tough to grab any other way than just being fast on the track.
I thought Trevor did an amazing job of really describing it as mile-and-a-half sprint after mile-and-a-half sprint, because that's what these drivers are asked to do in today's world of NASCAR. The equipment is top-notch. The engines can withstand the punishment of 600 miles, so it truly is a 4-hour sprint, if you can believe it, and can just kind of manage the ups and downs of the day, because it's going to throw a tremendous amount of challenge at you. And here's we see one to go, the lights will go off. It kind of becomes real. To your point about the transition, this is the moment, right? You have to pull your belts tight if you're inside the car. The crew chief, you're just making sure all the details are checked.
Let's get a final word from our pit reporters, Trevor.
Yes, sir, Adam. I talked to Jonathan Hassler earlier, crew chief for the number 12 car, and asked him about that car carrying the flag for Team Penske. The struggles for this group have been well documented, but Ryan Blaney's been able to find speed. I asked him what they were looking to lean on for Charlotte, and he went back to their Chicagoland test that some of these teams were able to do, and said they took a lot away from that they could bring into tonight to help them run good. Kim?
Well, Trevor, Chase Briscoe currently sits 1 spot outside the Chase standings, a mere 6 points away from that final spot. We are halfway through the regular season after this race, but crew chief James Smalls tells me they have by no means hit the panic button. There are a lot of points online today. The 19 team hopes to take advantage, Marty.
Kim, if you watched our pre-race, you heard the emotion from Bubba Wallace. There are a lot of drivers in the field who want to win this race for Kyle Busch, but an emotional Wallace credited Kyle Busch with starting his Cup Series career. He was so fantastic in that interview, and you know there was a little extra motivation tonight, Adam, for the young man driving that 23 car.
No doubt about that. Gorgeous night for racing in Concord, North Carolina. It's a crown jewel event in Charlotte Motor Speedway. So happy to be back with NASCAR on Prime. Pace car coming to pit road. We're going green in the Coca Cola 600.
Green flag in the air. Let's go.
Clear. Top quarter. Still clear.
cars getting aggressive, making it 3 wide down the back straightaway. Reddick, advantage inside lane. He's going to lead the opening lap.
Yeah, we heard on the radio about being patient. It's a great thing to say that these drivers are wired to go and go right away. We saw a big move out of the 7 back in the field. SVG doing a nice job there inside row 3, using that good qualifying effort as a result from Watkins Glen, trying to settle in here in the front.
Michael McDowell third, that dark number 71, working that outside lane, red, white, blue, number 12, Ryan Blaney going for a spot in the top 5. Gets around Shane Beckelsberg.
Blaney in the SK Ford, they've struggled on the 1.5 miles this year, but showing speed in practice. They need to make a lot of gains on tracks like this throughout the season. And to get better results.
Right.
High pace opening first laps in the 29-second bracket. Those are qualifying speeds here in Charlotte. So these cars glued to the racetrack early in a run.
Still there. Still there.
Battle for fourth has been fun. Thought Blaney had it. SVG wouldn't give it up. Now Blaney is there. His teammate coming from back behind. And at bright number 2, Austin Cindric racing Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, a little side draft down the back straightaway. Cindric not going to be able to take the spot. Goes back single file down in the corner. They have to fan out a little bit, trying to look for clean air. Give themselves the best opportunity to make speed to the corner. Behind Cindric, Mr. Consistent out of RFK. Chris Buescher in that 17 car, black hood, kind of blue on the quarter panels, up the lane, running through the middle of the racetrack. This is a team that I feel just finds the most out of their car every week. Once again, nice move, a little bit of a crossover here. He'll turn to the left. Bottom of the racetrack can be difficult at times. Will he be able to carry the speed through the middle? I like the bottom of 3 and 4. They'll put the left front on that paint. There's a little bit of extra grip down there on the painted line. I think as we get more rubber built up on this racetrack, the crew is going to move up the racetrack. The top against the fence will actually become a place where they'll find a ton of speed. You already see down in 1 and 2, a lot of cars running the middle of the racetrack. There's been some treatment on the racetrack, resin put down in the middle. No resin was put in the bottom groove on either end of the track. So that's why you see a lot of people looking for speed and grip in the middle and the top of the racetrack at times.
You'll see a lot of movement early. Qualifying being rained out, some really good cars coming from deep in the field. Blaney trying to get another one. Racing inside of Michael McDowell for third.
Gotta feel good about this. A little loose right there. Going up off a 2, but still side by side down the back straightaway. Blaney showed that speed they had in practice, hoping that was real.
And a very special moment coming here as we work lap 8. We go silent in honor of Kyle Busch. Tributes have been unbelievable all weekend long. They continue here tonight, and the fans getting involved.
car Reddick with a comfortable lead. And we've seen in the last 4 races here at the 600, the pole winners won 2 of those. And he's always ran good at this racetrack. I think they're a much better team this year. I think that gives them a really good shot to come in here with confidence that they can get the job done. Ran in the top 5 all last year until some limited issues.
Tell you what, though, the gap from first to second as we get the Monster Energy onboard camera, not a lot of distance that Reddick's able to create between himself and Ty Gibbs. 54 hanging in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're going to talk about a driver with 5 wins yet. I'm not sure of those 5 they were just dominating performances. They were great execution, improvement throughout the day, but I look at that 54 car in second as probably the most improved from year to year. What he's been able to do behind the wheel, I know he got that win, and we're going to talk a lot about Bristol, but it hasn't been just Bristol. Other than Texas and Talladega that were accidents, all these finishes for the last couple months have been in the single digits. Ty has turned this corner. His maturity is clear. At 135 starts, he's really becoming a confident race car driver at the Cup level.
That's what I was going to say. It's maturity, but it's also confidence. And when you get those results, they're up there top 10 in points in a really good position for weekly success. Kim, what's going on?
And something that comes with maturity is focus. And when I talked to crew chief Tyler Allen about what's been the difference this year, he said Ty has shown a huge improvement on his focus for driving the average 400-mile race we typically see each weekend. He said, now we got to add 200 more miles. So the goal today was to keep him focused. They are absolutely doing that on the radio right now, telling him really good on 3 and 4, reminding him to settle in, make it live, and be sure to take care of that right front.
That's important information about keeping the right front on the car. These guys are going to have these cars. Well, they love these cars. They're kind of on the tight side, the comfortable side. They're not worried about the car being free or loose, but that does work that right front tire. And the driver that can manage how much they're beating up their right front tire and abusing that right front, the driver that can change the arc of the corner, shape the corner, to help that right front tire without making the car loose, without wearing the right rear, that's the driver that have a good run tonight.
Dale, you, I'm sure, are a fan of this. As throwback as you are about the days of old, it does remind me of that. Goodyear has built this tire that we don't see as many just fail or lose air because of low air pressure, but now it's more in the driver's hands. You can abuse it. It's available, but you also, that ability to take care of it, I think it's a skill set that the greats have. You know, they got tires that wear out now, but they also got tires that once you get them hot, they get mad, they don't want to work. So you slide the right rear, if you're working the right rear lap after lap in the corner, you get the tire tip up, it loses grip. So you have to kind of drive the car and stay off the right rear, kind of keep using the right front, pushing the right front, making the right front do all the work.
HendrickCars.com onboard camera riding with Kyle Larson.
In the back of the 9.
14th on the board behind Denny Hamlin. A lot of movement for driver 11 early in the race. 13th position for the man that picked up $1 million last Sunday in the All-Star race.
A lot of eyes on that 5 car. A year, and exactly, over a year now since we've seen him go to victory lane. And this is a driver that won about every 5 or 6 starts until then, right? And now there's been this little bit of a dry spell. Yeah, Larson's gained a few spots since the start of the race. In that 5 car, trying to figure out a way to get the next position there over a car that I believe is his best car in practice. And though mired in the middle of the pack right here, it's going to be tough to get that spot. 11 there driving away a little bit here the last couple of corners.
16 laps in to the Coca Cola 600. Reddick leads Gibbs, Blaney, McDowell, and Van Gisbergen. Everybody chasing a win in the Coke 600. You want to win, then you want to offer the vow in honor of the late Kyle Busch.
Three wide there.
I fixed it. Some weeks I've seen no audio from you at all.
Oh, okay. Reddick has led every lap so far.
Yeah. Hi, what? Somebody with 2026 champion.
Yeah, it looks very much like it as of right now. And I'll be excited when Reddick wins the title because he drives the 2311. He's a
Yeah.
win the championship for Denny Hamlin as an owner.
It's NASCAR on Prime. Chase Briscoe looks good early. Moving to the field.
Chase Briscoe's my main pick to win this race.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he's in fifth. I think Denny Hamlin and Reddick are like second and third. I was gonna go William Byron, but he's my garage driver, my fantasy lineup. But
That's really what we heard from a lot of drivers yesterday. We heard a lot of radios in practice. A car is good for 3 or 4 or 5 months.
I have Gibbs, Blaney, or Policeman. This I don't know why.
Priest is in seventh.
Yeah.
And
man, it is raining outside.
It's not raining where I'm at.
Really, it's pouring where I'm at.
No.
That's wild.
Not a single drop. Not a single drop.
Wait, as Alta is dew point? I never knew that.
Kind of flipping the script here, right? If you're the 24 team last year, you start out front.
But no, it's just when someone calls my phone, it just messes up the entire stream on it. I don't know why. I don't want to use my laptop because my laptops might makes me sound super loud and so on.
12 car had a big gap in third place over Briscoe. Briscoe's closed that down quickly. This 19 car showing some muscle. 31s. We're 27 laps. We think they're going to come. If we go green, we're going to come to pit road around lap 45. So 20 more laps here. Got 4 back to the 5. He's trying to work the white line down here.
Yeah.
What's done today?
27 laps. We think they're going to come. If we go green, we're going to come to pit road around lap 45. So 20 more laps here. Got.
Dude, I like that slow painting. That's a really nice painting.
12 car had a big gap in third place over Briscoe. Briscoe's closed that down quickly. This 19 car showing some muscle. Sit on the pole here last year.
What server are you watching this from?
Server 1.
Okay.
The US stream is doing well right now.
All right, I've switched it over to International 3.
Yeah.
About just how bad the car was driving, and instead of trying to coach or push, they said, if you need to, back it down. Right? We are
all right.
371 laps from the finish.
And this one that I have is mainly just for NASCAR and IndyCar, but there's another one that I watch that's for pretty much every motorsport.
that front crew's going to go through. So the swing they need to make on this car would be tremendous as we go. Around lap 50, we have a big transition in the balance of the racetrack. It gets looser, and so they've got a lot of work to do to get him comfortable. On board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, National Debt Relief onboard camera. Watch the back of this 3 compared to what we saw with Blaine. Look at the 3. When he puts in the gas, the car drives relatively straight, relatively smooth.
This time we 11, almost 12,000 views on it. That's nice.
Yeah.
It looked like 3 got a little bit tight. Up across the racetrack there now. Getting to the bottom. Trying to make this bottom work. It's a little tough down here. No resin to run in. No grip.
And he started 11th, fell back to 14th, I think, as deep as he was in the running order.
Hold on. Cancel.
But as the run goes on, picking up the pace, not surprised for the veteran driver who just seems to have it in the wind all season long. Mission accomplished on the 3, 11 up to the 9th spot. What's going on there, Kim?
And Adam, that's exactly what Chris Gale pointed out to me, is that pace was good on the long run for them yesterday, specifically. The backside of pace is always good with Hamlin on these intermediates. That's one of his strengths. The balance, though, yesterday needed a little work. It still needs more work today. Fired up really tight, and he's still complaining of a tight condition.
With that, I think as the track cools, the cars normally turn better. So compare Blaney, who's already on the loose side. I think you have a more of an uphill battle versus Hamlin, who's a little on the tight side. I think the track rules shift in his direction.
Talked about the strategy and the way it will play out. Probably 10, maybe 15 laps away from
Ice is tied high.
here in the opening stage. It's Tyler Reddick leading Ty
On the swing set on DD12.
Caution's out.
Yes.
It looks like is that
I couldn't tell who it was.
looks like it's Josh Berry.
Yep, it's Lost Belly.
Oh, looks like he just barely touched the wall and it just went around.
Yeah. I full see the Carson when ads are going on.
You saw it side by side under caution in Charlotte for Josh Berry.
Yeah, Josh gets loose right up here against the wall, tries to keep it out of the wall, slides down the racetrack steep, but one big concern there was the car sliding across the apron. Trevor. Yeah, guys, Shane Van Gisbergen very happy with that first run to be able to maintain track position. Very happy with his car just saying it turned from the rear on throttle, Kim.
Top right, Chase Briscoe. He said I need more rear grip and help with the right rear.
I'm probably gonna do and take the sell after this stage, probably.
All right. All right, Denny looks like he gained some spots. Yep.
Everybody getting 4. +1 for Briscoe, -1 for Gibbs. Reddick, hold serve coming off the pit lane. Green when we return.
trying to think of when my next live race reaction is. We might go do Michigan. And
oh, dude, Miston Slots would be a good reaction.
Michigan, the truck series.
Yeah, they had a late race last time. Last one.
I know
Is
we're
the Slots racing at Michigan?
I think so. I'm not sure, but I can check. And then, but we're definitely doing the Truck and O'Reilly series race at San Diego. We won't be able to. We might. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to do the Cup Series because of Father's Day. So, but we'll definitely do a race reaction for San Diego.
Work your bias back for me. Keep that good bias. Make sure it's correct for the track, please. And hydrate for me, please. Think about your better. Back to one to go to 85. Keep out your number 2. Leader bottom that point. 2.
Closing on the midway point, stage 1 in the Coca Cola 600. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. And this relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Timmy Hill will return to the lead lap here.
We documented the handling issues for Ryan Blaney. Will pit road no better in 6th, out 20th. This is the Achilles heel of this team. And take a look on the right rear. Watch this exchange back here. Watch the time it takes. This should be quick. Tire on, tire off. They have some sort of.
This is the reason why I decided to pull Blaney out of my fantasy lineup because his pit crew is gonna cost him.
So they don't have a loose wheel, but it's going to cost 14 spots. You take a ill-handling car, you lose track position. That is a very tough combination, and we see the 77 also taking some extra time on the right side. Not sure if this is an adjustment or just an issue, but time spent on cars supposed to more. Perhaps they wanted to get ahead of some adjustments. We didn't quite see the start of it, but the result the same. The 77 of Hocevar will start nearly the tail end of the field all the way back at 37.
Talk about Blaney and the problems they had on pit road. Denny Hamlin, that 11 team, other end of the spectrum, he goes +4. It'll restart outside road 3. Tyler Reddick, the control car, takes the inside lane to his right. Chase Briscoe. Another Toyota on the inside of road 2. Ty Gibbs, Ryan Preece alongside him. Got his best running position of the night. Leaders coming to the Echo Park.
Ty Gibbs is going to get on the bottom there, 3 wide for the lead. Trying. Gibbs is going to fall back. Here comes. Ooh.
Watch that 5 car. Inside row 4. Kyle Larson.
3 wide, multiple rows.
Almost 3 wide down the back straightaway for the lead.
Chris Buescher making a move in the back. Briscoe trying to get to the outside of Reddick for the lead. They continue side by side for the top spot off of 4.
A little bit of side drafting for the 45 off into turn 1. Try to wrap tight around the bottom. He's clear. Going to drive up the racetrack, take away the air from the 19. How violent those cars are coming off of turn 2. arc into turn 3 is really, really late, the 45. So it's hard to guess where he's going to go. He's going to run the bottom, the middle. Almost dirties up the air pretty good for the entry on the car following.
Blaney, as we talked about, back in traffic because of the pit stop, and look at it back here. This is absolute chaos. Clean air is a joke. It doesn't exist. Up top, you see the leaders, and we have a move for second with the 54 Ty Gibbs. 3 wide on the bottom with Chase Elliott. We have action in the front and in the back of the pack.
42, John Hunter Nemechek sandwiched in between those two Hendrick cars, Elliott and Byron.
And all the Toyotas have found themselves up at the front of the field. You see Hamlin closing in there in fourth.
We talk about the Toyota advantage, Dale, and I know that the speed is real, but it's execution as well. Remember the 11 gains 4, and that kind of breaks that wall, that barrier of traffic, and now here 4 of them are racing for the lead.
Execution, name of the game. It's been there all season long for this 11 bunch.
Ty Gibbs painting the bottom of the racetrack, that left front tire, left rear tire right on the paint. The bottom of 3 and 4, it's a beautiful thing. When your car can get down there and take advantage of that. Does it as well down here in turn 1 and 2. So hard to make passes on the bottom of the racetrack, but that's an advantage you have to use. If your left front tire gets off of the paint, if you get up even a foot off of that paint, it's much slower, almost a tenth or so a lap. You run right on the bottom, right in the middle, or right up against the wall. And he really doesn't have a choice here, trying to find some clean air. He's kind of got to be patient. You can see he can't do really much with the throttle there, trying to accelerate off the corner, gives up a little bit of space there.
Now, how do you decide, painted line for the left front tire versus maybe splitting the 2 cars, trying to get that gulp of air that's between them? Like, how is it? It looks a little bit like an Easter egg hunt back there, just trying to find that air.
Yeah, then he just made a choice right there into turn 3 that didn't work out. He thought the 54 was going to run the middle, so he ran to the bottom. Well, that's where the 54 went. Then he lost a ton of speed because of the dirty air. Fascinating with these cars, how they have to search for that, and how they're able to make speed in the middle, in the top of the racetrack. We see a ton of side-by-side racing right now. Denny fighting to keep that 4th position over Christopher Busch.
Ryan Preece, who's been so impressive early in this race.
RFK, it's been well documented that maybe Team Penske doesn't have the pace, but this RFK camp, there it is, Preece and Buescher, right? They're running once again together, 5th and 6th, doing a really, really nice job. Brad Keselowski back in 22nd, so a little split in the organization, but 2nd year for Preece at RFK, he seems very comfortable. Derek Finley on top of the pit box, they just do a nice job. He won all the way at the beginning of the year, he won the Clash and was very emotional in Victory Lane, how much it meant to him.
Got a car coming to pit road here in the 7, Suarez.
As soon after a pit stop, you have to wonder if this is a loose wheel, perhaps.
And we talk about mistakes in this race. Seem to have it every year. Suarez unscheduled at the midway point here in this opening stage.
Yeah, running 11th. Spire is this team now that's not shocking anyone when they run inside the top 10, top 15. The only good news for the 7 is it's early. If this was in the final stage, it's going to be really hard to come back. He's easily going to go a lap down. As you see on the top, the leaders now into turn 1.
Talking to him this morning, he's super excited about his car, loved his car in practice, looking forward to the race. Been running great all year long in that 7 car.
Make an unscheduled stop, it really puts you at a deficit. The other thing to think about was Suarez, where he is in relation to that chase cut line. Doesn't have a lot of margin for error and giving up some spots here early in the race.
Connor Zillich right here. Coming up off the turn. Looks like he's going to get into the turn 2 fence. Pretty hard right there. Just lost the balance of the car, trapped behind a couple of cars. We saw a lot of issues on the turn 2 last year, guys getting loose, overcorrecting into the wall. Our leader, Tyler Reddick, did that off of turn 2 at one point, as well as John Hunter Nemechek, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. We talk about turn 3 being tough because of the bumps, cars getting out of shape, but next to the 2 could be a challenge as well. Lead staying pretty tight here with Briscoe not allowing that 45 car to get away. Oh, he had to get out of the gas right there. You hear him lift real hard. Car got tight above a 2. Look at those eyes.
Three.
You know, Briscoe here last year, you referenced the fact he started on the pole. They had a great finish, but lost in all of that. You look at the box score, you say, well, they're pretty good all night. The reality is they had a penalty, and they were compromised and had to drive back through. So the fact that he's got this track position now gives you a lot of hope about what they might be able to do as the night goes on. How about the race leader, Tyler Reddick, a half a second in front of Briscoe, Marty?
Adam, we talked about how short that first run was, just 35 laps, leaving a long end of the stage run here of 60 laps. After that was happened, they came to pit road. They pulled the tires off the 45. Look at the right front, holding already in just 35 laps. Football Scott told his driver, Tyler Reddick.
Oh, caution. Oh, yeah, it's huge. Austin Cindric, Connor Zilic.
Cedric went for a ride. A lot of traffic there, nowhere to go.
See the back of the race car, he slid with the back across the fence.
Ah.
The corner got loose, slid for a long time against the wall with the tail of the car up against the fence, and then down the racetrack, Connor Zilic comes by and collects him, and that's probably some terminal damage to the 88 as well as the 2.
Yeah, it looked fine on the left side. I guarantee the right doesn't look as well. I think he caught him in the right half. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah, that's day over.
Now, unlike in years past, this 88, as you see, the right rear shock comes off the car. If you wonder what a coilover shock looks like. But unlike in years past, where even the end of the day, 88 will have the chance perhaps to come in and see if repairs are possible in the garage. I'm not sure. For the 2 day over, let's take a look down.
Now on the bottom of the racetrack.
Oh.
Get a little help there, just get loose. Love to see that a little further back.
Oh, Byron.
Byron comes by with a little contact. Look how hard that hit is.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Bell made contact. I'm not sure. It didn't look like it. Oh, my goodness.
Just missed the bottom a little bit. The back comes around.
The 24. Right.
That's contact, man.
Oh.
You damage saw.
Oh, my goodness.
Riding with Hocevar, and I was just thinking about the reaction on the spotter stand because there were so many of the cars coming through, and there's a really good shot of it, the damage on the right side of the 24.
I was looking at the wheel. I could see the damage on the fender top, but the wheel itself doesn't look discolored. So sometimes if you unfortunately, just like your street car at home, these aluminum wheels, when you hit a curb, they kind of get shiny. The right rear wheel doesn't look shiny or discolored where it didn't make contact. Body looks good. Yeah.
William Byron, I just.
Pointing in the right direction,
That's right.
Denny Hamlin talked about how it just a very, very small amount of flex or bend in any of those suspension parts in your car changes entirely how it drives. So to the thousands, it's perfection in how these cars are set up and which way those tires are pointed. So
one bad break for one. The 2 of Cindric, a great break for the 7 of Suarez, who we saw make that unscheduled pit stop. He'll get his free pass. So while track position from 11th has been given up, he's back on the lead lap. A lot of races still ahead.
Tough break for Cindric because he goes out early in this race, and we talk so much about the standings, and he's another one of those drivers that was flirting with that chase cut line. This relief lap, sponsored by National Debt Relief. Getting out of debt is easier when you have all of us behind you. Daniel Suarez gets a lap back here. Steve, you just referenced that, getting him on the lead lap. 36 cars now on the lead lap. Well, it's been an interesting start to this race.
Yeah, something that we personally haven't been able to talk much about now that we're in the booth is how detrimental that result will be for the 2 car. In past years with the points in the the elimination factor and winning, you're in. You know, we really didn't talk about these bad days as having too big of an impact on the team, but they will, you know, regardless of what happens, they'll look back at the end of the year and go, man, we really needed those points we gave away that night in Charlotte. Came in here 15th. It's going to leave here more than likely just outside of that top 16 and make the chase. So,
and they've been running really well lately. I was talking to Cindric's crew chief, Brian Wilson, in the garage. He said the one thing we did early in the year, didn't have all the great finishes we wanted, but we were collecting a lot of stage points to keep us in the game. And in recent weeks, they're running top 10s and top 15s, very, very competitive. So they were doing damage on the point side of things that way. And tonight going to pay a big, big price.
You know, a bunch of cars, I don't know, coming to pit road here.
Yeah, I believe you with 14 laps. This is, you know, tires are losing grip. I think you might see a gamble later in the field. There's a chance somebody might do something different. A few cars staying out, but the majority are going to kind of stick with the plan right here. Fuel, maybe a 2-tire option. That would also be part of the playbook here. We'll see if anybody pulls that off, Kim.
Denny Hamlin, top left, opposite problem. This run, he's 2 free and actually needs to be tightened up this time. Air pressure adjustment. Chase Briscoe, top right, feels like he's on the limiter. He said worse at the 3/4 mark in 3 and 4, just too edgy to go fast. And finally, Ty Gibbs said fired off good, just a little snug.
Analytics said I'm getting step out moments on the entry of turn 3.
Priest and Busch are the first 2 off.
There's a lot of debris down in the middle of 1 and 2, Adam. So the cars go directly on the racetrack when they pull off pit road.
4 drivers stay out. Among them, last year's winner, Ross Chastain. First off the pit lane is Ryan Preece. You're watching NASCAR on Prime. Tonight, it's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Ruben Marcus Fernandez III, United States Army.
Private John Calvin Morgan, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Thomas Lazaro, United States Army. Sergeant Zena K. Kramer, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Matthew Averman, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Ryan Christopher Mall, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Number 1, staying out of line. Put out the tires on. P7, car stage with 14 green, 60, 17, 38, all right. Your number 3, hard 3 here. Number 3. Leader 1 goes top. Left bottom, 2 bottom, 3 bottom. 54 and 97 to the bottom. 5 and 3 with you.
You're watching the Coca Cola. As part of Coca Cola's Mission 600 initiative, last year's race winner Ross Chastain participated in the annual wreath laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery's tomb. The unknown soldier. Chastain going to be leading the field here. He stayed out. The three other drivers that stayed on the racetrack in that cycle of stops have now come down. So Chastain leads us. Priest and Busch get a couple of tires. Same for Zane Smith. Reddick, the first guy on 4 tires. He's dominated the race, leading 55 laps from the pole. Ready to get it going once again. 41 to go, stage 1. The leaders in the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Three wide in the back already. Oh.
The back of the field, the middle of the field. A couple of cars into the wall. It's like the 23 of Bubba Wallace got shoved into the outside wall. Really unfortunate for Bubba. He started this race back around 20 and drove his
Here comes Zane Smith at the bottom.
How about this move? Zane Smith out of line, working over Ryan Priest for the top spot. 38 looking good on the restart.
Looks like the end of the race. These guys are driving tails off. It's insane. These restarts are wild.
Bubba's gonna have to come down pit road. Man.
Bubba comes to pit road after that contact you mentioned, Dale. Both front side tires look like they have damage.
3 wide.
See how much damage there is on that 23. A lot of interesting eyes on the one of Chastain with those a little bit older Goodyears. Definitely having a hard time keeping pace.
Yeah, he's sliding back. Zane Smith has the lead. Priest is second, and look who's right behind him. Tyler Reddick got those 4 tires. 45 looking at the runner-up spot. No problem. Reddick is electric here in the early portion of this race.
Let's take a look at that restart. You see William Byron in the middle, Bubba on the top, that white tail. You're going to see some contact here between the 24 and I believe the 71, which shoves 24 to the right, hitting the 23. He has no choice but to hit the wall. The contact continued between the 34. Look how hard this hit is. Man, that's a pretty hard hit. Car jumped right off the ground with contact.
He restarted 14th. Just a mess. So aggressive trying to gain spots on these restarts. His teammate Corey Heim flashing by in the 67. Next week we go to Nashville Super Speedway. A couple of years ago, Zane Smith had his best ever run there. He was second. And he's been top 10 in the Coke 600 before. He knows success here in Charlotte. 38 looks good out front. His teammates battle here. This is 6th. The 19, Chase Briscoe. Hamlin trying to get the position.
Ready, trying to close the gap on your leader, Zane Smith. Up the racetrack, going to carry the momentum down the front straightaway. And he's going to take that spot. But no, a little contact there with Briscoe.
Brinson repeated the All-Star race last week when they duked it out. Toyota Racing on board with Briscoe here, down the back straightaway.
77 cars on pit road with an issue.
Larson has been quiet, but he's getting it done tonight. Trying to get 4th away from Buscher.
You're hearing reports of a potential flat tire for Hocevar. That's what brought him to pit road. Zane Smith running outside the top 12 before the gamble to take 2 tires. Great call by the team. Think about what this does, right? Even if he can't hold the lead, which I don't think he'll be able to, Reddick on the 4 tires, but Ryan Bergenti gambling, believing in his young driver, the 26-year-old. This not only helps track position, but what this does more than anything is how is our car drive up front? Now that we have clean air, we get a great balance. This can be so valuable for decision-making for the rest of the night.
Chastain Continues the slide on those older tires. Logano flashes by in the 22. 48's there. Alex Bowman, Noah Gregson, and the 21 of Josh Bear. You had the early problems.
It's so aggressive back here. Yeah. We saw that last year, Steve. The back half of the field was a bar fight all night long.
You're still in Letart's phrases now.
We all watched the race back. The air, I mean, it's what this car creates. They are all looking for clean air, the cleanest air they can find, and there is none back here, right?
Ooh.
And so this is what we have.
1.5. Throw your momentum.
Pass after pass, side by side by side, 3 wide. They're running all over this racetrack.
Very talented driver. Toyota Racing onboard camera. Talk about learning. Jumping off the boat in the middle of the ocean. I mean, he is right in the middle of it here.
And wondering where the Chevrolets are. Well, the 5-car Larson through 1 and 2 was side by side with the 45 of Reddick. Couldn't get the job done, but we thought he had speed in practice. Now he's up the front of the field. We're seeing what this car is capable of. I think the 45 is one of the cars that can.
Oh, Larson's gonna.
45 tried to shut the door, couldn't do it.
Oh, wow.
You had to make an adjustment there. That's going to allow Larson to be able to get up beside him down the back straightaway. Lane side draft, position himself with a bit of a slingshot into turn 3.
The fact that Zane Smith was able to drive away on 2 tires in a front row car, absolutely just wild.
Larson to second. Look it out. Vicious. Those bumps are getting down into turn 1. We talk about bumps. Watch this. Watch his head bounce around. Down the back straightaway, there's big swells across where the crossover gate is now to the bottom of the racetrack. And this is the bottom. This is the good part. It's even worse up top. Imagine doing this 400 laps. Look at him trying to move his head around, just getting a little relief on the straightaway. And it's just as rough down here in 1 and 2. Landing down into the bottom of the corner.
Look at those eyes.
Trying to focus. Oh, we got it. Oh, we got tight.
Oh,
Got tight off the corner.
here comes Reddick.
He's looking in the mirror. Here comes the 45. Now he's up in the bumps. Your hands just, oh man, that's vicious. And you're doing this every single lap all night long, and you really can't see all that well. We've talked to the drivers, they talk about their vision, a bit blurry through the corners at times. Corey talked about that in the truck race this morning. Just trying to get some relief on these straightaways.
Zane Smith doesn't mind his battle, right? You just keep after it. I'll drive away out front.
What we talk about, you know, the extra stage, right? We're on 28, soon to be 27 laps. It's away from 10 points being paid to win the stage. So when you think about someone like Zane Smith and the year he's having, you know, he's currently 23rd in points. 10 points is a huge jump. Stage points specifically. You go back there in the 20s, most of those drivers only have 10 to 20 stage points all year. So when you score those stage points, that is a big factor of who succeeds when you look further down the points grid. Yeah, he's one of the cars that took 2 tires. Also, Priest, Buscher, those cars are staying in the top 10 with that 2-tire change. Byron has fell out of the top 10 all the way back to 16th right now.
Byron's issue was that he took 2 tires, but they got blocked in or slow to exit with the 42 in front of him. Remember, qualifying right now, Byron qualified poorly because of the results from Watkins Glen, and that's what hurt the 2-tire call. If you only change 2, you really need track position. He was unable to get it.
Byron racing Elliott here. Coca Cola onboard camera with number 9.
He's got less tire and worse air. Right there than these other guys. So. Yeah. Now look at the headrest on the NASCAR Chase Elliott. Look at his head is in between. Yeah, a little move. You can see the head can move down the straightaway, but look how he leans hard against the headrest in the corner. His head doesn't move quite as much. Now we're not able to really see his head inside because of the visor. visor, how dark it is, maybe like the race takes the visor tint off, and we can see his head moving around there. There's a comparison between the two. It looks to me like Chase has a much smoother ride, whereas with the 5 car here, he's got quite the job trying to stay focused on what he's seeing.
I agree. I think that's more than headrest foam that I'm looking at right there. I don't know what's different between the setups, but I'll take the more cushy Cadillac ride for the 9 than the sports car Corvette that Kyle Larson might be sitting in.
Well, it looks like Larson doesn't really lay his head against the right headrest in the corner. He's still using his neck muscles and trying to lean to the left. Whereas the 9 car Chase and many other drivers,
You back?
do it differently.
Yeah.
All right. Oh.
Briscoe does that as well. Chase goes in the corner, his whole body lays into the right side of the seat. His head lays into the headrest. He just lays there. You know what I'm saying? Just flat. Instead of working his neck muscles.
Anyway, I'm laying out the All-Star because not, and it's 2 times money, so.
Yeah, Prescott will lose.
I saw that. I forgot my mic was muted the entire time.
Oh.
We better take a break and reset. 22 laps to go, stage 1. Zane Smith leading. He's led more laps tonight than he has ever in a race in his career.
I said this. I'm not sure if you didn't hear me or not, but the fact that Zane Smith is leading, like over Tyler Reddick, a guy who has 5 wins, and not to mention Zane Smith is only on 2 fresh tires, when Reddick's on 4.
Yeah.
Is wild.
As far as this dude.
Most likely. I mean.
Because I remember when Harvick had like the faster car at one of the slats, and he couldn't even pass him until it's a really good. Was when this car came out, I said dude, it was gonna be even worse the moment it came out. Man, I honestly can't believe NASA thought the diffuser was did really good. That's it. All it did was just make it worse. Just it was doing under the car and then swing like out of the back.
You worry about that, baby. Let's think about this next lap first. It's never left my mind. Hey, don't hang around for a hit. Just putt the ball and be out.
All right. Me up to second.
I think I spent my day leaving the best going for last.
The 2026 NFL schedule is out now. Thursday Night Football kicks off September 17th. Detroit going to Buffalo to get the Bills in their new stadium. For the full Prime Video schedule, visit Amazon.com/TNF.
Oh shit! I forgot the Bills have a new stadium.
They do.
Thursday nights are good to me.
Yep.
Thursday.
Excited. I'm excited, man.
Yeah.
I was working for the home team. I just read the card.
They played the Detroit Lions for first game of the. That's also going to be the first game of the. That we'll be live reacting to for this upcoming NFL season.
Yeah.
Oh, that goes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a new Madden game here soon. I'm still playing Madden 20 series still.
Guys took 2 tires. These cars behind him took 4. He's driven out to a 2.25 lead.
Look at the drivers behind him. Tyler Reddick, 5 wins this year. Denny Hamlin, one of the greatest ever. Kyle Larson, our reigning champ.
To be honest, with sports teams, I always buy a new tile every few years or so.
Last couple of years that Zane's been in this 38, he has been one of the better highlights of front row. And I think he flashes real potential. And so, always fun to see him. I mean, he gets results that I just don't know are realistic or capable, this team's capable of, Kim.
Yeah, and his last leg for Zane Smith is absolutely the shot in the arm that this team needs. I talked to Chief Ryan Berganti earlier today, and he said, look, we have not done much well in the last 6 races. In fact, Vegas was the last time we felt we had a race we were happy with. So they were very much going back to the basics this weekend. Ryan, though, always a crew chief that's willing to take a gamble. He did that with 2 tires. And yes, there were other teams that took 4, but there were other teams that also took 2 tires only. Zane coming out with the lead, so I do want to give a little fist bump to their crew. Remember, last weekend was the All-Star race at Dover, where we see a pit stop challenge. The 38 team won that pit stop challenge, and then that absolute bragging rights along pit road to win that. So just giving them the flowers that they deserve after that last 2 tires. So
we talk about calm demeanor guys, and Zane certainly fits that. And look at this photo that he posted. A young Zane Smith with Kyle Busch. So much of this coming out this week, and I love the reflection from guys that are now delivering at the top level of NASCAR and what Kyle Busch meant to them when they were just a kid.
Yeah, Kyle's took a lot of photos with a lot of these young drivers that are either in this field or in the rally field, Truck Series, and they've been saying some incredible things about how much he impacted their careers and their initiative to become race car drivers, right?
Oh, Chase Elliott around.
Chase Elliott's in the inside wall, big damage.
He's one of my drivers in my fantasy lineup. Darn it.
2-time winner this year, Chase Elliott.
Yeah, running just outside the top 15 at 16.
That's unfortunate for him.
A couple of wins.
A lot of private points.
Yeah, a lot of great finishes. He doesn't love to be called consistent, but that's what they've been over the past couple of seasons. Let's see how this started. Right up against the wall here. Just looks like it just gets loose. We saw this last year. I mentioned it earlier in the show. We had a couple of cars just backing around. Lose the back of the car, lose the car kind of is a little free. I mean, there's just
he just got loose there.
That's going to happen. It doesn't look like these drivers have any real warning.
Yet some Chase Elliott fans will find a way to blame Joey Logano.
It doesn't seem like they have an option or an opportunity to correct this and drive out of it. So frustrating. But when they're running the top and the high line around turns 1 and 2, Steve, they get into the turn and they load really heavily into the banking. But that load goes away coming up off the corner, and the car gets light before you finish the turn. And that's how that back's coming up out of the racetrack. This will be a great look at it from the 22 car.
Yeah, just got loose right in front of Logano there.
You pointed out, man, to be successful running the top, you have to be in the throttle so early, so long that. It sounds crazy, but the 9 straightaways started all the way back in the middle of the corner because that's when you have to be wide open for the top to work, and it just comes out from underneath them so quick.
Caution comes out at a really interesting time here. 9 to go in the stage, and maybe some opportunities. I don't know. What do you think here, Steve?
This is quicker. I'm so thankful I'm up here and not down here because, stage points. We will definitely restart before the end. After seeing what happened to the one at Chastain, I don't think if you stay out, you can even score stage points. That's the only saving grace. I believe you have to pit here. Anyone that took 2 is going to have to take 4. There may be options for Hamlin and Reddick to take 2, but I think they're thinking of the bigger prize of winning the race. For that reason, I'm ignoring the stage end. It's 4 tires if I'm a crew chief today, Kim.
And the 11 of Denny Hamlin with the first time tonight where there was no complaints. He said that was better, way more stable. They will take 4 tires. You see Zane Smith top right. They told him good job holding on with 2 tires, just a little tight there. And then finally Ty Gibbs there, bottom left. He said we heard it on the front side of that run, not so good in traffic. Marty.
Reddick's in the car, starting to that run, Kim, but they were catching the 38, so maybe this is just leave it alone, more pressure tires. And to Steve's point, I think those who pitted here will not pit at the end of the stage, Adam.
More drivers stay out. Ross Chastain among them again. Eric Jones goes plus 13 with 2 tires. We'll reset the running order when we come back. Short run to the finish in stage 1. Caution for Chase Elliott.
Getaway car will remain so it's time to break.
All right, so 71 and 42 days. We'll be T5 here. Shouldn't layer here as well, put somewhere around them. Coming back to 1 and 2. P5, your straight up number 2, a hard 2. P4 here. Number still 2. Number still 2. 78 to lap down, somewhere around. First 2 stay 43, don't right. Number 2.
Did Zane Smith get a penalty?
Take 5 to go when you get it. 5 to go when you get here. Later bottom point. 45, 54 to the top. You're going to have the 5 with you. Got to clean that truck up top in 2, looking for debris.
Inside of 10 laps to go. It's the Coca Cola 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Tonight, we race to remember.
We race in your honor. First Sergeant Glenn L. Harris, United States Army.
Corporal Anthony J. Smaka, United States Army.
Specialist Christopher Morton, United States Army.
Sergeant Martin Anthony Lugojo, United States Army. Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Christopher Chambers, United States Navy. Fireman First Class William C. Hooks, United States Navy. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Such a special weekend in the NASCAR community as we do our 600 miles of remembrance here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A couple of things to clean up from pit road. Zane Smith, unfortunately, had a speeding penalty, so big hiccup for them and an issue for the 20th Christopher Bell.
20th Bell has an equipment interference. Let's listen.
Right front tire interfering with a Ford car. I don't understand what the penalty is. The right front tire was the perfect position. It's completely legal.
So obviously the team is going to need some clarification. We'll dig in and see if we can find the video, but we'll keep an eye on the net. NASCAR, those withholding is sticking behind the penalty, so the 20 falls all the way back to 29th. Zane Smith, 30th.
Bubba Wallace got the free pass. McDowell, Nemechek, front row stayed out. Those other drivers.
All right, green flag back out.
Down pit road. 5 to go, opening stage. We got a whole lot on the line here. Michael McDowell with a jump. Hamlin coming through on tires. Inside lane, Kyle Larson driving to the race lead.
43 is going to push the 11. Does Denny take this run to the outside? He's there. They're going to be side by side off of 4. If Denny can stick to the throttle here.
4 to go. Stage 1. Hamlin outside, Larson inside, Briscoe in their hip pocket.
Oh, Larson up the racetrack. Can he finish the corner? Breathe the throttle just a little bit there, but he does take the spot away from Denny. Side by side teammates. Briscoe, Hamlin into turn 3.
Three back on the wall, 45.
Look at Larson painting the line. Reddick able to drive through to 4th. He's on 4 tires, passing Eric Jones, who took only 2 in that last cycle. 3 to go, opening stint of the race.
Oh, Briscoe drives up the racetrack, trying to take the air away from his teammate. He's going to do it. Denny just not comfortable enough to have the fire on speed to do the things he needs to do to beat these guys. On the long run, I think he's got it. Back there behind him, Reddick around the top. A lot of momentum from that 45 car down the front straightaway. 1 Chevrolet, 3 Toyotas. You mentioned it, 4 Toyotas if you add Jones to the mix back there in 5th. That's been the 11's weakness. Has been the first couple laps after a restart. You see now it's coming to him as he climbs the banking. The 19 defensively climbs in front of him. Larson trying to wait as long as he could to decide on where he wanted to run. Now he's looking at slow arc into 3. Everybody has to kind of wait to see what he's going to do so they can go where they need to go to get clean air. And he's trying to make that decision as late as possible. Look, trying to go down the racetrack, breaking the draft.
Final lap opening stage. It's Larson and 3 Toyotas, Briscoe, Reddick, and Hamlin.
Briscoe got a little run down the back straightaway, closing the gap. 4 car lengths, 3 car lengths, 2 car lengths.
No, we're fine.
Larson would drive away. Didn't exactly do that, but he's going to win the stage. Reigning champ on point, getting the green and white checkered flag in the opening stint of the race in the Coca Cola 600. How about this? 7 straight years Hendrick Motorsports has won stage 1 in this crown jewel race. Good points for Briscoe, Reddick, Hamlin,
Larson wins stage 1.
The top 5.
Nice.
Back in the game, finishes inside the top 10 in stage 1. It's the
I should have put him in my fantasy lineup over William Byron because Larson, I think, was practice.
Lawson's definitely probably gonna win.
And William Byron, he's been unremarkable, unfortunately, this year.
NASCAR on Prime is brought to you by Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Coca Cola, the proud signature partner of America 250. Aspen Dental. Visit aspendental.com. Get smiling today. And by National Debt Relief, helping Americans get out of debt.
Pit road was open that time. Most of the leaders stay on the racetrack, but a few come to pit road. The 43 of Jones, 17 of Buescher, the 4 of Gregson. The 43 was on just 2 tires and probably needed to get those left sides, but it worked for Jones. He scored stage points. Buescher now coming to the service of his crew.
Buescher spent so much the first half, first 3 quarters of that stage inside the top 5, 6, 7 positions. Lost a little ground there through those cycles. And free pass here goes to Carson Hocevar. So I look at a number of drivers that have had some problems tonight, fighting their way back. Hocevar back on the lead lap.
Oh, no.
Free pass, he's back on the lead lap. And I have a feeling our Chili's onboard camera is going to give us some love tonight. You know Hocevar's waiting to put on a show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Right, the Dente.
I was just saying, everyone that says 6-7 is gay. Probably gay.
Interference. Normally that means you interfere with another pit box. So look up here in this area. Watch this tire as it rolls in right there. You see that tire changer have to jump and go over that tire. Remember, you own your pit box, not the one. This is going to be a great look. We're going to pause it right there. Look at this guy right here. This tire changer is in his pit box trying to service the 4 car. He has to climb over the 20 tire. It's only 2 feet in the 4 stall. I understand the confusion, but I will have to admit that is a clear penalty. If the 4 is not pitting, you can use that space, but you cannot interfere with another crew's pit stop. So a good call by NASCAR. Understandably, frustration out of the 20.
Let's get into our stage break presented by Snapdragon. Your Charlotte Motor Speedway, just over this hospitality wall, we see the 9 team of Chase Elliott and Hendrick Motorsports packing up their pit box. NASCAR's most popular driver will have to wait another year if he's hoping to win this crown jewel, the Coke 600. Trevor Bayne is standing by with Elliott now.
Since we saw the car snap out from under you there off of turn 2, did you have any warning? What'd you feel? My balance, had been that way for a bit, and I was, just trying to push and find some pace. Felt like we were bleeding out really bad, and was just, trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, I stepped over the line and made a mistake. So, super unfortunate, man. I feel like I've spent way more than, I've watched more of the ends of these Coca Cola 600.
All Racer 88 is a safe set.
Just a horrendous race for me.
I wouldn't be amazed.
So just really bummed. Apologize to everybody at HMS and all the guys on the 19. Just made a mistake and got over my.
Oh, does anyone remember Aussie Racer 88?
How hard it is to manage the pace of this race? Marathon with a 5K.
Yeah, I actually, he was toxic, man.
Yeah.
Trevor, thank you. And we've also seen the aggression, already 3 cautions in this
That's all
race.
I'm going to say there.
One of the most talented drivers in the sport just lost it, right? We take for granted how difficult it is to drive one of these cars on the edge. You're the only one with a prime microphone that's done it. Tell us what that really feels like for the people at home to be on that edge.
Well, you hear Chase Elliott just talking about stepping over the line. With the older car, Kyle, that line was a little bit bigger. You had a little bit more warning to kind of slide that car around. This car, that wheel gets a little light. You're thinking the right rear's there. Instantly, you brake track and you're around. Obviously, he had some effect from the car right behind him. But this line, this razor thing with this next gen car, we saw it like Chase Elliott. Another guy, we saw it like the 2.
I got into an argument with him on X like a few months ago.
But when it slipped, it was gone. So you're seeing 600 miles of just right on that racer's edge. And I still don't understand how you manage the people behind you. That's spectacular.
And we still have 300 laps to go. So do you want to toe that line, Carl, and still be there at the end? Because the 9 car ain't having a good day.
Carl said, I could not be able to save it in these next-gen cars like I was in my iteration of car. Why is that?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the way the air flows.
It's an Indy calling. We can't save those ones to use.
But I don't think it's a coincidence that Kyle Larson, one of the guys with the most car control on Earth, is at the front of this.
Well, he's also the most comfortable on that razor edge of grip, right? He knows just
I
where.
always said, why don't they just take the split off for the ovals?
Won the first stage. The last time he did that, he went on to sweep them all and win the Coca Cola 600.
Or if they got rid of the split on the Simulation 7 hall, that wouldn't do anything except make fun downforce.
This car makes downforce underneath with the air going underneath it. The other car made it like pushing on its side like a crutch. When you turn the other car, the crutch gets more weight on it and almost straightens you back up. This car, when you turn it to the sideways, it shuts the air off going underneath the car. The vacuum's gone, and around you go.
Drivers that came down pit road into stage 1 have been cycled back outside the top 25. We'll see if they make any progress here. Front row would begin our second stage. Larson, the control car inside of Briscoe. Pace car is in. Leaders coming to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
They're right on top.
Oh.
Issue right at the top of the racetrack, got to jump out of the gas.
He's like a 3. Oh.
Contact back there. Battling around 6 or 7. Somebody red, white, blue.
7.
Here we go again. My goodness.
Had the problems, unscheduled pit stop, got a lap down. He's right in the game. Larson gets away with the lead on the restart.
Side by side here for second, now third. Toyota's trying to figure out a plan. There's Blaney. Ty Gibbs back into it.
Give a lot of credit to Ryan Blaney. He went from 6 to 20 on that cycle of stops when they had the issue, but he has stayed with it. Got stage points in stage 1.
I feel like the Toyotas are just a little bit faster than that 5 car, but Larson's doing everything he can to make that 5 as wide as possible.
Wayne in turn 6.
Big recovery. Yeah, I really thought
thought it's kind of doomed their night, but here they are back in the mix. I didn't think the balance was good enough to drive back to the field, but they've improved it a little bit. Battle for the lead, the 19. Taking the lead away, Briscoe to the front.
Talk about what a pivotal moment this could be in a driver's career. To win this race and get on a hot streak over the summer. Briscoe, a guy that needs it. He's been in the game all night long, and he now leads Larson in the Coke 600.
Another car we saw that was really fast in practice, 47 to Stenhouse. He was the fastest car in that short practice we had this weekend. We wondered if that was real, Steve. A couple cars up there in the top 10 of practice that we weren't quite sure if they really, truly, genuinely were going to be able to have that speed, produce that speed today. Look at this 47.
This is a good track for him. You don't always think of Ricky at the mile and a half, but when you look at his numbers in the Coke 600, he's a sleeper. He's an underdog, and he seems to pop when we come to this race.
I think it's that blue-collar mentality. Some drivers are thinking, ooh, 400 laps. I think Ricky's thinking, absolutely, let's run 5 or 6 or 700. He's unbelievably physically fit, and I think that mental toughness comes with those tough workouts he does. But you got to think about that team and how just at a disadvantage they are, one single car team. Not a whole lot of data and resources to be able to share among teammates. Fighting against these bigger teams with a lot more resources, a lot more funding. So impressive work for them to be able to go out there and be able to match their speed. Work that will continue into the future. Worth noting, it was announced earlier that the 47 Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has re-signed with an extension for High Ag Motorsports. Great pairing. Happy to see they're sticking it out for more years.
Well, you talk about the pairing with Ricky and the team, Mike Kelly, the crew chief. They've had a great relationship over the years. Continuity pays. We talked about that yesterday during our practice session. Look at our pylon here. And if you look at the top 10, we talk about the comeback from Blaney. I mentioned Suarez. Josh Berry had the early problem. He's back inside the top 10.
And Josh spun out and down across an apron. I thought for sure he drug the diffuser across the racetrack, and he was going to have his hands full trying to drive that car, but they had been able to get that car back onto the racetrack. Apparently the damage underneath, not too severe. I'm going to give you the credit. You pointed this one out to me. Just in front of this battle is a 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen. Started up front because we went off Watkins Glen. We all know he's so good at the road courses, but his ovals are improving rapidly. For as little practice as we receive and as little testing as we receive, driver 97 is figuring it out.
Busy times for him. Ran the truck race earlier today. Right with Brad Keselowski here. This is the BuildSubmarines.com onboard camera. Man that won this race 2020, having a solid night up to 9th.
SVG, one of those drivers that did run that truck race to your point, all those laps, just laps and laps and laps. Hey, look at Suarez, dives to the bottom, and is able to carry some momentum. That's pretty impressive when you can turn the wheel like that and not kind of scrub that speed. Now he needs a little help. He's not going to get it. Buscher's got to stick with the forward on the top side, give a little push, and now Buscher's going to run that middle lane, not because he loves it, but because that's not trailing either car on the even though you still see a wheel at 17.
A nice little dance there, wasn't there?
Back to the inside here, side by side, bring the fight back to Suarez. Suarez going to try to side draft off into the corner. Barry's going to take that spot right back. Those little wiggles, Dale, they bother me until I watch Chase Elliott spin out by himself. Now I'm a little bit more sensitive to the back. 17, Buscher trying to take the spot away from Suarez as well.
Hey, make a note of this, Steve. Talking about Buscher, he's one of those drivers that came down and did it at the end of the stage. Lost all that track position, but big time on the move since the restart to begin stage 2 on those 4 fresh tires.
And look who else has joined the fray, right? We talked about Priest and Buscher. Well, in front of them is team owner driver Brad Keselowski in 9th position. So RFK at this point, worst running car, if you can believe it, is Priest in 14th, doing a really nice job with all 3 automobiles.
Dono in the 22, another team looking for speed, looking for results. Man, they have had an awful season trying to be able to get the speed in the 22 car to be able to run up front. Here's a battle for 4th. Gibbs, Larson, looks like Gibbs is going to take that one away from the 5 car. Oh, you said it on the restart. I'm not sure that Larson is faster. He's doing a good job playing defense. And since that time, he's been on the slide going from 1st to 5th as Gibbs completes the pass.
It's obvious the Toyotas are the team to be here. If you drive a Toyota, you've got an advantage. Seems like their cars are better on the mile and a half. It's a better package of downforce and power. Whereas the Chevrolets, they have a new car. They're working the kinks out on what this car likes, what it loves. They will figure it out. They will figure it out.
They will be able to match what the Toyotas are doing. They got a little work tonight. Well, and the interstate battery scheme up to 13th from that penalty to 77. Hocevar also recovering from some trouble earlier, up to 14th. Look at Pill. Just move. These guys take a run like a speedway race. When you have momentum, left, right, they dart down the straightaways. Christopher Bell from one Toyota that's not been able to show the speed. He's anxious to be able to get up there and match his teammates in performance. They've been searching for that speed this year in the 20 car.
Hocevar is now riding the Dente. Steve, I mean, it's plus 20 since the restart. Let's get an update. Driver 12, Ryan Blaney. What's up there, Trevor?
Yeah, guys, Ryan Blaney, early on, we saw how fast he took off at the beginning of this race, but faded hard. Since then, they tried to work on that long run speed. Maybe overstepped it a little bit, felt like they were hurting on the short run. So now they're trying to find that happy medium and speed on both ends of the road, Marty.
Trevor, you can see why Ricky Stenhouse Jr. feels like the Charlotte Motor Speedway is one of his best racetracks. And this is straight up on speed for that 4017 as he battles the 97 for that 7th position. A drive from 32nd to 8th, Adam. Earlier, Mike Kelly told me today, hey, listen, I feel like this format, night racing like this at a mile and a half, perfect for Ricky, and they're showing it early in this race.
You know, he's been pretty friendly when it comes to competition on concrete racetracks as well. We go to Nashville next weekend.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Ricky is we see him lose a spot there. He talked about his car in practice. Feels awesome for 3 laps, but after that, he starts to lose the balance quickly. You know, we see speed in this car, but can they figure out what he needs for that long run so they can maintain that track position? Great point, Dale, because that first stage was broken up with a lot of yellows. So with 77 to go in this stage, if we run clean and green, you know, will that 47, does that not suit the balance that they have?
What's going on? Brad Keselowski looks pretty solid tonight, Kim. They're ninth.
Yeah, they made some major changes halfway through. One over to the left side that seems to have helped the car. Brad saying we haven't gained everything we need, but that definitely was a step in the right direction. But there's a bigger problem for Brad. His cool suit is not working. They tried to reset it around lap 56, 57. It has been glitchy ever since. So the next yellow flag, they will flush that. They'll stop to purge that warm water that's circulating through the suit when we do get a yellow flag.
And I'll say this too, humid evening here in Concord, North Carolina. Let's get more on that 16 radio.
Yeah, copy that. I'm freaking burning in this car, man. We keep resetting this thing. You know, Jeremy, there's weeks I feel like I can pay too much, and there's weeks like I feel like I don't pay enough. It's just going to have to be one of the latter of the two. I'll just tough it out, man.
His driver owner, I'm wondering, does that mean he's an owner some weeks and a driver some weeks? How does that work?
I don't think anybody's going to tell him no if he wants to come down and fix it.
But to be serious, the cool suit is, when it stops working, it's worse than nothing because it just holds the liquid without recirculating. The liquid heats up, and now you're almost like you're wearing a heated vest. It's really, really thick. When it works, it's great. But when it doesn't work, it's just like wearing several layers of thermal. So not going to be comfortable until he can figure out how to get anything to get a little relief out of it.
Closing on 30 laps complete in stage 2. Briscoe leads Hamlin, Reddick, Gibbs, and Larson tonight at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We race, we remember.
We say your names so we never forget. Staff Sergeant Frank Peroni, United States Army Air Force.
Sergeant First Class Eugene Ashley Jr., United States Army. Corporal Matthew Paul Steyert, United States Army.
Sergeant Robert Wayne Crow Jr., United States Army. First Lieutenant Ace Wayne Tyler, United States Air Force. We honor your sacrifice.
Good, 3 and 4.
Bell is up to 11th. I just seen you say the 6-7 in my private chat.
Yes. 6-7.
My goodness. My goodness.
Do you know we might live until the word 2067?
Oh, I'll be.
We talk a lot about the 600. It's day 2 night. The conditions change. The ever-changing conditions of lights starting to
I'll
come
be
on.
60 to 61 in 2067 around there, but
Stay in the fight. Try to keep yourself, keep your spirits up, keep your team morale high. Long race, a lot of opportunity to recover. Don't allow the length of the race to fool you. You have to be great when the lights come on. Ross Chastain proved it last year when he passed William Byron in the last 50 laps. Keep yourself close, but don't dial your car out of the speed it needs.
Oh my god. I think I accidentally voted someone in NASCAR 25. I'm gonna send you the clip on PlayStation.
my goodness.
Away from a pit stop, breaking the stage in half. 65 to go here. Last year, guys were coming pit road 43, 45 laps into the run. Okay, what you got on the 30 car?
Yeah, the 3 car of Austin Dillon, do expect him on pit road. He said he had a right in front coming down. Was supposed to hit the last time by. Looks like he missed pit road, but we do expect him to come down, change that tire, so we'll see if he can make it. Yep, as we see Austin coming right down. Right now, again, this is an unscheduled stop. It is not going to be what they intended to be their green flag stop, but that's still out there.
Well, the good news for the 3, with 63 to go in the stage, he can make it to the end of the stage on fuel. Let's see, bottom screen, Austin Dillon, will he choose to pit this time? Stays on the racetrack, and I think at this point, as a crew chief, you just paint the picture. Hey, 63 to go, if you have to come, we're ready, and we're inside of fuel, and we would prefer to run 15 more laps or so as we're on board with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who's run Briscoe down. Battle for the lead, no surprise. The longer we run, the better the 11 gets. That's kind of been the signature this year, Dale, the long run. Yeah, Denny had a great run down the back straightaway, but Briscoe had him pulled going down into the corners of where he was going. Now Briscoe to the top, Denny to the bottom. I don't think Dan's going to be able to get up there to the quarter panel and do much here. 19 will have great momentum off the top. Starts driving away a little bit down the back straightaway. The drag picks Denny back up. At the end of the straightaway, that's right there, the 19 waits for Denny. The 19 waits before he commits to the bottom. So Denny goes, all right, going to the bottom. Well, the 19 makes a big arc and drives across the nose. Denny has to jump out of the gas. Look at the gap now. The 19 enjoys. That's what the leader has to do. It is frustrating for Denny, but he's going to be able to keep coming and close that gap again and try again to try to take the position away. He has the faster car. Just got to figure out a way to outsmart or trick the 19.
Talked about the fact Thursday Night Football, just a few months away. Briscoe playing a little defense out front here tonight.
Oh, for sure, yep. Leonard's closing back in, and Briscoe will start looking in the mirror, trying to figure out, what's Denny going to do? How do I trick him? How's he going to trick me? Battle for 11th right here, the 22 of Logano. Hosevar all the way up to 12th, making a great recovery from earlier. And how about the 77 right there? Just lost the car. And I wonder how many times, if we really just rode on board for all 400 laps, how many times your car just skates up the racetrack. You kind of have to catch yourself, recover, and go back on the offense. Penny not letting Briscoe out of sight here. We're in the top 3 or 4. Pretty's going to go bend him down the front straightaway. That's what the 11's better is on the top. Oh, man. He just following. He doesn't know. He's like, are you going to the bottom? Are you? No, get off. Okay. Well, it's kind of tough for him because Briscoe's trying to camouflage right where he's going to end up in the middle of the corner. That big arc into the corner. You would think, all right, is he going to the bottom? I don't know. That's what I like. Top for the 11. Get to the right side of the 19. Picked up the air. He has a run. Can he get to a quarter middle on quarter entry? He's trying to wait for the top of the racetrack. He was. He could have went to the inside there, but he doesn't really want it. Oh, look at him. Trying to push. Oh, he made 19 tight. Got to his left quarter panel. 19 car gets tight. He has to get out of the gas. But it'll be tough for Danny to finish the pass down here. He's going to bury this car into turn 3.
Yes.
19 gasses up through the middle of the corner just to not allow the 11 to clear, but he will be able to finish the pass.
Denny Hamlin, new leader, as we anticipate green flag pit stops. Teammates going at it for the lead in the Coke 600.
This is what I liked about the package in years past. When the 11 passed the 19, the 19's kind of done. The air gets shut off, he loses it. But you saw on the front stretch, he actually kind of got a toe back to the rear bumper. Now, I don't know if he's good enough to use that draft. I don't think he has the speed the 11 does right now. He's about 2/10 off. Denny, car's coming to pit road. Probably about the cycle. Yeah, the early side of the cycle, but if your car's ill-handling, which some are, they'll come to pit road early. It looks like the 24 William Byron is going to start the plan. Kim?
And 24 comes to a stop in this pit stall. Biggest complaint from Holman is that he just can't feel the front tires. It's just a little slow on the right side. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and for the 3 of Austin Dillon finally coming down. We talked about him thinking he had a right front going down. He did in fact think that his crew chief Richard Boswell calling him down to pit road. Austin saying, "Can we make it till the green flag cycle stops?" They told him no. He decided to stay out on the track and nurse it. We also have Daniel Suarez on the pit lane. This is the best the car's been all night. Just front end, he needs a little bit more help on. Marty.
Then here comes Austin Hill in for Kyle Busch. They changed the number at RCR to the 33. Had a little problem on the right rear. We'll have to see if that right rear didn't get tight. Hill is struggling with the handling of the race car in the top 30.
And for the 6th of Brad Keselowski, I talked earlier about the big swing that he took in the middle of stage 1 that has improved the car's versatility. Brad's saying he can do a lot more with it now. So it's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They make that chassis adjustment. As you see, Chase Briscoe making his stop right now. He said it fired off great, that run. In fact, the best it's fired off all night. It feels almost like he does in clean air, just a slight chassis adjustment, Marty.
Yeah, the terrific fire-off speed we saw from Ryan Price from RFK earlier in the race. He didn't really have that on this run, so the car was just way too free. You can kind of hear drivers in their voice. You can feel the track is going through a screen as it gets cooler here.
And Denny Hamlin on the pit lane. They will come down for service. Denny, no major complaints on that, so we will not see any big adjustments on this stop as they put fresh rubber and Sunoco fuel in that car.
On the cycles, Ty Gibbs to the race lead. Reddick is second, Steve.
On board with Briscoe on the bottom of your screen. He was running second to the 11. He came a lap early. A lap of newer tires should be about a second of an advantage. So as you see the 11 exit pit road on the bottom left, you see the map right here. Let's see what the 19 does. It's hard. We don't know exactly where their pit stops were, how they compare. I think the 11's got to keep the lead as the 19 is kind of battling with Bell. That tells me that Denny Hamlin did a really nice job on and off because he should have lost time pitting on the later side. But a dominant performance by the 11 to stay in front of the 19. Remember, both of these cars have already pitted, so they're behind the 20, who's the actual leader.
It's not the battle for the race lead now, but once everything cycles through, it likely will have been. Here's Tyler Reddick, Marty.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick saying the car just got way too free on both ends of the racetrack, and quote, the entry was choppy over the bumps, especially on in turn 3. Already back out on the racetrack. Meanwhile, Ricky Stenhouse talking about that front speed for Stenhouse. He was a little bit worried about his right front tire. Towards the end of that run, Mike Kelly said, "Hey, if you can stay out a little bit longer for me, I would love that to make the second run shorter. I would love to split it closer to half." They're pitting here with 51 to go in stage 2.
action right at the midway point of the second stage. Christopher Bell now leads.
Yeah, and I don't hate this plan by Bell. Remember, these cars are pitting with 40, 45 laps in their tires. There's still 50 to go. So you can run all the way to that perfect split point. Now, the advantage of coming early. All right, it's time for the 20. That was the radio of the 20 as we see trouble. Looks like a jack issue on the 22, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, the 20 car of Christopher Bell was able to drive up to 6th place after that green flag cycle. The 22 car, obviously a very slow stop. 20 car will be hitting pit road this time, but the reason they stayed out is because that pace, Steve, they were 3/10 faster than the field the last 4 laps before that green flag cycle started.
Well, let's compare where the 20 is when he blends back on the racetrack. Clean right side jack man around with that package swing around the back with the jack, left side down and away. Don't blink. I mean, 9-second pit stops happened in an absolute flurry. Top of the screen, I watched the 11 come through, so Bell will rejoin. But remember, he'll have a little bit fresher tires. There'll be 48 laps to go in the stage. On the pylon, you see him falling. He should rejoin somewhere inside the top 10.
He was 7th when the cycle began.
So probably 9th or 10th. Let's see how he does. 9th right now. SVG is coming. SVG will probably get him. So now Bell can settle in. He's only a straightaway back to the 7th position he was in. Looks like about 4 seconds. He should make that up, in theory, with fresher tires over the longer run. It really just comes down to, how traffic catches him. Here he is. Oh, boy, coming to pit road, back to the car, kind of stepping out.
When the audio matches the video. Is that what that was?
That was sound effects. It was pretty good.
So a couple of drivers yet to come to pit road. Hocevar and Bubba Wallace, they still have to make their scheduled green flag pit stop here in the middle of stage 2. Then everything will cycle back to Hamlin.
Bubba's on pit road right now. The 23 car. He's on the comeback after some contact with the outside wall on a restart. Marty.
See Bubba Wallace coming down pit road. Carson Hocevar is going to come down next time. Yeah, the steering wheel for Bubba Wallace was at 2 o'clock, and they have not been able to fix the toe on that 23 car. Meanwhile, if Carson Hocevar told anybody in the field about that last run, they told everybody tires are very important tonight. He restarted 34th, drove to the back half of the top 10, purely on speed. They bring him here down pit road right now. 46 to go here at stage 2. Clearly some speed in that 77 after Bubba earlier. And now probably on the right.
Oh my goodness.
They've got to get it jacked up on the right side once again. This will cost Hocevar once again losing track position.
Now they're having continued issues because they've had some issues with the nuts.
Hocevar, I have my fantasy lineup as well. Definitely gonna drop for sure.
Jack that dropped. These wheels cannot be tightened up properly with the weight of the car sitting on them. The car has to be in the air. So let's just take a look at this. He comes in on the mark, right sides up. Is it a handle issue?
I have a question. Which ride the Dente Carson Hocevar paint scheme do you like better? Do you like the white version better or the black version better?
I like the black version better. Why the painting?
Better than leaving with the wheel loose. Very mature, waving, not leaving your post if you're that tire change. You can't just kind of put your head in the sand. You have to understand the problem's real. Better to do it now than later. Still plenty of time to recover. They've already come back once tonight. Past the halfway point, stage 2 in Charlotte in the Coke 600. Denny Hamlin in charge from Joe Gibbs Racing.
Anyway.
One out of box. Hard low. 3 wide. Wide. 3 wide. 3 wide. Clear. Inside now. Clear all around. Outside. Stay low. High. Outside now. Clear. High. Clear outside. Hard low. Outside. Clear up top. Clear low if you want it. Inside now. High. Clear high. But you gotta really. Okay. Yeah. Careful when you work.
All right, I'm back.
When a married mission resurfaces, Jack Ryan is pulled back into the CIA. John Krasinski returns in Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan Ghost War. Rated R. A new movie screening now.
I'll make my dinner after when stage 2 ends.
Inside of 40 laps to go, stage 2 in the Coca Cola 600. We're live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street. Just wrapped a cycle and green flag pit stops. Let's go to the pit lane and Marty Snyder.
Adam, I wanted to show you the tire, the right front tire that came off Carson Hocevar's car. We talked about these teams being worried about right front tires for these teams. And we saw a number of them on this last run. We saw it from Kyle Larson. We saw it from Tyler Reddick. We saw it from Carson Hocevar's car as well. In fact, Rick Lambert told Carson Hocevar on the radio, I think this is going to be the game for the rest of the race. You're going to have to take care of my right front for me. The team's talking about, there's that right front for Carson Hocevar. The team's talking about it getting cooler, track getting freer. So, Al, what's your level of concern when you see that right front off the 77?
Well, it's for certain concerning because as the pace picks up, I don't think the wear will get better. And then that unwinding, the fabric you see is kind of have a layer of rubber, and then underneath there, you literally have a layer of cords, and they're wound around. Think about like a ball of yarn. And once you wear through it, kind of break the first piece, it unwinds across the tire, and you have to. The good news is, I think the driver can feel it. He knows it's happening, which I love. I think, I don't like tires that just kind of fail. I like the driver to know, hey, I push it too hard, I have to pit. That's part of trying to managing the race.
Hocevar, the fourth driver in the 1 lap down category, fourth in order, I should say, those drivers that are a lap down, 31st. So he's got some work to do if he's going to put himself in a free pass position at the end of the stage. He's got 35, now 34 laps to go here in this second run of the race, Kim.
Yeah, the second unscheduled green flag stop of the night for Daniel Suarez. He was reporting a vibration, came down, they took all 4 tires off and changed them. Looking at the team, as they check the tires out right now, they don't really see anything in particular. Daniel coming on the radio, though, and saying something is not right. The team telling him, under the next caution stop, we will take a look at everything. So what could be causing an issue to where he can feel a vibration, but the team is not seeing anything on the tires?
So it's interesting because when we say he feels a vibration, Dale, is he feeling the seat, feeling his feet, is he feeling the steering wheel? I have seen driveline vibrations, obviously tire vibrations. This is going to sound crazy. I've seen aero vibrations where parts and pieces on the cars break and they shudder. When you open, you crack just the driver's window and the guy's in the back seat, he can't stand it driving down the interstate. Think about that. That's at 70 miles an hour. Well, at 180 miles an hour, that pressure can be so violent, it shake a part of the car at a harmonic that you can't tell if it's aero or what it is. You just know there's a buzz or a vibration.
Yeah, back in the COT days when they first brought the splitter, we had these splitter braces, and you might break a splitter brace, and the splitter would shudder, and it would take grip out of the car. car as hard as you want it to, it really kind of disconnects that sensor you have to the tire to understand really the level of grip and how much you can commit to the corner. Anytime you got a vibration in a race car, it absolutely makes it harder for you to know how much grip you have in the car, and then, therefore you can't confidently commit to the corner like you want to. Battle right here for second place, Briscoe, the 54 Gibbs. Gibbs trying to close in and take this spot away. Briscoe's car is fast, just not quite as fast as some of his teammates here.
All four Gibbs Toyotas inside the top 6. And each of their drivers have led at least one lap in this race tonight. Very much in the game, all of them.
Right before we pitted, Denny came up and drove by the 19. 19 was fading on the end of the run, but now the 54 is up here trying to annoy the 19 of Briscoe.
That's a good word.
Briscoe's like, man, I mean, what do we need to get? What do we got to do? What are our teammates doing? We know what they're doing. We know all our parts and pieces, air pressures, everything. What do we have, or what do they have that I need or could help me find the speed to be able to match his teammates? Doing a pretty good job, though, hanging on to this second spot.
We talked about the 19 and 11's battle through green flag pit stops. I thought there would be an advantage for coming early. Look at them side by side, the 19 and the 11. Watch how similar these stops look. Very clean on the 11, a little bit slow on the right side of the 19. If you can believe, there is over a second and a half difference. That's how quick these stops happen. I mean, the 11 gone, the 19 still working. No big difference. Think about this. 8.86, one of the 2 fastest stops of the year for Denny Hamlin, 10.5 for Briscoe. So what looks like, if you don't put them side by side, you can barely tell the difference. But that is a huge difference. I think it's important when we start talking pit stop times to really show you what a second half looks like, because it's not as obvious as you think it would be.
Long green flag run here. And Denny Hamlin is now put
And we look at the radar for Charlotte.
24 cars on the lead lap. And I reference the number of cars on the lead lap because we talk about how congested this pit road is. You're going to have some more pit stops tonight under caution. Boy, if you're those front runners, you don't want anybody around you. You want to be as clean as you can. So the more guys we put a lap down, the door opens for some of these guys to have success. And I said he put Austin Hill a lap down. He hasn't done it yet. 33 hanging in there.
Austin's going to fight on the outside here. He's going to try to do it respectfully, give the leader plenty of room. But not just lay over and allow him to, take the lap away.
Hill, an awesome veteran of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
I think Austin's learning too, right? He doesn't drive these cars all the time, so every lap he's getting better. Every lap
Okay, there's in Concord.
It's a great opportunity for him to be around the leader and see what Denny's doing. Maybe pick up a few things.
Already told the story, 33-second car this weekend for Richard Childress Racing. They will not run the 8 in honor of Kyle Busch. 25 laps to go, stage 2. Hamlin picking them up, putting them down. He's led 26 laps tonight.
So there will be no more. I looked at the radar, and for Concord, North Carolina, there's not showing any rain until like after midnight. So we will get this race in.
He seems to have the best car. Now the 54 here gives it some traffic, so we really can't compare the laps. I think both of them in clean air running 31 teens. The rest of the field a little bit slower than that, but these 2 cars right now are the best at the field.
One of the great stories of the night, 9th place Shane Van Gisbergen doing an unbelievable job, Trevor.
Yeah, Adam, how about that? We would expect this at a road course, and that's kind of what got you in his track position. The veteran from Watkins Glen allowed him to start this race third. Really, I believe he would kind of sink back into the bottom half of the top 10 and maybe the top 15 by the end of stage 1, but he has fought hard, stayed in the top 10 all night. He was even surprised to start this race that he was able to do that, but now he's settling in, starting to work on this car some, saying he needs a little bit more short run speed, a little bit tight right now, getting fired off.
Been working with Shane. SVG's been taking me to school about all the road courses we've seen this year for Little Digital Series, and he's so fun to talk to about the road courses because he speaks with so much confidence about what I need to do here, what I need to do there, what I need to do here. But we've had a lot of conversations about the ovals, and he's so respectful to the talent in the field, and he has so much humility. He won't admit, I think, that he's getting better, and I keep telling him, man, you look like you're very comfortable out there. He reminded me he was not comfortable yet. He thought it was taking too much effort to run the pace he needs, but he was thankful he could run the pace, where he thought last year just that pace wasn't even kind of in there. He wasn't sure what he needed to do to get better, but man, what a great transition from SVG over here into these stock cars and on these ovals.
This was the race last year where I think we saw some evidence of his improvement, running the top 20, 25 all night long, started easing forward in 14th overall at the end of the race, at the end of 600 miles here. That's hard to do. And we also got to look at Trackhouse. They're trying to get better. They aren't where they want to be as an organization. But if he's running as well as he is tonight, I think that says a lot about his progress, because you definitely have to handicap the vehicle just a bit. I think that's the honest thing to do, because Trackhouse has struggled just a little bit this year.
If you've never been here, the facility is just unbelievable. What a shot.
It's an amazing weekend every time we come here on Memorial Day. 20 laps to go, stage 2 in the Coke 600. Tonight we honor and remember.
On Memorial Day, we remember Sergeant Michael David Verrado, United States Army.
Chief Warrant Officer Michael L. Wright, United States Air Force.
Corporal Eddie Wade Force II, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant First Class Glenn Jacob Wade, United States Army.
Captain Ralph Earl Hines, United States Marine Corps.
Captain William Jacobson, United States Army. We say your names so we never forget.
Scan the QR code to shop Logitech G's newest products and hottest deals. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedal of NASCAR. Denny Hamlin continues to just drive his way through the field. Going around Riley, Herbst putting him a lap down. Last running in the 23rd position.
Last handful of laps, and he's added about a second to his lead over Gibbs. And Briscoe's kind of hanging in there, only about a second behind the 54. So things are kind of leveling out. I think it's because they're all in this type of a situation with lap traffic. It's how well can you get through. Everybody's going to run the preferred line, which is up the racetrack. That's where Denny would want to go. But if the traffic's there, he has to run the bottom. And you can see he can't get off the corner quite as well. A little bit of help down the back straightaway right there.
Closing on 10 to go in the stage. Let's get a report. Alex Bowman, what's going on there, Marty?
Yeah, I wanted to give a quick update, Adam, on the 48 car. They've had a transaxle issue for pretty much all of stage 2. No first or second here for Alex Bowman. I got to give him some credit, Junior. I mean, even with that issue, he stayed on the lead lap until that last green flag stop. And I mean, man, it took him 10 seconds to get out of his pit stall with no first or second gear. I'm sure there are few things more frustrating to a driver than trying to get out of your pit stall or restart with no first or second gear.
Yeah, that's something I don't think any of these guys have a ton of experience with the new next-gen car, the transaxle. So he'll be soldiering through the night trying to figure out how to get this car home. Hopefully whatever's destroyed inside that transaxle doesn't become a bigger issue.
Denny Hamlin just lapped William Byron. That car hasn't really been the same since that contact with the two of Cindric. So I don't know what happened in that 24, but it's not awful. It's 22nd, but I think it was a little bit faster before that.
Yeah, it's like that right rear's got just tweaked just a little bit, something just slightly bent. Can't really see with the naked eye, but with its, that toe's just a thousandth or a couple thousandths off. It'll affect how that car drives, especially on the right rear tire. Battle right here, the 5 of Larson, trying to hang on to 4th, Reddick in 5th.
Some real great recoveries inside this top 10. Bell had a penalty on pit road. He's up to 6th, right here in the picture. Talk about him. Zane Smith is 12th after an issue on pit road. Josh Berry's 13th after spinning down the banking.
So what about Eric Jones right there behind them? He does the 2-tire stop. He's able to get stage going, loses all the track position when they make their stop, but he's driven back up inside the top 15. Give some love to Cole Custer. He hadn't had a top 15 finish this year until Watkins Glen, and he's 15th tonight.
Bumble battle right here. Sid Bell. Bell's got better tires, right? He pitted later than everybody else. So look at that. He's going to drive there. Oh, he's going to cross the wake right there. He's going to lose a lot of speed. Here comes the 45 back by. And so, he made that commitment to the entry of the corner to clear the 45 with a bit of a slap job. But then he had to cross the wake of the 5 and couldn't finish the throttle on corner exit. So gave the spot right back. And look at Reddick in the 5. Again, Larson, not quite as good as the Toyotas. Trying to do everything he can to keep the spot with 2 cars that are faster than him on his heels. And Briscoe keeps telling him, just keep swapping the spots back there. I got 7 more laps to get in this stage.
Tyler Reddick dominates the early portion of this race. 5th right now. They've been quiet lately, Marty.
Yeah, I haven't really seen the strength from the 45 as he continues to try to get that 4th spot from Kyle Larson here in stage 2. But he's not unhappy with how the car is handled. Listen to the radio.
Pretty close. I think the top's going to wake up and over bounce a little bit. Pretty happy. It's all been. I'll let you know as it goes.
Adam, this has been a fun battle to watch. But, Junior, why would Tyler Reddick say that? Why would the top wake up so late in this race? And why will that help that 45?
I think the track's really green. They haven't ran a ton of laps all weekend long, so there's not a lot of rubber down on this racetrack. And as they start to put rubber down, that top groove will start to get a little bit better as the bottom tightens up. But that's happening really, really slow tonight. You can see these guys. There's a lot of cars that are actually making the bottom work late into this race. Around this point in the race, last year, lap 14, we had cars on the fence running the wall. The leaders were running the wall at lap 14 of the race. Not a lot of people were going to the top of the racetrack and making a ton of time up there.
One thing consistent from last year to this year, turn 2 is a challenge. We saw Chase Elliott spin earlier a lap and a half ago. Watch this 45 car right here. Watch how loose he gets. Oh, man. Like he's not sure where the 20 is. He has to put some wheel in it to not get up into the 5. And then the back tires just could not accept any more wheel. And this is going to be a 3-wide squeeze.
Now right there, really, really slow off the corner.
Yeah, he's a lap down back in 25th.
Yeah, he's coming to pit road. He's got an issue.
Top of your screen, this is Dirt Track Central, isn't it? I mean, you got Larson there, you got Reddick, you got Bell. Just in front of them, Briscoe as McDowell comes down to get his service.
We talk about right front tires. I wonder if the 71, see him go way up the racetrack trying to get the pit road. I wonder if he's lost the right front tire, if it's corded. It looks like he's been into the fence. Yeah. No good year on any of those tires.
That's got no sidewall.
Oh, yeah, that got bad. That tire was corded. So look at that, makes me wonder about the rest of the field. We've got a handful of laps to go here, just 2 or 3 laps to go. Is everybody going to be able to get to the finish with no issues? Big battle right here, the 45 and the 5 off at the corner.
This might be where we get the issue right here. Hamlin leading Gibbs, and for third, Reddick and Larson. 2 to go, stage 2.
You called that out like you've been there before.
Oh, yeah.
71 had no chance of making the corner.
Yeah, and for McDowell, because we're right here at the end of the stage. Just couldn't nurse it home. Now he cycles way back after that runner-up finish 2 weeks ago at Watkins Glen. Tonight making his 550th career start. Coming to 1 to go in the stage. Lots of traffic.
Oh, it's chaos in front of those cars. Hamlin's already lapped those cars, but 2, 3 wide in front of that battle.
Looks like the 38 car as well has the right front tire issues. Zane Smith trying to nurse it home. Just another lap to go. He's dropping like a rock back through the field.
Stage 2 has been all about Denny Hamlin.
Bottom of the screen right here. He's got a right front tire coming off of that car.
They led 31 laps, had speeding penalty.
Denny Hamlin is going to go in stage 2. Let's go.
In the air, Denny Hamlin won earlier this season on the mile and a half in Las Vegas. And tonight he gets his second stage win in the Coca Cola 600. Gibbs, Briscoe, Reddick, and Larson the top 5. 5 of the top 6 are Toyotas. Blaney stays in the game. Buescher back to 8. Van Gisbergen in stage points, and so does Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And I will tell you, as a crew chief, seeing those right front tires not last, I might shift that green flag pit stop a little bit later to make sure I don't have to run 55 or 60 laps. Look at these right front tires.
They're going to do their, at 200, they're going to do their pit road salute. All right, I'm back.
Loose and over-rotated. He said he needed right
Oh.
rear grip. And then Ty Gibbs' car is worse this run. He said needs to be a number tighter. Marty.
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, man, I feel like we're in a tough spot here. I'd love to free up the early part of the run, but I'm really worried about how that will affect the right rear. Eventual decision was to leave it alone and let it road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Pretty conventional here. Everybody comes down. Everybody gets 4 tires. Going to be level to begin this third stage of the night. +1 for Briscoe. Gibbs goes one in the wrong direction. Larson feeling good. Reddick lost the spot. Chris Buescher stays in at +2 for that 17 team. And I got to tell you, Shane Van Gisbergen, I mean, just doing an unbelievable job, and the crew delivering as well.
Well, I don't want to be the weatherman here in the booth, but I will tell you, in a race of ever-changing conditions, the sun has set, the lights have come on, and the rain that was a good distance away is closing in. Look, I don't know what it's going to do in the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, but I do think we're going to start hearing more and more radio chatter, because are we looking at a 600-mile race or a 500-mile race, and you start positioning yourself and leaving yourself the biggest window of opportunity to stay on the racetrack if you think weather is coming. Let's listen into Team 11.
Area will be waiting here now. Top about, I don't know, 10, 11 miles out. I don't know what those minutes might just miss it. And then the rest of the stuff is still about 20,000 miles out. But, you know,
So what does all that mean? Remember, at halfway or the end of stage 2, the race is now official. If that little cell he's talking about gets the track wet, and then we wait a little bit, and the big cell comes, I think that's what all these crew chiefs are trying to do. I think it's a nice job to let your driver know, Dale, because the intensity, I don't know if they can pick up because it's been unbelievable already, but maybe it can.
I would be thinking that everybody's going to start racing like this is the final stage. This is the final run to the finish. You'd have to imagine if they're comfortable running 45 to 55 laps before they have any kind of tire issue or want to get to pit road. We're probably going to have the weather here before then. So I absolutely think that you gotta gas it. The race is complete. We've had a lot of weather issues this weekend. There's a lot of weather building behind these cells. If we do get rain, you don't have the confidence that it could get restarted tonight. So I'm racing to win as soon as they drop the green flag here, and I think that's what everybody's going to be thinking.
Now our pit reporters join the conversation. What do you have for us, Trevor?
Yeah, and early in this day, we talked about the track taking changes as the temperature changed, as the nightfall comes. We're here. It's cold. It's dark. Over that last run, we heard a lot of conversation around cars shifting, getting freer. Ryan Blaney was one of those guys on the radio talking about how bad the bumps are now because the back is just bouncing around and he can't take it.
Coming to this race on the season, that's less than half than Tyler Reddick at the top of the point standings. But he did remind me that was the trend last year for the team too. At this point, they were able to turn it around at this point in the season in 2025, and it looks like they're answering the call here tonight. Chase has earned the most stage points at 17 times with his teammate Denny Hamlin. So maybe, Marty, they are in fact turning the corner on stage points earned.
Kim, if you look at the top 5, it's Kyle Larson versus Toyota, and he's the only Chevy in that top 5 for Toyotas. He's trying to fight for this win. Again, Larson has not won it over a year. 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus race winless streak here in the Coca Cola 600. Larson certainly in a position to do that. Cliff Daniels wanted to make sure that his driver knew the right front that they pulled off of the 5-car last time had some pretty significant cording on it. He said, anything you can do, help me out with that. I know you're free. Do the best you can to take care of that right front. Steve, look at that right front that came off Larson's car.
And the good news is, if managed correctly, I'm not sure we're going to have to run that far on a right front tire, but it's always in the back of your mind. Just one more piece to the puzzle you're trying to put together as this race unfolds.
I want to fire Dale up and talk stage points. You know, get 10 extra ones on the line here tonight with that added stage. And you look at the guys that are delivering, Hamlin and Briscoe, both putting 17 on the board. I mean, everybody down on pit road's talking about it. Kim referenced it with his 19 team, but you got to go out and get it done. And I Joe Gibbs Racing's doing it, but in particular Briscoe, who needs him coming in.
Yeah, Larson's having a good night there, and he needs it as well, 7th in points. So he needs to climb a few spots to be comfortable about his opportunity to race for a championship this year. Ty Gibbs doing a great job, as he has done all year long, sitting right now in the top 5 in points. The 54 car gobbling up some extra stage points tonight.
I'm waiting to see how this 11 does on the restart. That's been the one weakness of the 11 consistently for the year. And we had clean and green. He drove off to a pretty big lead, but now we're bunched back up. Can his car, can the balance, can the 11 do what it needs to do on the sprint right here off the go?
Fire Dale up with stage points. Want to fire Steve up with the betting numbers? Let's do our FanDuel race check.
Well, you see Denny Hamlin's the favorite for good reason. It has been an impressive performance, but like I just said, restarts have been his weakness. So if you think it's Briscoe or Gibbs, one of the other Toyotas, Reddick, or maybe the Chevy with Larson, now's perhaps the time. Because once they get out front, you're going to lose those odds. They're going to drop.
Briscoe's done a great job on these restarts on the front road, being out, not the control car. He still fought hard to be on the outside of the control car off into one. Can he do it
Welcome
again?
back.
Hey.
Gibbs Racing cars up front for the restart. Christopher Bell pitting outside the box, penalized. He'll have to come from deep in the field. Hamlin, Briscoe coming to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone, underway in stage 3 in the Coke 600.
The great launch on the 19. Denny doesn't have a ton of help. Off into turn 1 and 2. Oh, man, the 19 couldn't get the throttle just as good, but he's got a side draft here on the outside down the back straightaway. Can Denny slow him down? He does. Big run from the 5. Larson.
Reddick pushing through right behind him. Hamlin trying to get free in that inside lane to get the top spot. Is he all clear? Yes, he is. 11 back on point early stage 3.
That's huge for Denny Hamlin to be able to clear there. Now he tries to make the 30 air from the 19 car down into turn 1. He does.
Look at the varying lines here. Low, middle, and high. Everybody's starting to flirt with it.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Busch are right there, side by side. Catherine Legg in the 78.
She has right front tire flat, flipping around.
Oh. Catherine Legg with an issue.
Got to salute Catherine doing the double. First woman to do it. 6.
Oh, just realized my computer volume was dead.
Crashed out early at lap 17 and the tire just came off. She was trying to limp it back.
It's going to be a caution.
That has to be.
If it gets any higher, it looks like it's going to stay on the apron. But yep.
Caution number 6.
Thought it was a flat tire. Obviously, it was a loose wheel, and then the wheel exits the 78.
It's flat too, so
it's 2 for 2. Flat and loose, and now removed.
Watched her in practice yesterday, and lap times were pretty decent for the 78 car. To not run these cars, I'd often come out here, and the lap time that the field was running in practice was better than the track record in the next gen car. And she was right there looking along some solid laps as well.
She talked about how important it was to get practice because she had never been here in a Cup car. Ran the O'Reilly race here a season ago, but had not seen this place at the Cup level. Did get some practice. I would also say, she's run a limited schedule. We see her from time to time the last couple of years. Her best ever finish was in a Crown Jewel event, Brickyard 400 last summer. So we congratulate her on all the other things she's done, and today competing in the double, which is, I know it didn't go the way she would have liked, but just an enormous challenge for anybody to take that on.
The road's closed this time around. Wouldn't shock me, though, when it opens. If we see maybe some back half lead lap cars come, and it's more of a fuel gain or a fresher tire gain with the potential weather coming. If you're a car right now, if you are Cole Custer running 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, with only 17 cars on the lead lap, you come, put some fresh tires on. We know tire wear is an issue. Maybe you can run a little longer into this green flag run. Maybe
You're looking at the radar, though, Steve. You're a crew chief on the pit box. What do you think? I mean, how long are we going to be running before we have to worry about the weather getting here? Are you willing to take that risk and give up that track position that you may never get back?
Man, I feel like I just got put right on the spot right there.
Well,
You've been in that position. So I'm making that assessment on those drivers because that's what I would do. If if I'm in the top 10, I'm sticking with the plan. But I am telling you, if I'm Joey Logano in 12th and I'm looking literally for lightning to strike, I need something to jumpstart my season as we ride on board right here with the Ford onboard camera. I think if Paul Wolf is Mr. Creative, come down right here. Just stay ahead. So if another quick caution comes out, maybe you can stay out. Just try to keep my options open.
You mentioned Paul Wolf. He's always been so good in nickel and diming Joey into a great finish.
I was here the day David Ruderman stayed out. We all pitted.
Yeah.
I was one of the cars that pitted. And we were like, it's just a quick shower. And then a day later, when it was canceled, like we all dropped our head. And we were like, we could have been David Ruderman. Congratulations to them. They did a great job. Rodney Childers on the call that day. It was an impressive run. Let's listen to the 6 of Brad Keselowski.
What's the story on tires? You got any left down there?
I got 7 sets land, especially with the radar I'm looking at. I am not opposed.
Let's see it. Green light on pit road. Who's coming to pit road? If I'm Brad, I'm turning left right here. He is. You can tell out the rear window.
He's not the only one.
Brad. I love this call. Keep crew chiefing. Keep giving your driver whatever advantage you can find. Kim.
And for Brad Keselowski, you heard that radio. What you didn't hear on the radio was the code word diamonds. We'll see what that means when he gets to his box. He did report that he was just a little bit tight metal in the middle. They will at least take right side tires. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, looks like. Marty 4, Brad Keselowski.
Kim Derek Finley raised his hand at Steve's proposal and said, hey, I'll take that shot. Why not? Remember all the speed Priest had earlier in the race. They have not had it here in the second half of the race. So taking a swing just outside the top 10, pitting here with 188 to go and 88 in the stage.
I just think earlier into stage 1 when some guys came down, and then the rally that they had on those tires, the next stint of the race. We'll see what these guys do here. We're underway. Stage number 3 in the Coca Cola 600. Tonight we race to remember.
No race needs more. Sergeant First Class Jonathan B. McCain, United States Army. Private First Class Willis Earl Norris, United States Army. Sergeant Bobby Frank Heimer, United States Army. Senior Airman Jason Plight, United States Air Force. Lance Corporal Brent T. Broman, United States Marine Corps. Sergeant Ross A. Pittenden, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
With you, 5 and 47, 1945, 54 dollars. The rain is a little bit closer, but it looks like it's still going to mess this way. That's all.
All right. You still there?
Yeah.
All right. I assume your phone died or you were on a lobby or something?
Yeah, I was in a distal call and playing NASCAR 25.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, born on the track, built for the street. Stage 3, Coca Cola 600. With the Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr., our crew chief Steve Letarte, I'm Adam Alexander. Big restart coming here. Those drivers that came down pit road, took tires and fuel here, raced the best of the bunch restarting. He's 15th prior to the choose. Hamlin, Briscoe up front. The Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone awaits. Don't look now, but last year's winner, Ross Chastain, back in the game. Briscoe, outside lane power move. Couldn't quite get there to clear Hamlin to 3.
Can he stay on his right side door this time? No. Hamlin with a big corner entry. He's coming back, and he's going to have to get in the room. He's going to be outside down the front straightaway.
Major momentum for Briscoe.
He grew up for the 45. Does he go 3 wide?
Here comes Reddick, making it 3 wide.
Turn 1, Reddick inside, Hamlin in the middle, Briscoe outside. Unbelievable stuff on the restart. 45 going to the point in the 600. And he slides up to block the 19 of Briscoe. Incredible.
And he got through the last restart, but this time a little bit of maybe an overdrive into 3 and allowed the 19 to get back to his right rear, but the car just got tight. I'm not sure which. And either way, Reddick was there to take advantage. And Hamlin is still in a fight with the 19. I think he's going to finally clear him right here. He does. He slides up. Oh, man. You saw the 19 look like an ass, yes. Oh, the 19's like,
Here comes Larson.
Larson get blocked. Attack. 4 tires on that 20th belt, making him work. All the way up to 10th already. Only 3 lap fresher tires. Tires matter, and it makes for great racing here in Charlotte.
And Denny Hamlin wants to continue to improve his craft when it comes to restart. Second now behind Reddick. Larson slides through to 3rd. Little crossover from Briscoe. I mean, Van Gisbergen is just not going away. It's unbelievable to me how consistent that team has been tonight.
Stenhouse as well, back there at 6, on board with Gibbs looking ahead. The car behind him would be Stenhouse, but in front, Briscoe, Gibbs with a run. What does he do with it? Does he look low? He does.
There's a lot of balance to approach here. You know the rain's coming, but you also could be racing a lot longer if it misses us. You don't want to throw away something really good, chasing a short-term gain.
I'm going to tell you, I didn't think 3 laps would matter as much, but the 20th bell has kind of leaped through the canyon. He's now to 8. He just passed the 17 of Buscher, looking up to SVG, up the road ahead. Battle for the lead at the top. Bell slicing through traffic at the bottom.
And he's making great time across the bottom of the racetrack right there, the 45 of Reddick. Not really able to take a lot of opportunity off the top here. So getting to the bottom, he's going to wrap real tight, try to come up here and side draft down the straightaway. The 45 just not really good. Look, see the bobble? Reddick is not comfortable, not making the pace at the top of the racetrack like he wants to. I think Denny takes the spot with ease right here.
Hamlin wants to be in control, and he is again. Little wiggle as he comes off the corner, but he's able to hang on to it and maintain the top spot in front of Reddick.
None of them looks like we can drive from that.
I want no part of this. Decline continues for Bell.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, I know the 20 is good, but I was thinking more of fresh tires for a strategic advantage, but Bell is thinking fresh tires for a speed advantage.
78 is Catherine Legg, brought out that caution, which he lost a tire.
45's got a run here. Catherine's dirtying up there just a little bit for the leader. Now the 45's back to the bumper. Then he's going to go to the bottom, the 45 to the top. Then he misses the bottom of the corner. Here comes Reddick around the top.
Look at this. Back and forth, Reddick and Hamlin.
whatever their balance is, it's almost like the trailing car either gets tighter. Like, I think they're all fighting loose, and when they get into second, they can actually get a little bit tighter balance because of the air. Wouldn't surprise me if the 11 runs the 45 right back down.
Reddick's won 5 times this year.
Oh, did he almost get to the outside wall off of turn 2?
Hamlin has 1 victory, but Hamlin probably feels like he should have 2, and Reddick should have 4. Go back to Kansas, mile and a half. Looks like Hamlin's going to get it done.
What's this right here?
Yeah,
oh, so close right there. And he just lost the handle of the car. Last handful of laps, the last handful of corners not being great for this 11 car. Clearly looked like the better car of the two, but a little issue with lap traffic there, and now struggling to be able to get the form back and get the speed.
Duos combined to lead 130 laps here tonight, Reddick and Hamlin.
Bell's climb up the standings kind of got halted. He got to the 97. SVG doing a really good job of just committing to the top, running the top. Really no defensive moves on the 20. He's just forcing him to run the bottom, the non-preferred lane. Trevor, 97 in the 20, a heck of a battle.
Yeah, guys, the 97 of Shane Gisberg, and he can't even hide his excitement on the radio. During that break, he was like, guys, this is so freaking cool. And now you see his restart. He came from 11 up inside the top 5 for a moment, able to rip the top 3 wide. Talk to those guys about his maturity and confidence. Still, Junior, you mentioned it. What is this going to do for Shane Gisberg? His confidence going forward on these ovals?
It's just going to keep building and building. And he's got to start, where he might be giving guys some breaks, right? Maybe I don't have the speed to be up here. I don't have the speed to hold this car off. He's got to stop doing that. He's got to expect himself to be able to get up there and do this every single week. He's going to get tougher and tougher to race with, tougher and harder to pass, as he should. And let me just add on that, Dale, right? The 88 was an accident, so can't use Connor Zellage. But, when you look for the one of Ross Chastain, you have the 97 in front of Ross. Since last year's 600 win, I think Ross is an amazing race car driver, and he is in a great bar for SVG to understand. If he can run with Ross or better than at any oval, he has to feel great about what he's doing behind the wheel, because you would assume they're very similar on equipment out of the same organization.
Chastain racing Logano, 3-time champion Logano, celebrating his 36th birthday today. Happy birthday to him. The thing about Van Gisbergen, he wins at Watkins Glen, gets himself a chase position, but he was on the bubble. But what he's doing here tonight, and the problems for some of the other drivers, he's created some insurance. And now you think about next month, we're going to go road racing again. Provides a huge opportunity for him to put more points in the bank. So for a guy that is so new to all of this, when you look at it broadly, he continues to impress. But nothing here for Christopher Bell. 20 drives underneath and slides up for another spot.
Pretty respectful slide. I thought he could have really slammed the door in the middle of the corner, but he carried it around exit. Maybe he just knew he was going to clear him off the corner.
Oh, he's in the wall just a little bit, the 97. Right in the center of the corner, just a little bit of smoke. And the 20 did not get off that corner very well at all. And even with hitting the center of the wall in the center of the corner, SVG back to the bottom of the racetrack trying to get by.
This for 4th. Ty Gibbs been in the game all night long, racing Briscoe.
And that gets tight on corner exit.
A little bit of lap traffic here is going to make things a little challenging, but present opportunities possibly for grab a spot.
66 Timmy Hill, several laps down.
And Hamlin has got to be just thinking, how did I get this lead back to Reddick? I know they were going around Catherine Lake, but he kind of missed the bottom, as Dale pointed out, and Reddick is doing a marvelous job of maintaining about a half a second.
Just over 30 laps in stage 3 at Charlotte. And as we run the Coca Cola 600, we give you the Coca Cola Racing family update. Denny Hamlin, best of the bunch. Logano, we talked about, into the top 10. Suarez not giving up despite the problems they've had. Wallace has been behind the 8 ball tonight. Austin Dillon has also faced some problems in this race.
Looking at that radar right there, it's hard to tell if it's going to go just a bit north of the racetrack and whether that stuff building to the southwest is kind of breaking up a little bit, so we might get a little bit more time here. Race is so good. I want to see all 400. This is unreal.
Rain, pit stops, both on the way. What comes first? Stay with us. It's NASCAR on Prime.
I looked at the Weather Channel's radar, and it shows that rain isn't supposed to hit Concordia until like after midnight.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, on the Weather Channel's radar.
That's interesting.
On outside. You're high. On outside. You're high.
Just over 60 laps to go, stage 3 in Charlotte. Let's do our Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to pick this 19 car, Chase Briscoe. Set on the pole here last year, third. Comes into this race, and this is a time last year where this team got on a huge run to carry themselves into the playoffs and have a great season. So it felt like tonight was another night for that. They've been struggling to find speed throughout the year, really put it together and execute right. Tonight, I think they might bring this thing to victory lane. I can't change my pick now. It was Denny Hamlin before it started. It's Denny Hamlin still. He's led 66 laps tonight. He knows how to win here. He won here in 2022. He won back in Las Vegas on the same tire 7 times. He's put those rings on the Crown Jewel races. Maybe tonight's number 8.
Full disclosure, I went last in the draft, but I'm getting the guy that's running P1. Thanks for leaving me, Tyler Reddick, who until last year had never finished outside the top 10 in a Coca Cola 600. And he was great last year, had the speeding penalty, and that's what took him out of the mix a season ago. Has led more laps in this race tonight, the Coke 600, than he had all of his efforts before coming in combined. 80 out front this evening. Reddick is in control of this race.
Yeah, I like all the picks, but this is a part of the run where that 11 car starts to show up. We saw how on restarts he struggles. He gives up a spot. He's doing a little bit better job on restarts tonight than I think he has over the last several weeks. But this is the meat of the run where that 11 car starts to really shine.
had it, and after the restart started, but remember, like, just made a little mistake into 3 and let Redden get around back on the outside. You know, that's even increased his determination, feeling like he should be that car leading.
There's so much conversation tonight about the Toyotas, Joe Gibbs Racing, but Larson just hanging tough with all of them right now, Marty.
Yeah, Adam, you look at that top 6, it's Toyotas plus Kyle Larson, the Polish Chevrolet representative in the top 6. And under the last caution, Kyle Larson had some interesting comments to put Danielson in.
Yeah, I mean, I think my balance is okay. It's just, they just obviously have more control. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you either direction. Yeah, I don't know.
Obviously, Chevrolet with a brand new body here in 2026. And Steve, you have lived that before. Is there a time on the calendar when you got a brand new body you had to work through that you would circle and say, hey, by this point of the year, I want to have it figured out, even if it's only 80% of the potential that we had in the last body?
I think for sure there are certain ones, this being the 600 is a big one just because it really is a true test of a man and machine. I will say the other one that's also part of our 5 prime races is Michigan. 2 miles, really, really fast, high speed. But when he talks about potential, what he means by that is you know, there's multiple things. But if you just talk about how fast can a car go, it really comes down to, hey, how much horsepower does it make? How much downforce or grip does it make? But what we forget a lot is drag. These cars are very draggy. They are pulling a very big parachute between the underbody and just the shape of the car. So one car might be able to make the same amount of grip with a more efficient, more streamlined setup, which makes it seem like it has more horsepower, but maybe it's a actual aero advantage. I know Chevy, though, is going to keep working on how this body needs to be placed on the racetrack. There's no doubt they're going to make gains. That's the one good news for them. With a new body, there's probably more potential gains ahead.
Watch this 5 car, watch the helmet. Running the top of the racetrack, this is where the bumps are the worst in 3 and 4. Look at that. Really bad. On corner exit.
You got the lead.
Unbelievable what these guys are having to put themselves through. And these cars, why they're bad, why the quality is bad, they set these cars on the stops. They have to get them as low as possible to get that back of the car down and create that downforce underneath the car. And so they sit on stops. Not really a whole lot of suspension happening. All the dampening is going through the sidewall of the tire.
Getting to a real tough decision for these crew chiefs, right? You talk about the roughness of the racetrack and the compromise you have to make there. Well, another compromise they're going to have to make is when do you want pit under green? The weather's coming. We're only about, they have 36 laps on their tires, 52 to go in the stage. So there is something that says the front end of the pit window is probably in the next 1 or 2 laps. But are you willing to run long? Are you gambling on weather? There's more to the equation now than just simple math with the weather potential. Trevor.
Guys, 21 starting this pit cycle here, was really happy with his car on the short run, but thought it fell off too hard, fell back to 18, outside the top 10 on that run, taking 4 tires of fuel.
I don't think the answer is as clear as what I would do here because of that potential weather. A couple more pit road. We have the 97 of SVG, the 12 of Blaney also in. This could be a little bit more of a trickle. Normally we see a wave. They kind of all come in 2 laps. I'm not sure everyone's convinced, Trevor.
Ryan Blaney there was the best running Penske car for most of the race. His teammate Joey Logano had just got by him a couple laps before. Ryan Blaney really finding the loose balance there, trying to work on his number 12 car as he hits the road.
And these cars will absolutely have a grip advantage. A second to a second and a half of fall off tonight here in Charlotte, so new tires will instantly pick up that speed. Chris Buescher has joined the group that have now come to pit road, kind of focusing on the lead lap cars. Others continue to pit. That's Buescher
Overtook
at the
Bristol.
bottom of your screen.
Leaders are coming to pit road here, the 45 and the 11.
Yeah. A little slow there on the right side. They did remind Chris that they've been seeing cording in his right front tire, so just be careful with this next run. As we see more cars on pit road, the 19 of Chase Briscoe, I believe, coming in right now. So the 11 of Denny Hamlin, let's follow that stuff. Finishing up there, he said, I just need to fire off better. He likes the balance. He just said, he's good. Good meaning Tyler Reddick. Sorry.
And remember the other wanted to work on the front end speed. He had an outstanding restart, was able to get the lead, happy with the handling of the 45. See the 11 chasing off the road, while the 60 Ryan Priest, he took tires. Everyone said some of those in the back end should take tires. On that last time they did, it drove into the top 10. And also Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They kind of migrated the speed, which was really on the front end for the 47 to the middle part of the run. They told them that they need to work on 3 and 4 the most. But this battle up front between the 45 and 11 after the cycle stopped, fun to watch, Adam.
Oh, it's been incredible. I mean, they all come together, so there's no drama of how they're going to blend. We just got to watch them do their work and slice and dice down the pit lane.
See that 45 car out front there, bottoming out down into turn 3. And the car right on the surface of the racetrack on these low air pressures. If it does it again, he's on the top of the racetrack. And he handled to the bottom here. He's going to make up a little bit of time on this 45. And the car in front, I believe, is the 20th bell. It is. That's the leader of the race. So this pass matters because now they're back up the lead lap in case we do have a yellow. Very important patch for these two.
So they both get back on to the tail end of the lead lap. And there's 3 cars that are yet to make a pit stop. You talk about Bell, who is the official leader of the race. He's going to have to come down the pit lane. So is Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith. It will all cycle back to this duo. This right now basically the battle for the lead unless we get rain or something. Reddick just hanging tight in front of Hamlin.
You see that 45 bottom out, 185 miles an hour in the middle of the corner, and you have to contend with the car just bottomed out.
Talk about how physical this track is. I go back to our production meeting earlier today. Corey LaJoy had run the truck race, and he came in. I mean, he was scrambled, and he told us that just because of how physical this racetrack is. We've watched it all night, and now we're heading toward the 4th quarter. You got to get locked in, and these 2 greats are going at it.
These guys are battling for 4th and 5th position right here, but as soon as the cycle ends, it will be the battle for the lead. I think Denny knows how important it is to try to strike while they can. Last time through 3, he's going to get there, I think, almost to the quarter panel. I was going to say last time through 3 and 4, the 11 kind of hitched to the right. I wonder if the 45 is going to shut that off this time. 45 doesn't go to the top of the racetrack, crosses down in front of the 11. That's going to cause Denny to push way up the racetrack, lose a lot of speed. The radar on the screen, we're showing you that because that's one reason why I believe the 20 is running long, thinking the rain could come, and they are controlling the race right now. The negative, though, is they are losing time dramatically to these 2 on newer tires.
You see it now. Our pylon showing Christopher Bell in making his scheduled stop, Trevor.
And we saw this play earlier in stage 2 where they ran a little bit long and took that tire advantage on the backside. This not looking clean so far for the tires for Christopher Bell. Really happy with his balance, and they want to keep this track position.
Zane Smith gives up the lead, comes down pit road as well, so it cycles back. It's Reddick P1, Hamlin P2. We'll see the merge here, but there they go by, no problem at all.
Yeah, it's a great way to kind of pay off the distance, but look who has joined the fray. The 19 of Briscoe, from a pretty decent ways back, has run these 2 down. Yeah. Let's know what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Done this before. Check out the 11 of Penny Hamlin, how much he gains all the way to the rear bumper. The 45 almost making contact. Watch this. It was so close. And then watch the race off. The 45's launch out of the pit box is out of control. I thought they were door to door. And watch this right here. It's like the 45 just knows the way the timing loop is. He doesn't have to really kind of accelerate, get back to speed, and the gas up again. So he is pedaled down all the way from pit stall 1. And it's like a top fuel dragster. Just the momentum carries out in front of the 11. Right on board with this 19 to see if we can see what Denny might be struggling with on this race car. Like he was fast enough to go up there and maybe take the spot away from the 45 for Reddick, but now he's trying to fend off the 19 at Briscoe to keep second place. Briscoe's car seemed to woke up a little bit. Can it sustain this advantage over the course of the run? So he gains a little bit right there on Denny. Center of the corner off.
And you talk about Briscoe, and we said coming in, this could be their night. The 17 stage points he's accumulated has gone from below the chase cut line to 11. That's plus 6 for him so far tonight. It's Tyler Reddick leading the Coke 600.
Really good one. Really good one.
NASCAR returns next Sunday on Prime. And we're looking forward to Nashville Super Speedway. It's the Cracker Barrel 400. Live from Music City. NASCAR live on the air. 6 p.m. Eastern time as we race on the concrete. So fun.
Under the lights, too. You know,
Yeah.
We've seen some delays that got us under the lights, but normally been a day race under the lights. Tyler Reddick struck off to a comfortable lead over Denny Hamlin. The 71 car.
Half quarter.
Car they're trying to get around the 45 has newer tires. We've got about 10 laps fresher off the pit road, so.
You know, I look at Christopher Bell, who pitted later. We talked about that. After the cycle, he had fallen back to 9th. Bell has gotten himself back up to 6th in the running order.
I was just talking to Dale in that commercial that he only has 6 lap fresher tires, but they're worth about a half a second at this point in the run. So, you know, that's just, you got to kind of always have that in the back of your mind. If you get the right yellow at the right time, that decision to pit or not pit in 2 tires, here's a big test. The 19's called Denny and got to his quarter panel down in the corner, down on the back straightaway. Can he finish the pass? He's going to be able to clear him here. I think so. Behind him, you see the black car, Ty Gibbs, closing into this. Denny's car. Looking as good on the long run here. So you and I talked about that this week when we went back and reviewed last week's tape, or last year's tape, and watched the race. We thought that when the cars all stopped at the end of stage 2, that the track itself might have gone through a little bit of shift. We see this in practice. You throw a red flag, everybody comes off the track. I don't know the phenomenon, but if the cars leave the track for a minute, it's like it goes through a change, and it seems like the 11 is maybe a touch off what he had in stage 1 and stage 2. Yeah, if there's any kind of a break where the track rests, it's going to change, it's going to cool, it's going to affect your car will not drive identically when you get back out there, and sometimes that improves for some guys, and some cars
don't improve. We heard other drivers last year say, man, after the break I was tighter, after the break I was looser, after a break I was this. So there's definitely something to the track resting. We see that as well, as you mentioned in practice. We see it in qualifying as well. There's a commercial break in qualifying when we don't have cars on the track. Those breaks, I think, move the racetrack somewhat, and then the next group of cars go out and either go a little faster or a little slower. So I think any of those guys got a little work to do to get the balance back to where he was happiest earlier in this race.
Yeah, sorry, Dale. Inside of 30 laps to go here in this third stage, could be looking at 2 more pit stops. Don't know how it's going to play out. Cautions obviously could change the thought process on that. But Steve, I look at our running order. The lead for Reddick is over a second. Is there an opportunity here, late in this stage, manage the gap, save some fuel, so that when Reddick makes this next pit stop, shorten things up a little bit, and then you shorten that last stop so you got a chance to gain some track position?
I think they can be efficient on fuel is definitely would be an advantage for the pit stop. And let's go back to the last long run we had in the closing laps. We had Zane Smith, we had other cars lose right front tires just instantly, corded right off the front of those vehicles. So you mentioned it. The cars headed at 251, they're going to have to go nearly 50 laps on this cool, faster racetrack compared to a Bell who doesn't have to go that long. He only has to go about 44 laps. So that would probably be, in my mind, even more than fuel is, hey, once you find a place and you can settle, Kim, kind of click the laps off, and let's just make sure we get that right front tire to the end of stage 3.
Yeah, that 19 car, Chase Briscoe, kind of coming to life here right now, and that car just has gotten better and better as the run has gone through. In fact, Chase, quiet on the radio, which usually means a happy driver. They did make a big adjustment. That last stop just took air pressure and 4 tires. Before that, though, he had noted that he didn't know what happened, and it was plowing. He turned and it just went straight. That kind of went away by itself. So this car getting better throughout the night. I also want to know, Denny Hamlin running in that third position just asked how many laps left to go. And they told him, again, this is a couple laps to go, 29 to go. So maybe a tire management situation for Denny that we're seeing right now?
I think he's smart enough right now that if he has a balance issue, because he had lost his spots, maybe his car's not handling as well. Yeah, his car looked a little free to me. It bobbled a little bit off of a couple of the corners, so maybe he's calmed down, getting a little tire tip out of the tire, settle back in. You see he's starting to take a fight back to the 19 here. Just being smooth. That's Denny's MO, man. He's one of the smoothest drivers I've ever seen behind the wheel. Not a guy you're going to see yawed out sideways or overdriving the car, abusing the tires. And look, here he is. He's settled in, slowed down, worked on his race car a little bit, and now he's about to take the spot back from the 19.
Just a classic. I mean, the guy just gets better and better. As good now as he's ever been.
He talks, he will downplay, like, how good he is. Oh, I got to work harder than everybody else to be able to do what I do. But I've been around this guy since he was really young, and he's just an incredible talent. And drives a fast car fast and drives it really smooth. Doesn't abuse the car, and so smart, so clever behind the wheel. Always thinking ahead.
45 years old, so many opportunities, more distraction. He's a team owner, co-owns with Michael Jordan at 23, 11, and you think about the growth of that organization going from 1 car to 2 cars to 3. They got 4 in here tonight. A change to the car that we run at the cup level. A lot of personal things too, right? I mean, you think about the loss of his father, but Denny stays in it and just seems to improve year by year, week by week, and now we're seeing the long haul pay off for Christopher Bell. No problems inside of Larson. 20 drives by for 5th.
Yeah, he's a handful of a couple 3 seconds off of the lead. 3 seconds out of second or so. So he's got a little bit of ground to make up before he can come up there and fight for the next spot. 20 laps to go. It's Toyota 1 through 5. We have 23-11 leading. The Gibbs organization 2nd through 5th. Remember, there's some damage to Bubba Wallace. If you're wondering where that other Toyota was, he had some damage from a restart, kind of got put in the fence down here. Eric Jones, I was kind of looking at the running board for Eric Jones. He had some moments today. He stayed out, got some stage points. He's doing a nice job running 13th. So
most of those Toyotas have found their way near the front. You wouldn't be surprised to see Jones figure out how to get himself in the top 10 when it's all said and done. They ran there all last year. Both cars, John Hunter Nemechecki and Eric Jones, ran really well throughout the race last year with good speed, legacy.
Jones was impressive last Sunday in the All-Star race, and he goes home in a couple of weeks. We race in Michigan.
Logano and Stenhouse here battling for ninth. Trevor, what you got on Logano? Well, Logano's had a very quiet day considering it's his 36th birthday, but this team's continued to work on the car. That discussion you had earlier about tire wear. He had a right front earlier in this race after 47 laps. There was the worst right front I've seen on pit road, completely unraveled. His team's a little bit nervous to run anything above that, and like you guys said, this is going to be longer. He stayed green here to the end of the stage.
Well, you want to talk about drivers with the experience to find a way to manage it. I know he might only be 37 years old, but 627 starts. Those don't seem to go together. He just started so young. He has run so many races, so much experience, 37 wins, championships, and he's accomplished it. Stenhouse trying to find a way around this 22. He's going to have a run here. He's going to try to get the top. He could have went to the inside there, but he'd rather have the top right. Keselowski drives into this battle, the sixth.
A three-man dance for ninth in the running order.
Oh, Stenhouse almost got to the outside. Couldn't quite do it. Now Racing got the top four here on the screen. It's the 45. Still leads the 19, but the 54 Gibbs is closed in, and he's trying to take a spot away from Denny. 45 struggling on the bottom. This would be a good opportunity for the 19 down the back straightaway. He's going to have a big run. Does he go to the inside? He does.
Chase Briscoe. Going to be 16 to go. Stage 3. 19 lighting it up. Momentum outside lane for Reddick. That's tight as they close on the lap vehicle of Austin Hill. For now, 45 stays out front.
A little bit more lap traffic in front of these guys. Once they get by Austin Hill, look at Denny Hamlin now to the inside of the 19. Austin right around the top of the racetrack. Make it difficult for these guys to get their
Joe Gibbs Racing is having themselves a night.
Yeah.
Yeah, not surprised by this.
2 laps down as Reddick slides by. Briscoe looking high on Hamlin.
Bell has come from 9 seconds back after the pit stop.
Can those fresher tires make that big a difference in the last 15 laps? 2 penalties tonight for the 20 team. They won't go away. Adam Stevens kind of a little bit out of balance in the way he's managed the strategy within the stage, but it is paying off with 15 to go in our third stage of the night.
Gibbs had to get out of gas there up on the inside of the 33. The
3
20
wide
to the
there.
racetrack. He might be able to get to the outside of Gibbs. Can't quite do it off of turn 4. Battle for the lead up front, the 19 trying to get to the outside of the 45. Reddick, he does.
Goes there. Here comes Hamlin. 3 wide. Are you kidding me? Briscoe wound up outside lane. Hamlin painting the line. Both of them get by Reddick. Who's going to get the lead? Turn 3. Give it to number 19. Not yet.
As they race, the 20's coming to the inside of the 45. Christopher Bell takes over 3rd place. He'll keep that spot off of turn 4. That 20's going to close in. Oh, contact right there. That is not the first time we've seen that happen between these two off of turn 4.
Joe Gibbs is covering his eyes. I mean, the coach is like, I love the numbers. I love what we're generating here. But my gosh, guys, keep it clean. Bell, big rally in the 20, trying to get second from Briscoe.
Briscoe's going to have to be defensive here. He takes the top of the racetrack. Bell goes to the bottom. Be side by side off this corner with the 19, a huge run from the top. Bell slowing down, can't quite do it, and fall back in line. And he's still out front. 12 to go in the stage. Great racing right here.
Well, I just hope we're racing like this with 12 to go in the race. I mean,
But we got to think about Reddick. He must be struggling with the balance of that car. Is the right front starting to struggle? Yeah, reading on the radio, it actually says that something's feeling a little weird with the right rear. So maybe he's finally got the balance free enough where he's burning the right rear up. I think he's just accepted they got to make adjustments here. Briscoe almost into the wall there off turn 4. Christopher Bell again with the newer tires. A little more speed in this car. Takes away 2nd spot from Briscoe. Here comes Briscoe into throttle. He's going to get right back to the outside.
He does. Christopher Bell can't clear, can't make the spot.
Here comes Christopher Bell here behind.
Battle another lap here, trying to get around the 19. Now Briscoe back to the bottom. Now, in this situation, you're racing for stage points. You're racing for control when the stage ends, when you come down
Here
and make
comes
that
Christopher
pit
Bell
stop.
there.
So, yeah, there's a long way to go.
Yeah,
in this
looks like it's going to
race.
get to the
10 laps
outside.
to go in stage 3. This can lay the foundation for your future. And then he's got to work this lap traffic perfectly. You can't have it. Oh, the 19 hard in the wall. Off of turn 2.
Yep, I saw that.
Christopher Bell is there. He goes to the top of the racetrack. Denny to the bottom. Denny's going to struggle in the throttle here. This could be a run for the 20 down the front straightaway. I think he wants the top. I think he's going to follow the 34 through and try to get to the right rear quarter panel of the 11, run the middle down here. He kind of does go to the middle, but he's got a 23 up there taking that lane away.
All these drivers going a couple of laps down. 34, Todd Gilliland. Briscoe 23, Bubba Wallace.
Briscoe with that contact in the ball now. He's giving up the spot to Ty Gibbs there for third. Denny in a good spot right there around the top. He's going to have the momentum.
You're still there?
8 laps to go. Ty Gibbs into third, got by Briscoe.
All right.
Now Christopher Bell's going to go around the top of the 23 car. Oh, he got a little bit loose right there. Top of 1 and 2. The 19 of Briscoe getting into fits off of turn 2. Not terrible, but you certainly don't want to be hitting the wall, but it didn't hit it too hard. I'm sure that it's should be pretty decent on that car.
I was like, there's 2 of you.
What the fuck?
Clean air seems to be able to hold this distance right here between him and Christopher Bell, but Christopher Bell around the top of the racetrack is going to have the momentum down the back straightaway. An update on Reddick all the way back to 6.
Reddick dropped a spot to Larson there, so I must not be handling ideal.
To the end of the stage. Bell to the bottom here, misses the paint, can't quite hook the left front to the paint, but comes off the corner right on the back bumper of the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Think about the way Bell and Adam Stevens have played this from a strategy perspective. Gotta make some notes when you start fast forwarding.
Yeah, Bell looks like he's going to power drive it around the outside. Yep, he just power drove it around the outside there.
10 of the race. Gonna be 5 to go, stage 3. Hamlin, who's already won a stage tonight, trying to make it 2 in a row, but Bell trying to deny him.
Then he went to the bottom of the corner that time in 3 and 4. Bell took the top. Big run from the top of the racetrack. He's there. He's joined it. He's jumping to the outside here. I think if he gets to the outside corner of the 11, it's an easy spot. Bell's going by. In the throttle. Big momentum down the back straightaway. Then he can't slow him down. He loses the spot.
What a run. Christopher Bell on point in the Coke 600. Won this race 2 years ago, but it was rain shortened. He said, I want to finish the deal, go all 600, and get the trophy. And he's in control now. 4 laps to go, stage 3.
I'll give some credit to Adam Stevens. He sat there. The toughest thing to do is to run long. Keep your driver on the racetrack knowing you're going to lose time. Put him back on the racetrack. 9
Joe Gibbs Racing. They're trying to do it to Rowdy, man. Oh, who was that in the wall? Was that Holstevar? Looks like it.
That last lap, a whole half a second faster than Denny Hamlin. Big battle here for 4th. The 19th Phil all the way back to Kyle Larson. Everybody just
Has Christopher Bell literally waited? I gotta give credit to Adam Stevens for the strategy.
Yeah.
Trying to finish the stage. You mentioned Larson right here in 5th behind him. Reddick is almost 3/4 of a second off the leader. You see him all the way back here. I think he's doing just what we said, Dale. He just found a comfortable place to ride. Just trying to manage this right rear tire to the finish.
Second time in his career that Reddick has led over 100 laps. Last time it happened, Darlington 2024, but he finished 32nd. Brad Keselowski won that race. Now the back straightaway for Christopher Bell. Gonna see 1 to go, stage 3 this time around. And the advantage now in front of Hamlin, closing on 2 seconds. Just incredible what he's done. He raced up there, got the lead, now pulling away.
And I think what you see is Hamlin, Gibbs, Briscoe. They've just accepted this is where they're going to finish. And at this point, it's kind of equipment maintenance to the end of this stage.
Really good point. Take care of yourself for that final stage. And some rough moments this year for Bell. He's had speed, hasn't had a lot of luck, but he's getting it done here tonight. On the move when you look at the chase standings and top of the leaderboard in the Coke 600 as we wrap our third stage. Here comes driver 20, third stage victory in the Coca Cola 600. It's also his third stage win of the year.
So Larson wins stage 1, Denny Hamlin wins stage 2, and Christopher Bell wins stage 3.
Larson the top 5. Talked about Reddick falling to 6. Van Gisbergen outstanding tonight. Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse getting stage points. It's time for the fourth quarter. In NASCAR's longest night, it's a crown jewel race, the Coca Cola 600. Pit stops when we return. You're watching NASCAR on Prime from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Rear load, you want it. Seem to go this time. That was your best lap ever. Bring it in this gap. Make any adjustment you need.
Oh no, Timmy.
He does, doesn't he? Anytime you see him in the garage. Great dude. Yes, sir.
Oh, Timmy Hill with an issue.
He runs his own truck deal.
Yeah. Basically the same shit that has happened with this car has happened again. Where like the walk to the panel cast is on fire.
I stopped watching because the NASCAR and their darn commercial. They can't even watch show condolences to Kyle Busch's family. Yeah, I mean it sucks that that had to happen, man. It's completely sucks that had to happen.
What?
About Kyle Busch's, situation.
Over the week, we had the Hall of Fame voting down in Charlotte. The committee got together and decided on who they thought were the worthy nominees this year. And there you see a great list.
Keep everyone in your thoughts. Racing to remember tonight, that's for sure.
Has had an incredible career as a
Man,
race car driver, but a lot of people will say that there's
I got emotional in pre. I almost teared up in pre-race, not Narrow High.
Same.
had a huge impact and continues to have a massive impact on the sport. And obviously, Kevin Harvick to me was a lot. His career is a crown jewel wins, a championship, and 60 wins as Cup Series driver, along with all the other success that he had in the Rally Series and so forth. Then you got Larry Phillips, man. This guy has been trying for years to get himself into the Hall of Fame, and he has had everyone. Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, all the names have been pulling for this guy and talking to the world about why he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's a weekly series racer, but he was a 5-time champion, 13-time track champion across 3 states, one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers. Awesome to see Larry. I'm sure his family is thrilled to finally check that box. Well-deserved trio.
Yeah, I agree with all 3. Kevin Harvick for sure. It's the first ballot. I thought it was a no-brainer. Jeff, selfishly, I was so excited. I've shared the booth with him now for over a decade, and I think you said it the best. It's those are what he did on the racetrack, but off the racetrack, I think it's impossible to list just the impact he's had both when he was a driver and now as a broadcaster. It's great to see him go in, and always fun that we're going to talk a lot about this guy. They'll actually go into the hall in January, so great event.
Now, Lisa Branch Kennedy gets the landmark award, so that's exciting. Yeah, Lisa has worked alongside her family and managing NASCAR for years. Responsible for racetracks, responsible for Daytona's Rising and all the upgrades there. Managed a lot of different departments. Marketing souvenirs and a lot of different things in the sport. So she's kind of worked her way up the ladder and had a huge influence on a lot of things over the last 4 decades. There's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of
you were there. It's humbling. The 3 of us were in there, and I will tell you, it's very humbling to walk in there. There's a lot of 40 or 50 people in there, and just a lot of honest conversation. There's a lot of questions.
What could I find video at on my TV?
Chance really to say whatever they need to say.
Fuck. Oh, this my remote.
I felt like this one was a bit easier than some that I did it last year. That was more difficult, but sometimes the class it just stands right out there in front of you, and other times it's a really challenging decision.
Yeah, and I think it's the process is interesting because everyone in there, their votes are all equal, right? Everybody in the room is one vote, so
it's awesome, and I cannot wait to see them give their speeches. I was telling Jeff Burton, I said, man, we've given speeches at banquets if you go to the banquet and talk about your team, whether you finish in the top 10 in points and whatnot. You give speeches all the time as a race car driver. They're always kind of nerve-wracking because you're getting up in front of your peers. That is the one speech that I could not wait to give. And as soon as you got to the podium, there's just something about it that's extremely motivating. And you're talking to the crowd, and a lot of the people you're going to mention and thank are in that room. And so it's a very personal, intimate conversation that you kind of have it with everybody there. And being in the Hall of Fame to me is kind of like the tippy top of the mountain. It's like the highest accolade I guess you could get.
this industry, and you really make that speech count because it's kind of the final thank you. And it's the biggest pat on the back you could probably give in the industry. So I'm very excited to see those guys. I've loved the ceremony every year, and you go up there and you see how emotional that is for everybody that gets to get up there and give that speech. It'll be great again next year.
A lot of conversation last few days about Kyle Busch as we remember him, and there's no doubt he's got a seat. First opportunity, he'll be in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and you think about the numbers that he's been able to compile, and all those numbers have come out, this week as we remember his life, but so many other great stories have come out, and it's allowed us an opportunity to really reflect on the impact he's made on so many other drivers that are racing here tonight, crew members, all those guys that showed up in the garage with the Kyle Busch Motorsports hats and shirts, and it's a good time to reflect on one of the best ever.
One of the stories that I didn't get to share was really telling to me about Kyle as the person. Everyone knows about our past, and we became friends over the course of many years. But I was getting married. I'm at one of the best days of my life, and we start the reception, the after party, and I hadn't seen everybody that was there, but we're standing there getting ready to start dancing. The DJ starts playing, and who's standing next to me, cheersing me with a beer, dancing with his own wife? It's Kyle Busch. And I'm thinking, in one of the moments that's the most important to me, this guy wanted to be there and wanted to share that with me and be a part of that. And we had a blast. And, it's moments like that, I think, that we all will have come across our minds. We'll remember those kind of moments over the course of time, and it really touches on just the kind of person he was. I really appreciated that about him. That was such a unique surprise that night.
Yeah, I mentioned in the pre-race for me, we've had 72 hours to just try to, I don't even know the word, try to understand what's happened and what's transpired, and those conversations, those stories that have come out that have maybe a little bit, I won't say even ease the pain, but it's helped the grieving process perhaps move forward. Kyle Busch was nearly the first driver I crew chief for. I was a year away from crew chiefing at Hendrick, and Kyle Busch was going to be the next big star there, and I had the opportunity. I would say that the paperwork was in place, like that was going to happen. I ended up crew chiefing for Jeff, but his just raw talent inside a race car was so unbelievable. And I'm so thankful to get to hear these other stories, because it's crazy, and it's hard to believe we're sitting here today talking about this, but it's been great to hear all the stories and the support from the fans and just everything. And I will tell you, that pre-race with Samantha and the family here, like it was their strength, I think, is really just kind of what resonated with me. The ability to be here and do what they did was unmatched in my mind. I can't put any words to it. I can't either. Everyone would have given them more, taken some time, and I was amazed at all that they were part of it. It was just insane.
Boy, I look at the guy leading this race, Christopher Bell, and the man on the pit box, Adam Stevens, and those two have such a connection to Kyle. In position maybe to go out and win another crown jewel for Joe Gibbs Racing. Pit road is open. Pit stops as we set for the final stage in the Coca Cola 600. Trevor?
In the 20 car, Christopher Bell come to pit road after 2 pit infractions already today. He's recovered from those, driven from the rear. 62 green flag passes for Christopher Bell. Learned a lot about his car doing that. Really happy with it right now. Tear up 4 tires and fuel for him.
Danny Hamlin beginning up front, good entry, exit stability. Then the front tires get oversaturated. Tight 1 and 2 by the end of the run. Loose entry, exit. Chase Briscoe said no rear grip, kept yawing out, killing the right rear. Thinks he cornered it, so we'll have to look at that tire. Tight gets just way too loose.
Race off the pit lane, 20 team getting it done. +1 for Gibbs, -1 for Hamlin. Reddick going in the right direction. Restart next.
Get back 24. I'm trying to come here outside here. Here.
By the way, I just want to say thank y'all so much for watching the stream. We're of course not going to end it. The race is not over, but I've been looking at the viewer counts from StreamYard, and it constantly is over 5, like 5, 10, 13. Like majority of the time, it's been in the double digits. So I really appreciate you guys for watching and tuning in.
Mm.
And this race 4 years ago was the very first live race reaction I've done. Or Denny Hamlin won.
So when you want the magic of Vegas,
Think about your trip here. P3 are number 1. The hard one.
Welcome back to the Coke 600. We're about to enter the 4th and final stage, and right now it's all Team Toyota, with Joe Gibbs Racing going 1, 2, 3, 4 to end that 3rd stage, with Seabell coming across the line first, guys. And speaking of Toyota, man, they were putting on a show there, Corey, about 12 to go at the end of stage 3 with Reddick in the mix.
Talk about unbelievable racing. These guys are trying to fight for a stage win. You've got Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, and Denny Hamlin. These guys are going 3 wide, and they completely forgot about the guy who was on a 6-lap tire advantage, catching them down, and then passes everybody who wins the stage.
And that's Christopher Bell we're talking about. You know, as we watch these guys up here race for their lives, you know, we're in there as drivers watching this. We saw that little bit of rain coming, and we thought now is the time to go. Well, Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell, after practice, were not happy. Had the opportunity to meet them in the lounge with them. They were talking about all sorts of issues. Basically, Adam got up, left to go to a meeting. Christopher got up, said, well, I guess we'll just get to work. And they've done it.
Well, we talked about the Coke 600, the marathon. We still have 89 laps to go, about staying in the fight all night. Who's going to be able to stay in the fight and keep making the very fine-tuned adjustments on these cars to get there?
And guys, we are tracking some possible pop-up showers coming towards the racetrack from the southeast. Carl, how does that play into the mind entering this final stage for drivers and crew chiefs?
Well, it adds another layer. And as you know, the drivers can imagine this going on. They're hoping, and I was hoping when I was in the seat that my crew chief would tell me everything that's happening so that I know how much risk to take at any moment. So Latara and Dale can speak to it more, but as those storms keep coming, drivers are going to want to know how hard they have to go.
I think that means, Corey, we're only going to see the intensity ratchet up from here.
This is the restart for the win, in my opinion, right here. We're about to watch.
Bell held serve coming off pit road, AA.
He's in control of the race. As we begin this 4th and final stage, teammate to his right. It's been all about Toyota tonight. Bell, Gibbs, front row. As the leaders come to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Stage 4, the Coke 600.
A little bit of an accordion effect on the front row there with the second row. The 11 bounced into the back bumper of the 20 pretty hard. Then he loses a lot of grip there coming up off the corner. On the inside, no momentum.
Shane Van Gisbergen is in the top 5.
Mm-hmm. Dude, he's been up in the top 10 the whole ways.
Yeah.
Looking upstairs.
Can't quite get there. Gibbs stays in front of Reddick down the front straightaway. Gets the push clear into the lead.
That inside lane's been great on restarts tonight, but Gibbs taking advantage outside here. Reddick from the top to the bottom, 45, showing what he's got early in the final stage.
Again on restarts, not good for Denny, all the way back to 7th place, just off the screen there. Larson to the inside for 2nd place.
Larson's
SVG right in the middle of the corner. Sorry.
97, Shane Van Gisbergen right in the game.
Best race of his career when it comes to oval tracks.
Aaron Jones into the top 10. 43 showing some play.
Oh, man, the 19 up the racetrack, almost into the door of the 97. Here comes Denny to the inside. That cost all them a little bit of speed. Lady right there on your screen trying to get in this battle. Oh, the 11 sideways up the track, almost into the door of the 19. You can feel how much harder these guys are going. They know the final stage is here. Time to go. This is all for the win.
Well, you know, the radar, the rain is dancing all around us. They talked about that during the stage break there. Danielle and Carl and Corey, so we know that's a possibility as well. But right now, all your cards are on the table. I mean, before maybe you could serve whatever, now you absolutely have to go get it.
The rain is closed. There's some cells in there that could have electricity. Remember, that can end this. And I think all these drivers know that a shower at this point could and perhaps would be the end. They are racing like it. Hocevar, Chastain, the 77 up top. Excuse me, Chastain in the middle. Hocevar, door slams on the one.
Damn.
That was almost a wreck.
Somehow they both
Yeah.
You want aggression? Give me Hocevar and Chastain. It's like he's Chastain 2.0, I would say. Those two are not afraid to go after it.
Hammer in the anvil.
Oh, fuck me. Damn it.
It's been hard to kind of root them out of the top.
Oh! Ross Chastain in the wall. That was big.
Yeah.
47, so I saw coming off of turn 2.
Blacky smokehouse.
Huge run off the top of the racetrack on the one.
Chastain moving around inside the race car.
So Chastain was running the bottom of the racetrack and kind of pulled up in front of the 47, who had a big run off the top. I wonder if there was some contact. Let's see. Going down in the corner. Here goes the one, the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to try to clear himself off the nose. Here's the 47's got a little bit of a run and just bumps him. Yeah.
Wow.
He's like, hey, I don't like that you pulled up in front of me. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. You know I'm coming from the top with speed. Do not get in front of me. 47 almost tried to make a go left and didn't clear.
That seems to kick Ricky Stenhouse in the nuts for that.
Yes, me.
Wow.
When you're running the top, those guys.
That's going to hurt him even more in the standings.
Yeah.
Top with a lot of speed. Stenhouse, a dirt guy. You know, there's a little bit of etiquette there. When you're running the top, you give a little bit of lane if you're running the bottom. And he didn't love that the one jumps right there in front of him, and he didn't want to lift. He had all that momentum he had built up. He ran that top to create that momentum. He's like, I don't want to get out of the gas for you. And so he drives to the inside, doesn't clear, clips him, wrecks the one. Let's listen to the 47 and see what he says.
I don't really honestly know. I think he just tried to lock when it moved.
So he feels like he was blocked and didn't want to give up the momentum he had. Late in the race, it's time to go. Not a lot of give. It's all take at this point. Let's take a look at it. 47 didn't make a move low, but he knew that was going to create contact. And the difference I've seen from other runs is other people tonight that have been blocked after running the top kind of hit him square. They give him a shot down the straightaway. This right here is kind of a shot as he was crossing the rear bumper. Watch this ride on board with Chastain. Man. My point being, we see this in speedway races. You know, there they push and shove a whole lot more, but this was, instead of a square push that we see, you know, accelerating somebody down the straightaway, this was kind of a crossing action that got him in the left rear, turning the one, and then it was game over.
Michael McDowell gonna get the free pass here.
Yeah, Stenhouse just didn't lifting, tried to go low and clip the rocks there. Wow.
Remember, it was a 6-lap tire advantage for Bell under green flag conditions in the last stage that helped, that and a very good race car, helped propel him to the lead. We've run 6 laps right here. 19 cars on the lead lap. What do they do? Do they pit? And if you do pit, I think it's 2 tires is your only option. I don't think there's any chance you can sit on pit road taking 4 tires and not expect to be one of the last cars off.
But by pitting here,
I think this is a very possible.
let me help yourself an opportunity to shorten up that last pit stop, you know?
I was going to say, fuel can maybe make it, but right front tires can't. So
right.
You're definitely having a pit stop, but maybe that other one will be a little bit easier. Now, the opposite, let's talk through that. I'm talking front half cars. 2 tires, obvious. But if you are a back half of lead lap car, I think you can either stay out or you can take 4 tires here. We run 6 or 7 more, then you can take 2. You just always leave yourself kind of an option.
Might need to free me up.
And all of these pit stops now just have to be mistake-free. Trips down pit road have to be penalty-free. We've had a lot of great recoveries today, but 79 laps to go in the race, you just can't believe there's time to recover. This is where, the magnifying glass is turned up. The mistakes will cost you more.
Let's do our all-day value presented by IHOP.
Capturing a crown jewel is what all the drivers are trying to accomplish tonight. This is one that all dream about. 600 miles, the longest race in the season. That makes it a unique accomplishment for any driver in the field.
Just talking about it. We're in that Hall of Fame. Daytona 500s, Southern 500s, Coca Cola 600s. Those are broken out when you start looking at statistics of people. You're trying to compare the greats to the greats to the greats. You start using, different criteria. This race is always part of mixed decisions. See what everyone does.
Oh, shot fake. Gibbs stays out. So does Van Gisbergen. Others do as well, but a bunch of them coming down and pitting here, Trevor.
Yes, sir. You see the 20-car hit pit road. We're waiting to see whether they go 4 or 2 tires. They did not tell Christopher over the radio. They asked me if he needed anything special. You see 2 tires, almost as his changer.
The right side for Kyle Larson only. They left the decision, Billy Scott did, up to Tyler Reddick, and I think that fake out of Ty Gibbs may have brought the 45 to pit road, but they said, hey, that's okay. But Steve, they decided to go with 4 tires. Look at all those teams that went with 2.
Yeah, 2 tires are going to be the first cars off pit road, but what's going to make this really messy is the group that stayed on the racetrack.
This is where it's going to get interesting.
Yeah.
Restart when we return.
He's in the 11 here. He's coming inside. Save market. Forward 45. So just that's why I don't think anybody's good on field there. Everybody's still probably 4 or 5 short, but I don't think anybody's go 75 laps on tires. So you're either run to the next caution or quitting. Still working back here quickly. Did you make any changes there? just try to free it up for the tires. Air pressure or wedge? No wedge. Just put weight on it. Air pressure, fuel load.
Make sure you check out Prime's exclusive in-race feature, Key Moments, during the broadcast by clicking up on your remote. It's the easiest way to catch up on race highlights and flag changes as they happen. And if you're ever late to NASCAR on Prime, we've got you covered with Rapid Recap, where you can see all key race moments in 2 minutes or less. Ty Gibbs stays out there. He'll be the control car. So let's rewind when they did this in Bristol and how things played out for driver 54.
The used tires worked that day for 54 on the high banks. So the seal the deal, get that first career win. Yeah, it was a great fight. The tough one though, this is going to be a little bit different. Bristol for that top line, fending off the challenge off the bottom. More straightforward than what he's going to have to face here in a few more moments.
What do you have for us, Kim?
Well, after Ty stayed out, he did ask his team if we would have come, do you think they would have all stayed out? And they told him not sure. So there was a little uncertainty from the driver on that call, but the team reassuring him, you're going to be okay. Listen to this in-car audio, though, a little strategy talk for the race moving forward.
Yeah, we're going to split the 6 anyway. Doesn't matter, guys. That's your fault. That's our plan. And if we get a caution with enough lap tires, they're going to come get them. If you get a rash of cautions here to the end, we won't have to take our medicine. Come fill up, we'll turn the window.
Good discussion there. So basically, the first statement was, hey, we're all going to put up the green anyway, so just a few laps fresher tires isn't going to help us. The concern being, if we get a bunch of yellows, at some point you're just going to have to pit anyway. And that's all assuming he can keep his track position on no tires. Earlier, we saw Chastain try it and a few more laps on their tires, but it did not work for Chastain. He sunk through the field. Now, 2 tires was very successful. Zane Smith, I thought, was going to win the stage there. That's why I'm a little surprised by Reddick's 4 tires. But look, they've won 5 times. So who am I to question what this 45 car is doing? Because they seem to have it figured out this year. This restart's going to be the most important. On old tires, you must keep clean air. I think as soon as you lose clean air, those old tires will really hurt. I'm a little concerned for SVG. Having such a great day. Gibbs has a lot more experience than maybe SVG in this situation, and he's not the control car on old tires, so we'll see how he does. I don't think SVG knows if he's in a bad spot. He's trying to fight. I got to get clean air, try to get the lead here. He's got a real great opportunity to start on the front rows. Try to get the right road. It seems to be important to have a little help from behind, a little bit of a push, work with whoever's behind you to be able to get the launch, get the shove down the front straightaway. Have a fighting shot off the return 1 or 2.
Ross Chastain released from the care center. How about this? We are commercial free for the checkered flag. 74 laps to go. Front row, old tires. Ty Gibbs, Shane Van Gisbergen. And here they are, Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. Big restart in the Coke 600.
Yay, SVG's in the lead.
Yeah, I see that. 3 wide. Ty Gibbs is falling back.
Gibbs falling back.
What a job by the 97 drove right
All right, please let Wayne now.
He showed us no worries here. 54 not so
Please let Wayne. What Wayne, please. I want to see SVG win so badly.
That'll be interesting to see.
I didn't have this on my bingo card. Shane Van Gisbergen lead with 70 to go in the Coke 600. And it's not by accident. He has been outstanding all night long. 3 wide here for position. Byron was a part of that mix with Zane Smith.
Shane looks like he's driven in NASCAR his whole life right here. Behind on tires, control.
3 wide.
Oh shit! There they go.
Yeah, big dog fight in the back here. Briscoe trying to climb through the pack.
There they go.
Oh! Chris Buescher around. Oh, big
And
hit.
Police and
No,
Busch
Briscoe.
and Bliscoe.
Oh my goodness.
Caution number 9 in the Coke 600.
Belly too.
Josh Berry.
Why Enid turned 7?
Points and caught up in this wreck. So much happened back there. I'm going to have to see the replay, but we saw the 60 Priest with heavy damage. We saw Briscoe with damage. Oh, yeah, 60 heavy damage.
Dang it, that's another one of my drivers that's in my fantasy lineup. I'm going to drop down big time in the standings.
Talk about a guy that was needing to just start bouncing back at the points. Now he'll be able to look at all those stage points earned, which will ease the pain some for this next another race that you're not going to see the checkered flag.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Briscoe has the momentum up off of the top of the corner here, and he goes to the inside. And very similar to the last crash with the 47 and the 1.
Tried to go low and ends up clipping Chris Buescher.
Is moving down the racetrack. We'll see right here.
Yep.
It looked like the 17 was anticipating the move from Briscoe and almost went to make a block. You know, trying to defend. Say, hey man, don't make it.
Those are 3 of the biggest hits I've seen.
Wow.
To the move, and there was contact. That's exactly right. I think this is 2 racing moves that collide.
Oh my God. Dude.
Yo.
I just saw about this. So we know how the 19 bumped the 17 out of the way, right?
Right.
Palmer instantly comes back when the 60 hits him.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Funniest shit ever.
From the outside view, that 17 was also moving left. It's not as clear cut as I think it looks at full speed.
Riding with Brad Keselowski. How about that? Able to dance through, avoid the incident. Brad's 11th right now in the running order.
He avoids the incident, but he sees 2 of his teammates jump down there on the inside. That's got to be tough. Part owner of that organization, just see them get swept up together in the same accident.
What the odds are so flipping tonight? They're pretty fucking high.
We mentioned earlier how Ross accident looked kind of similar to this. Trevor's caught up with Ross at the Invocation. Yeah, guys, here in the final stage, we've seen the intensity pick up, the aggression pick up. Ross, what happened there off of turn 2? We saw the 47 have a little run, but were you surprised that he stayed in line and gave you that shot down the backstretch? Yeah, for sure. I got up in front of him there, and our jockey Chevy, it felt like,
We won why we racing base on the next 50 laps.
What?
What does that on a DT12? That's what I'm reading off of at times.
Raceway there, actually, Ricky had been ahead of us most of the night. I think he had a bad restart, so not the effort we want, but a big Shane fan right now. So go back to Holler, bring on that 97. I was going to ask you, man. I mean, Shane is surprising us all. Are you surprised by this, or have you kind of seen this potential on ovals growing for Shane Van Gisbergen? I'm not surprised. We're all trying to figure out what our trackhouse cars want and need for us to drive them. And people can downplay his oval banking racing. It's not true. He can drive a car. He can find the limit. So I keep saying whenever the car is driver of the one car.
Yeah, Ryan Priest involved in the crash. He has finished on the lead lap in every race this year, so unfortunate for that group as well.
And think about it, SVG, it reminds me of Marcus Ambrose and how we got to see him develop into an oval racer when he came into NASCAR racing the Truck Series for a long time and finally got his opportunities in the O'Reilly and the Cup Series, and he ended up having some really great moments on the ovals once he got the hang of it. It was common to see.
It was a fucking wait at the start finish line.
I don't think anyone questions Sheen's ability. I think it's his experience on the ovals versus the best oval racers in the world that
Someone slows something onto the
I
side.
will tell you, any question I had about his learning curve,
That set is completely wild.
Fred moves the meter in long ways for me. It's very hard to judge where people are at when they run back in track. We see how chaotic it is back there. It's kind of like you just have to kind of find your way through the corners and not hit her.
And you got that one person that says NASCAR needs headlights.
NASCAR needs headlights. Is that what he said?
Yeah, someone said that, yeah.
NASCARs don't need headlights. But, yeah. Because
Does the slats always lit?
unless if you're racing at Le Mans, maybe.
And there's this one dude that put 7 in the set.
What the heck? It's gotta be some kids in there. I'm just
Oh yeah. Now the spamming set 7.
Oh.
And I'll just mention that 67 laps, I believe these cars can go. Not sure. Right front tire. See the tires kind of about lap 50, 55, but say we have a couple more yellows.
Man.
67 to go, it might not be 67 green. So if we ride right under yellow here, if we get a delay, or if we get another quick yellow, these guys could feel that they're in position to connect this to the end of the race on their tank of Sunoco gas.
Check that radar. It's been a big topic of conversation. We've had reports of rain in the Charlotte area, but you can tell right now the system's staying to our west when you look at where the rain is developed in relation to the racetrack. So we may be able to catch a break here tonight when it comes to Mother Nature.
I hope so. The racing has been outstanding. The crowd is outstanding. They've come out to support this event. I hope they get all 400 laps.
That is coming off the pit lane. We talked about it. Gibbs coming off and how close he was with Keselowski on the exit. Not as tight from that angle. The onboard, boy, it really made me nervous. The one thing I would say, too, about pitting here.
What are you going to do if SVG wins this race?
I'll be happy.
Yeah. Be cool, really cool to see SVG definitely win on an oval, definitely. But it's going to be difficult, that's for sure.
Yeah.
How is he?
He's been the top 10 always.
I know, but the fact that he's on older tires and Christopher Bell, he's been amazing tonight. He's been amazing tonight.
Yeah. I've been saying he's under the win on oval this one.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it eventually.
Aerial coverage tonight brought to you by Goodyear. Born on the track, built for the street.
It's magical looking. You drive by this place most days of the year. Look the same until it's filled up with race fans and the lights are on. It's quite a facility. Across the street, the dirt track's even lit tonight. They got it all lit up. Drag strip right behind it. It's kind of a mecca of racing they've built right here.
Let's get a report on our race leader, Trevor.
Yeah, guys, coming to a really important moment for Shane Van Gisbergen here. They've been discussing the choose. He's been really, really strong on the outside all night, but we've seen the bottom have a little bit better grip to get going. I think with a tire deficit, this 97's looking here to go to the top. Go with his gut. Where's he been good, Kim?
Well, Trevor, William Byron up to the 8th position. It's interesting because Rudy Fugel told me this morning, look, we've basically been an 8th place car all year long. That's not where we want to be. We are not happy being in the second half of the top 10. You got to imagine, though, that they're happy with where they are right now because it has been a blue-collar day. He has spent the race in the second half of the field for the majority of these 335 laps.
This is too strong. He pulled me on the back.
Was even a lap down. So right now, William Byron on the charge, Marty.
65 to go, and look who is in the 3rd position. Kyle Larson just talked to Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, just seconds ago. I said, does this caution help you out a little bit because you can shorten your 2 runs to make it to the end? Because they have had problems with shorting, especially the right front of the 5. He said, no question, but I think it helps everybody in the field. But he said, honestly, I'm juggling a lot right now. There's lightning in the area. I think that's one thing we have to think about, and we have to figure out when we want to make that final stop. And is it 2 or 4 on that final stop? Cliff Daniels said, I don't know that yet, but there's a lot at play right now. Thank you, Marty. And now we do the choose.
I think Shane's going to take the time because if we watched the last restart with the 54 on the inside, he could not finish the corner, lost a ton of spots down the back straightaway. As Trevor mentioned, on the older tire, there's going to be a little less grip. So we haven't seen anyone be able to launch Steve and be clear by turn 1, right?
I agree.
So if you know you're going to have somebody on your quarter panel on the outside, you don't have a shot. You've got to take the outside, which he does. That's his hope, is he can fire off into turn 1 and 2, hold it wide open. The guy on the bottom trying to finish throttle, and he can clear off a turn 2.
I think very simply, taking the top, you have 50-50 of maintaining the lead, but you're going to be top 2 into turn 3. Taking the bottom, you could come off turn 2 in 6th or 7th, and he just knows that can't. He's having a great day. He would love to win this race, but even if Bell clears, he's settle in and try to have a great run. Let's listen to Bell. We'll start inside front row.
So if there's no yellow, we have to run the left. That is correct. And we will have enough fuel. It's just going to be a matter of making the right side tires live. Have we had any tire issues today? They've been used up, but they haven't had an issue. We can squeak 10 more out of them.
That's what we love. Hey, we've asked Goodyear to make that type of tire for us. Challenge these teams, challenge these drivers. Have to manage a little bit of the tire. That's part of the game. I love to see who can do that and who has a challenging time. And that radio will help the 97. If you lose track position, you run 15 or 20, get on your brake, go back out, and push those guys that are trying to stretch their good years into wearing their tires out.
Look at race times this season. Over 500 miles already tonight. Over 4 hours time a day. Restart coming here, 63 to go. Shane Van Gisbergen in charge.
Oh, almost 3 wide, but then he's going to have to back out.
Bell coming in the inside lane. Hamlin looking underneath Larson.
Bell's trying not to get side drafts, but he's going to.
SVG doing a great job.
Trying to clear.
Yeah, Christopher Ball got around him.
SVG off a turn 4.
Yep.
I'm gonna cut my dick off.
Bell back on point. It's like 27 laps tonight.
Here comes Denny Hamlin around the top of the racetrack. Does he have the run to be able to get around SVG? Doesn't want to let Christopher Bell get away. SVG goes low. That's going to get Denny to the top of the racetrack. I kind of like that for the 11.
There right on top.
But he can't make it work up there. SVG with a great quarter, actually. Slows the gap a little bit to the 20.
Reddick goes around Larson for 4. Reddick's in a little bit better tire situation when a lot of guys took 2 on that last cycle. When those guys did it, he took 4. Might pay off on the long haul here, we'll see.
Now, Bell has that information that he may not be coming to pit road again, so he's going to have to really manage his mirror. As we see, man, Osavar, Gibbs, McDowell, Jones all stacked in there. Then he side drafted SVG down the front straightaway. Still trying to get around this 97 per second. He's got clear. Just about got him. Yeah, up the track he's going to clear. Now this is going to be a really interesting battle because I thought the 11 was the best long-run car all night except for the last long run where it was Bell. A little bit better tires, but I really thought his car was better also. Now we're going to see 60 to go, 59 this time by.
A solid night for Christopher Bell. Didn't have great track position to start the evening because we didn't qualify here yesterday. They've had a couple of...
Oh yeah, Bella is another one that I do have in my lineup.
Take it back, give it, take it back. But now here we are, fourth quarter. Everything's on the line, and Bell is out front and in control.
Reddick with a lot of momentum around the top of 3 and 4, going to the inside of SVG here. Tries to get to the quarter panel. He does. Side by side, neck and neck into 1. 45 should be able to clear. Go up the racetrack just a little bit and take that.
I was labeling up. No, never mind. Smacked the wall.
Austin Dillon with issues.
Huge damage on the right front. On the pit road there.
No caution yet. Looks like we'll stay green.
Big contact with the right side there. Take it to the garage. What I was saying about the 45 is those fresher left side tires will aid in the wear on the right side. You know, like kind of helping them out.
Briscoe and Priest released from the care center after that crash we had moments ago. What do you have on a 45, Marty?
I was going to follow up on what you and Steve talked about with that 4-tire stop. Talked to Billy Scott and Steve, and he said, listen, I just don't want 4 tires at that point. Give me way more optionality on the next time. I feel like I can go right or 4 if I have to. I asked Bill Daniels the same question. He said, I think everyone has to take 4, but Billy Scott thinking I might be able to take 2 on this final stop.
The interesting thing is Bell and Adam Stevens were talking like there wasn't going to be a final stop for the 20 car. It's going to be a lot of chess match here with 56 to go.
But all these drivers in the top 10. Talk about the problems for Bell and the 2 penalties. We got Zane Smith back up there inside the top 10. He too had a penalty tonight, was caught speeding. Logano started 33rd, but he's running 7th right now. Blaney had the pit stop issue. He's in the top 10. Byron spent 120 laps. 1 lap down. He's 11th right now. Someone else to monitor, Ty Gibbs. They made that pit stop. Lap 333, got 4 tires. He's worked his way to 9th in the running order. On board here.
Take a look at the replay of the incident for the 3 car. Well, he broke something on the right front. Hard contact. Getting down the... Oh, that's pretty hard.
Cool.
Something on the right front gave up.
I'll tell you, we mentioned Zane and overcoming the speeding penalty. This has just been so impressive for this young driver from California.
This kid has what it takes. I know he's in a program that's trying to build and improve, and these are the kind of runs that a team like this can really build off of and carry forward. Hope Zane can stick around in the Cup Series for a long time. I truly believe he's got the talent.
Does have a Truck Series championship competing in NASCAR and racing right now behind one of the best.
When you think about the organization as a whole, you know, front row has 3 drivers. Zane Smith at 26 years old, Todd Gilliland, 26 years old, Noah Green at 27 years old. So a lot of youth, but normally you see one veteran driver mixed in to try to help lead through some of these decisions you have to make. They've leaned into 3 young drivers. I think they all bring different things to the table. Zane, I think, is just proving right here, Kim, that when they have the car and the race falls their way, he can get it down behind the wheel.
Absolutely, and Ryan Briganti, the crew chief, has been so complimentary of his young driver, saying he's very coachable, and that's what you want in a young driver. He just trusts Ryan's decisions he makes as a crew chief. And Ryan also telling me they kind of reverted back to the middle of where they were last year in terms of what they're doing on mile and a half. Behind the scenes, things kind of changing a little bit that have adjusted their approach coming to the intermediates, but right now just showing what they've got running in the 6th position.
Referenced this earlier, getting it done here tonight. And next Sunday, we race at Nashville Super Speedway, where 2 years ago he got his best ever finish at the Cup level, running second. So a lot of promise for that team and optimism.
Last 2 laps on the racetrack, Denny Hamlin's been about 1.5 tenths to 2 tenths quicker, and you can see he's starting to close the gap on Christopher Bell. Reddick back in 3rd, matching lap time with Denny. Bell could be managing his pace, running just hard enough. Denny's having to go up to the top of the racetrack. Super challenging up there, as rough as it is. But he can make a lot of time and speed. He does it just right. He has to be very careful not to put that car into the fence up there.
Go back to last year, Denny was in the game. They had that fueling issue, so he had to make an extra stop. And there's a caution. 48 to go. Our 10th caution of the night for weather, as we have lightning in the area.
That's unfortunate. That was starting to develop into a pretty interesting process between these two drivers, but there you see some of the weather starting to kind of build closer toward the speedway.
Yeah.
What I do love, though, is there's this big kind of gap behind it. I think if we could stay dry, lightning, it's normally, 30 minutes. So, we can avoid getting the track wet. And I think that we're going to see some more racing. I think that's really our concern, right? Is will this delay get us to a weather situation?
Yeah, when lightning gets in the area, NASCAR's not going to mess around. And you saw the red in the radar out to our west. So to Steve's point, we're not getting rain here, but the lightning was just close enough. And once that cell gets through and the lightning hold is lifted, maybe we avoid any precipitation and we can get this thing going once again in fairly short order.
We'll see what NASCAR does. In the past, they have treated lightning just like rain. What I mean by that is they don't open pit road while they are on.
I mean, do them plumb so they can push it back however far late they want, honestly.
The decision right now is there is no decision. I think pit road's going to be closed. We'll stop the cars. Now, get to the other side of that, there's going to be a lot of decisions, but they'll have 30 minutes to ponder.
Is that good or bad? Sometimes quick decisions are easier than the ones that you sit around and think about for a while.
Yeah, my career's been quick decisions and a lot of regret for the bad ones.
That's right. Hey, give it credit where credit's due here. Van Gisbergen on those old tires. And he didn't keep the lead on the restart, but he's hanging in the top 5, and now you get this caution. It might play right to them,
He's really done an amazing job. And you can only there's parts of it you learn how to be more consistent at ovals and all these different things. But Dale, I don't think there's any sim work and any video work you can do other than running in the top 5, right? You learn how to race around those guys in the top 5 and the tricks of the trade around some of these restarts. And you talk about kind of turning in late and blocking the air. And he's been messing with these guys all night long. He thinks he's very, very much alive to make this chase. Sitting right there as they run, 13th in points. And we've got a couple of road courses here in the middle of the summer. So if he can do this, just moderately be, top 15 in these ovals, he's going to take a spot that, from someone else. And that's going to be pretty impressive.
There is some rain that is starting to come down.
That's a cool story. And that's the one thing that you and I have talked so much about the points and the change. And I know you've been a big advocate. We've heard you were talking about it before the change, and you've really endorsed it since that time. But what it does for the summer months and the battles and the management within races and having to avoid the problems. And you look at the standings as we run here, Reddick's been outrageous, right? And he's at the midway point running away with that regular season crown. But if you look on back, there's a whole lot to be decided. Who's going to get in, and then maybe more importantly, who can get up there top 5, 6, 7, and really be where they need to be once we reset it.
He said it again.
Remind the fan who's tuning in This year, we are back to a chase format, top 16 advanced, but advanced with a reset. Everyone's not equal, and the leader has a bigger advantage over second and third and so forth. And with all the simulations, everybody loves numbers and data crunching anymore. You know, there are examples. The Tony Stewart year, for example. If you go and have a magnificent 10 races, you can recover from outside that top 10, top 12. But if you take, quote, standard performance or consistent performance, the top 5 or 6 cars.
Man, we've been almost live. We're live. We've been live for about 5 hours.
Yeah.
You gotta have the old chase back, but there is a massive advantage to being, say, that top 6 or that top 5 as opposed to a driver who's 10th.
About to go down pit road and get some tires and shit.
16 or 100 points out when the chase begins with 10 races. You're gonna need not only the first, the guy.
Okay, I'll be up till 5 a.m. watching this.
The next 5 or 6 spots to have trouble to be able to climb your way back into an opportunity to win the championship, which is very unlikely. I feel like, personally, the champion comes out of the top 6. And we'll see how it all shakes out.
I just got word we've been cleared by the meteorologist.
All green here, all green.
The lightning's moving in the other direction. Pit road open, money stop here, 45 laps to go.
Manage at 20, manage at 20. Yellow line.
Lane, here they are.
Yes, sir, Steve. There was a lot of confusion on the radio for the 20, whether or not the pits were going to be open or whether they were going to go back green, but they decided to come down pit road, go ahead and get those 4 fresh good years of fuel. No changes to the 20 car.
There was a lot of confusion on every radio, including Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. He said they're not doing a 30-minute hold, and Cliff Daniels said no, they're opening pit road right now. Larson's had a little bit too tight this run. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick.
Suarez got 2 tires.
Suarez, 2 tires plus 13. Bell and Hamlin come off second and third with those 4 tires. Larson and Reddick right behind him. This is a very bizarre situation.
I'm glad to hear this confusion down there because I'm confused.
In the past, anytime there was a lightning strike within 8 or so miles of the racetrack, there's a 30-minute hold. That has always sort of been the case over the last several years. This is the very first time that I can remember that they've had a meteorologist on site to tell them that they're good to go and to clear the lightning hold. I think it might have been serving everybody on pit road a little bit to add another lap before they brought them to pit road, but they cleared it, open pit road. Make your decision, fellas. Are you coming down to get 2 tires or 4?
I'm guessing it's because I'm not going to tell you the meteorologist, but it's
Moving away. Yeah, moving away. So, well, it's a new thing. But they've never done that before.
Hey, listen, if this gets some more racing for the fans, and it's worth saying safe, then I'm all for it. Let's have some more racing. But I just expected, as did it sound like the crew chiefs expected, that we were under a warning. Yeah, 30 minutes for sure. Let's hear what the 11 had to say.
They just said that they got the all clear from the lightning. It was 6 miles away. It was 30 away from us. Copy.
All right. Well, hey, I love it.
If that's all, I wish I knew that's all it took. I could have told that in a lot of other scenarios in the past. Yes.
Well, now we have Suarez out here.
To your 5,
What a play for Suarez. I mean, we were talking about the standings and where everybody is, and he comes in just above that chase cut line. Play some games here. It's over 40 laps to go, right? Who knows? Put yourself in a position to roll the dice, and it hasn't been an easy night for Suarez, but we also have to salute what an outstanding job he has done in year 1 at Spire. I mean, questions about how would that go, and they really have done a solid job in the first half of the regular season.
I would have never said this was a move up, right? I would have never, if anything, maybe a lateral move from car to car, but it's actually been better for him. I think that he feels like he's in a situation where he can get the tools he needs, and we're going to find out just how tenacious he wants to be and how hungry he is on this restart. He's going to come to the chooser on the front straightaway, I believe, and if I were him on these tires, I would take the outside again. We talk about whether to be on the inside or outside. I think if you have used tires, you need to try to take the outside, but it'll be a little more difficult with that 20 car now for the Goodyears.
Well, this is going to be most likely the final restart.
Yeah.
Slow, 20 to the outside. When SVG took lane on that last restart as the control car out front. That was only the third time tonight the race leader had taken the outside lane.
The hope is that Suarez can get the launch and get a good shove from this guy right here, Kyle Larson. He wants to be clear through turns 1 and 2. He does not want the
Remember the Coca Cola 600? We tried to do a live race reaction of that one, and it was a long red flag. And I don't think there was any. There was rain, but it was so humid to the point where they just gave up and let Christopher Bell have it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
That was last one.
That was 2024. Last year is when Ross Chastain won.
Oh yeah, my bad. God. I was at the Coke 600 in 2023.
Twice this week. It's usually just once or twice a month. He hasn't remembered the last time that he has practiced this much. Also of note, his entire family is here. They do not live in Charlotte. He told me how special this weekend is because he barely gets to see them throughout the year. They make the trip for Memorial Day weekend, this race specifically, and so it's just time he really gets to spend with his family.
So the 7 car's got his hand out the window. Watch his hand right here. He's waving. All right, get the gas, Larson.
Yeah, Suarez out front.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Big shove. Samuel jumps out front from the inside lane. Assist from Kyle Larson.
Denny Hamlin did it to the top of the racetrack.
That's how you do it right there.
Eight around the inside there. He's going to clear that to the inside of Larson.
Still thinking about the weather. Bell outside of Larson. Hamlin back there. Gibbs is in the game.
Oh, Suarez up. Come on, Denny.
Rewind down the front straightaway to 2. Redding's clear.
Bro, is Daniel Suarez seriously about to win this race?
Maybe.
Straightaway to the inside of Larson for 3rd.
On the radio, it's been dancing
all for 3rd. There he is, making the move inside of Larson. Bell all over the backside of Suarez, and here comes Hamlin's the caution waves.
We've seen situations where cars at this speed.
Getting reports of rain in turn 2.
It's around the racetrack for a reason, and they need to be
caution here in this final stage for weather. First for
Denny and
a very
Bell probably think
temporary hold
could be
there.
one more lap.
And now some raindrops. You heard it on the radio. It's been dancing all around us.
This is just going to be a quick little shot.
Bruh, Suarez is about to win. Bruh.
Situations where cars at this speed have gone in and the rain comes right away. So I'm a believer that we put these spotters around the racetrack for a reason, and they need to be empowered that if they feel drops, we have to go under caution. Where Denny and Bell probably think, could we have run one more lap or one more set of corners? But radar looks almost to the west of us. But hopefully this is going to be a quick little shower. Like the big stuff is northwest of us.
There is nothing on that radar that would indicate that we're going to lose this racetrack.
They want to fan out.
Very optimistic, for sure, but with the radar,
we'll get the edge of
all night long.
Every single time we go to this place, weather is always every single time.
Oh, Noah Gregson almost got wrecked.
Yeah. Dude, I was there in 2023, and I swear to God, it rained almost every single day, dude.
These fans down here in the front row, waving their hats to the drivers as they go by. Awesome crowd. I couldn't believe last night. You know, I was here for the O'Reilly race, so the truck race rained out on Friday evening. They had rescheduled it for Saturday morning. Fans were here at 7:30 yesterday. The truck race didn't happen. Arranged throughout the day. O'Reilly doesn't wrap last night until just short of midnight. We still had fans here. They have come out and been unbelievable all weekend long, despite Mother Nature not playing along with us.
Whether Suarez had enough tire and enough pace and start.
Yeah, I love watching those laps with the 7 car, Suarez out front, and I don't know that I loved what I saw in the last corner right before the cops come out and set it to the top of the racetrack, checked up pretty hard in the middle of the corner. 20 of Bell right in his back bumper, and Denny almost to his inside. So even if we do get to go back green, worried about whether Schwartz has enough tire and enough pace in his car.
Up and
hang on to the sleep.
You did it last year. It's going to stay here tonight.
I'm excited to see him. I'm ready to go back green.
Restart.
Racing has been incredible tonight. And the one thing I've always loved about the Coke 600, it's 4 stages, but it's kind of broken up into 8.
Yeah.
And, you're running to that middle portion of the stage to get your pit stop. And with that, the way the cycles are, it kind of keeps the field tightened up. And we just have a lot of fun here. Did it last year. It's been the same here tonight.
Two. Continue to run here.
So if we go back to the last restart, the 7 had the hand out the window. He waves and says, all right, get in the gas, Larson. And Larson jumps in the gas, and then the 7 goes. So you give the 5 a chance to connect to the bumper, and then you throttle up. We do this all the time at Daytona, stuff like that. And that allows the 7 to clear the 20, so he can't be side drafted through turns 1 and 2. And so they continue to run here.
Certainly a little bit for 7.
Did he get up there behind that 20 and try to go down in the corner? So a bad spot for the 5 to be in right there. A little bit dirty here behind that 7, so he loses second spot to Bell.
There.
Go down the front straightaway here. Denny's fighting back there, 3 wide with his teammates. 7 crosses over in front of the 20, takes a little bit of air away from him, but the 20 gets a good run down the back straightaway. Now watch right here. This is what concerns me a little bit with the 7. Get down in the corner. 7 goes in the middle, but slides up in front of the 20. Is out of the gas. Here comes Denny. Caution comes out. So I'm not sure what happened right there.
Sure, we weave back and forth.
Looks like the 7 had a little bit of trouble in 3 and 4. He bounced the car away.
Well enough to clear.
Riding on the 5. Larson on the same restart.
No concern. We're just in a perfect situation.
A good little restart between the 7 and the 5.
So, got a fast.
I haven't really seen anybody launch it well enough to clear entirely.
Super proud of them.
Front row.
Appreciate all the men and women that fight.
Try to do it again.
What do you have for us, Kim?
I've got Brian Sparks, crew chief for Daniel Suarez. You made the call for 2 tires there. If and when we go back green here, what's your concern with all the guys behind you having 4?
No concern. We were just in a perfect situation to take 2 right there. We saw the guys hang on earlier that did that. So we got a fast freeway insurance Chevrolet Camaro all night. We've had to overcome a lot. So, super proud of everybody hanging in there, and just appreciate all the men and women that fight for our country and allowing us to come out here and do this every weekend. So I got the best man for the job to see if we can capitalize here. But I'd love to see it rain a little harder here, but I think we're going to get back going. So if we just net out, we'll be okay.
I was going to ask, I love a crew chief meteorologist perspective. You had the radar up on your computer. You closed it before we went on air. So what is your take on what the weather's going to do?
It's been crazy all weekend. You really haven't been able to predict it. We thought the whole weekend was going to be a washout, and it really hasn't been. It was crazy last night. There's no fog yet, so maybe that'll roll in, and so we can top this thing off.
Thanks, Ryan. Good luck.
Trevor. Adam Stevens, Adam, you guys have been bad fast all day long, recovered from 2 penalties on pit road, passed more cars than anybody, but now you're in this situation of stop and go. How hard is this for you right now to watch these raindrops coming down in second place?
Gosh, it's tough. But looking at the radar, I think it's going to clear up soon. There's enough cars out there. They should get this thing dried up, and we can settle it on the track.
Tell me about the confusion there when the lightning happened. It sounded like on the radio everybody was kind of wondering, is pit road going to be open? You might have made a last-second call to get 4 tires. You think that's going to be enough to get by the 7th car here?
Yeah, the normal protocol is lightning is 30-minute hold. But I guess there's a new rule or procedure that if it's going away and it was a certain distance away, that they don't have to have a hold. So it was precautionary that they wouldn't get more lightning, and here we are. But the last thing as a competitor, you don't want them to open pit road when the caution came for weather, and then that's the end of the day. So that gets all jumbled up. But we're in proper racing order here, and hopefully we can get back after it.
All right, guys, we're ready to go back racing here.
Yep.
Let's chat with Cliff Daniels here. What a race it's been for Kyle Larson. You predicted the lightning. Can you predict the rain as well, Cliff?
I don't know about that. We're getting a lot of texts from all of our teammates back in the shop and guys that live near here. But yeah, overall solid day for our team. For the HitterCars.com Chevy, Kyle's done a great job. The team's done a great job hanging in there. We haven't had the best full speed all day, but we've been pretty good middle to the end of the run. So we'll see. With as many laps left as there are, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more just to get a little longer run. But if we run a handful and get another shot to pit, then that's going to put it in our pit crew's hands as well. So we're still in the fight. We're going to keep fighting.
Overall, has this been one of the more well-executed races for the 5 team this year?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really hear what you said, but overall solid day. And little adjustments here and there on the car, but Kyle's done a good job saving them. So, like I said, we're going to keep fighting.
You know why Cliff couldn't hear what I said, Adam? You can hear the pace pick up on the cars
Bring you
on
double
the track,
file down
and
the road.
hopefully we're going to get back to green here
They
soon.
want you to stay in the cars right now. Double file.
It looks like Torres picked the bottom again. Bell and Hamlin to the top of the racetrack.
Bro, they're about to bring the cars down pit road.
They're in third. A little bit of precipitation on the top of the roof of the 5 car there, down the back straightaway. But
See the lights back on.
lights back on in.
So we're going to come down the pit road. That's fine.
Oh, how about that?
Make sure your Bluetooth is right. When you get stopped,
More than
sure
just
they
pacing for
want
a couple laps and see
stay
what's
in the
going
car.
on. It must be just with this pretty good participation happening around the racetrack.
Ryan Sparks getting what he needed here.
I tell you, there's one little cell it's over us here, and there's another one building at 8 miles. So, hey, I've seen it at this track before. Unfortunately, I was on the other end of it. I love the chance. Now, if you are wondering, we chose without a pit road being open.
So it's going to be with 34 laps to go.
If they would have had to open pit road and then the shower would have came, you can't go back to the last run. You can't revert back. So they have the ability to go through a caution flag cycle for weather and not open pit road. They implemented it there, and I think it's a nice little change to the procedure. Because you heard Adam Stevens say the last thing you want is to have a pit call determine the finish. You want to at least get the cars fired back up. I'm hoping though this rain.
They ain't calling it. They don't have a TV window to go by, so.
Yeah.
Red flag for rain with 34 laps to go in the Coca Cola 600. And now we do our race recap in what's been an unbelievable day at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Race here at the track. The Busch family was here in honor, and look at the NASCAR community standing behind them. Very touching moment. Missing man formation prior to green, and then once we went green, a silent lap number 8.
Kyle. First accident of the race, Josh Berry gets loose, slides down the racetrack, in his car pit road. Tires on it, get back out on the racetrack. Josh is out there motoring around the Wood Brothers.
Well, I had that car back in the top 10.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the two. Cindric loose right in front of Bell, goes up, eye contact with the wall, and then right here you're going to see Zillage comes in.
Been good throughout this race. Boston able to show his stuff. Briscoe was in it, don't crash. Eric Jones has been around. Stage 1 goes to Boston after some really good racing. Big race here between teammates in 19. Briscoe, Stevie Hampson, Taylor dominated. Very calm stage 2. Hampton's led 75 laps tonight. Stage 2. All the drivers come down pit road. We honor, we remember all road. All silence. Unbelievable run show here in Charlotte Motor Speedway. Doing the double. Unfortunately, had some issues here tonight after crashing at Indy. Yeah, wheel comes off at the first stage there, forcing a yellow flag. Green flag grid stop comes out with fresh tires, storms from 9 seconds back all the way to the lead to win stage 3. Again, 47. Stenhouse gets the back. One can't say. They go for a ride dance on the wall here. Big hit. That just kind of started the action. That was a hot spot. Next hand ball laps. Once again, back straight away. Back to last record to win stage 3. Another accident. 47. Stenhouse gets to the back of the one of Chastain. Chastain goes for a ride on the inside wall here. Big hit for the one. That just kind of started the action on the backstretch. That was the hot spot. For the next handful of laps, once again, back straightaway. Gonna look a lot like the last wreck. The 19 moves down, the 17 moves down the block. There's contact. That'll take out the 16 of Priest, the 19 of Briscoe. And Josh gets a little bit of this as well. You see him trying to avoid contact with the 19 on the inside wall. Saving grace for Briscoe, 24 stage points before crashing. Shane Van Gisbergen's name a lot tonight. Yeah, he did a great job. Been running up front, decided to stay out. He held the lead for one restart, but it was just too much speed in that 20 of Bell. Who ended up getting by, and then another set of cycles, a 7, takes a couple tires, gets the front, and then was able to hold the lead on this restart. Great push from the 5. That's where we are right now since the rains have come. P7. Suarez leads this field. The driver's kind of sitting there, not a whole lot to do. We're going to try to reach out to Tyler Reddick and see if we can get a word from this guy in the 45. Hey, Tyler Reddick, it's the guy in the booth. He got us.
Hit me really hard there. Hey, yes, sir. Got you guys.
Well, you looked pretty good earlier in the night. Need a little track position. How good's the car here?
Well, it seems like our mobile and really auto parts Camry is really, really good. It was kind of a shame there in stage 3. We kind of fell off. First time we've had that all night. And yeah, we had to fight pretty hard there. You know, I feel like 11 and 20 are really strong. Fighting really hard there in stage 3. But yeah, man, I just feel like we got to get a really good restart here. And anything is possible here in the closing laps when we get back going.
Yeah, I know you've been waiting on the top of the racetrack to come in, but the bottom's actually been pretty good all night. A little bit different than what we saw last year. What do you think the difference is?
Yeah, man, it's kind of hard to say. Just, yeah, I don't know if the track's just worn out enough where that bottom just works a little bit better in 3 and 4. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been a big handful. You know, typically the top 1 and 2 comes in and you can rip it. It's been kind of treacherous all night. But 3 and 4, man, is just been real rough. It's been hard on us inside the car, but it's been a good fun hit. That's for sure.
Seen a lot of drivers with tire issues. How have you been managing the right front tire? A lot of guys have had cording issues. How's that going for you?
Yeah, we've been doing pretty good with that. You know, a couple runs early in the race, we were typically kind of one or the other. But yeah, the guy, Billy Scott and the team, been doing a good job of helping me work through it. You know, help me adjust and do things I need to do. So I'm pretty good about it. Sounds like we're getting ready to go.
We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I know it's been a long night. 34 to go, bud. Good luck.
Yeah, let's get done.
Love the insight there from Tyler Reddick. Such a great start to the year for driver 45, the 5 victories, championship lead.
Makes so much double A's. It's really good watching these cars.
So the hard part cleared it. There is still a more.
Looks like we're getting ready to go racing again.
Continue to monitor the red flag, and when we go back to caution, in the meantime, let's go down to Danielle and the fellas.
Thanks so much, Double A.
All right,
Still under
caution's
the
back
red
out.
flag here with 34 laps to go. Carl Edwards, Corey LaJoy, watching these cars sit on pit road. It is hot. It is muddy.
All right, caution's back out.
It's going to be a shootout to the finish. What is going through the
Still there?
Oh, this had to be fun, you fucking lap car. Oh my.
Strapped in tight for 5 hours.
Sorry, I'm on NASCAR 25 and I just had a lap car come sleeve of glass and just let the entire field in.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Person leading the race.
I was in second.
And I've been the person saying, come on, we can race at anything, let's just go.
We are all one coming back to
I
the
think a genius call by Ryan Sparks that puts them in this position. I hear the car is moving though, and the rain is just drizzling. I think we're gonna get some racing it.
And what an interesting opportunity to get just a reset.
Dude, if they just go ahead and waste if it's listening just a little bit, the cars will just keep the moisture off the slot, honestly.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen to finish this race off?
If what we saw up to this point is any indication, I think what you just said is brilliant. I think these folks, all the drivers, got a reset here. And I think the intensity level is going the last look at the radar I got, there were still a couple little cells. This could be a 5, 6, 10 lap shootout. They might not even get 33. If it's 33 though, still what we've seen today is 3 wide, diving, risking, sliding the cars, all the cautions.
They just turned the lights back on.
We've had 550 miles of give and take. Now it is nothing but take. Everybody's taking. We're literally lights off coming to the green here. We're all fired up.
And at this point, when the lights go out like this, you know what's on the line. I can hear the crowd behind us cheering. That the heart is pounding. I think we might have just seen some lightning out there. I mean, this is it.
The weather is fucking soaring up.
However, we settle the score here tonight in the Coca Cola 600. Amazon Prime with a full 1 hour live post-race showdown. Stevie coming back down to the desk to break it all down, boys. Let's see how this all shakes out.
Lights back on the pace car. Unfortunately, I thought we were coming to green, and it was going to be interesting because after sitting on pit road, I didn't know if you could get the tires cleaned up in the half of lap. But now they'll have a lap and a half to kind of work those tires in for this launch.
Yeah, NASCAR's trying their hardest to get us back to green and just being patient, being conservative. I like it. I am curious again, another sort of moment to allow the track to rest. A little bit of rain, cooling track temperatures, tires cooling down. I think the cars will be capable of a whole lot more grip, a lot more commitment from the drivers off into the corner. So,
yeah, that fastest lap right there currently could be. Ty Gibbs has it lap 30:14. I think we're getting ready to see another fast lap set.
All right, lights are coming to the green here. Coming green.
Fans are loving it. Sellout crowd. Guys staying till the end. I have a feeling this finish will get them their money's worth. So many good stories up there inside the top 10. And half of them, it's a who's who. Guys that won championships, won big races. You expect to always be there. And then there's some other drivers looking for a little bit of an upset special in a crown jewel race. Logano trying to get back in the track.
Oh, no about go back license.
Yep.
Lights out on the pace car again, so we'll see if we can get
Ron Denny.
here and see a green flag. Mention the names, right? We have Suarez leading, but we have that outside of Bell. Hamlin, Reddick, Zane Smith, continuing that great run, playing Blaney back in the mix.
Executing restarts. So key in this place. Suarez in charge. Going to be 31 to go when we come back and get the green flag.
Oh my gosh. There you go. Larson's pushing Suarez there. Come on, Denny.
2 for 2 on executing those restarts. The 7 and 5. Suarez is gone. Bell through to second. 3 wide for third. Hamlin on the outside.
Nate Smith in at 38. It's going to side by side with the 5 drags them back a little bit. Denny to the bottom, trying to get underneath the 20. His teammate
Reddick gets big shove to Hamlin, who had the momentum, drove down low. and he's working over Bell for the runner-up spot. Reddick right there as well.
Rewind back there. Red might go there. You had to pick it up for Ryan and maybe even think about doing 3-1.
Come on, Danny.
Up the racetrack. Christopher Bell right to the outside.
Come on.
Back straight away. Here comes a 45. Reddick to the inside of Denny. Get together. Now the Bell's clear. Gonna go to work on running the 7 down for the lead. 2 wide behind him. Bell clear track. Upper lane to use. He's been so good in that top lane. Christopher Bell closing in on the 7. 3 wide back there behind him. 12 of Blaney to the inside.
Blaney making a move on Gibbs. Hamlin looking low on Suarez for the lead. Bell is there as well.
Oh.
11 and 20 get together.
That was pretty heavy.
Oh.
Gibbs teammates could never to the inside. Bell hard into throttle. Nowhere to go with that 7 in front of him. That's a great run.
Suarez doing a great job of playing defense.
Yeah, it's,
Tossing back out. I'll tell you, Suarez racing for his life. And the rain's giving him a chance. I mean, you get one big shower that can make this thing official, and he could be able to finish the deal as strong as he's been on these restarts.
Gibbs teammates could never kind of figure it out.
oh, Suarez might literally win.
Yeah. Twice.
It's kind of incidental because I don't think anybody meant. I think the 20 was coming down, the 11 was coming up, but it was heavy contact between the two. Hard racing. Clear.
Now it's raining heavy here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Sure is. Oh, it's pouring. They're going to lose. Yeah, they're going to lose the track quickly. Probably get them on the pit road.
Yeah, it's done. Well, they're not. It's not official, but gosh, that's gonna lose the track right there.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we might about to witness a Daniel Suarez Coca Cola 600 victory. We might. Randy Sparks just won Suarez this race.
213 starts on top of the pit box for a handful of drivers. He's never won a race. Suarez 2 wins in his career, 335 starts. And I don't want to call it the Cinderella season because I think Spire's been building towards this. But they won that first race with Justin Haley in a weather situation down in Daytona. They won that second race just a few weeks ago with Hocevar at Talladega. To think that they could get their 3rd win, the 2nd of the year with Suarez would be just I don't think even Spire could have thought 2 wins in a year. So let's think about what they're probably thinking about. As hard as it's rained and you've lost the track, it's completely soaked. If it's stopped right now, you've got an hour and a half of work to do before you even think about getting this thing going again. How much more and it's got to stop for that starting for that to begin. So this is at least a 2-hour process. Well into the 2 a.m. to try to restart this race. I think the question's going to be, I think it's almost stopped. Yeah, it's a very short band, right? A lot of room behind it. It's kind of really up to NASCAR. But it's not stopped at this camera. It's pouring right here over the 7 car. Yeah.
I go back to NASCAR Live before we went green tonight, and Suarez was on the desk with Danielle and others. And he talked about everything Kyle Busch had meant to him, and how he reached out to him, and how he mentored him, and they were teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing. Spent 2 years together there in Cup. Suarez would go over and run the truck occasionally at KBM, pick up a victory there. Kyle would call him in 2015 when he was going to tracks he had never been to before, help him with his career.
I remember that race he mentioned at Michigan.
They called it Suarez wins.
Yes, passing Kyle. I was like, nobody does that, right? Kyle in Xfinity or a rally series was automatic. And that was a big day for Daniel to pass somebody who was so revered, talented, and appreciated. And I mean, there's going to be a lot of moments. Oh,
The race is official. Daniel Suarez wins the Coca Cola 600. What a tribute to Kyle Busch.
Oh my goodness. We just witnessed the Daniel Suarez Coke 600 win.
Yeah.
Spires, this is their second win as an organization for this season, third overall.
Did you want this one for Kyle?
This guy had some. Suarez had like an issue earlier in the race, and he rallies back to win.
The driver a lot of credit as well on those several restarts, Daniel. I know you said it in our pre-race show. You thought about it since Thursday. How badly did you want this one for Kyle?
It already means a lot, man. It already means a lot. I've been saying for years that this is my favorite race of the year. You know, I get to have my family here every year. This is most of the time the only race that I get to come, and it's been a very tough week. You know, Cal, he was special, man.
Pre-race stage before the race, both showing emotion.
Doing it for Cal. For Cal, for Samantha, for Braxton, for Lennox, for his family.
Johnson in with two that were on our pre-race stage before the race, both showing emotion.
Very special. You know, every win is special. Thank you so much.
Jimmy Johnson in with a hug.
But definitely this one has a special flavor because of Cal. This one is for him. If it wasn't for Cal,
Overall, race was really good.
I wasn't going to have in the Cup
Yeah.
Series, and to be able to win the race for him is unbelievable.
You mentioned your championship. In some ways, is this win more meaningful than that?
Every win is special, you know. Every win is special. The championship was very, very special, but it's been a second, right? But you know, first win with Spire Sports, free win insurance on the car. Cesar Soriano, the CEO of Free Win Insurance, is here. Just unbelievable. The team did an amazing job. It wasn't easy. We had a lot of issues throughout the race, but we put in contention and we executed well.
I got to ask you how you did it because they had two shots at you with four fresh tires on your two.
The car was fast. We were having some issues, but we knew all weekend that the car had plenty of speed.
You got a bow for us coming up in a little bit, Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. Listen, I want to thank everyone, Freeway Insurance, all partners, Chevrolet, HMS Power, so many people that makes this program as successful as it is.
I know you wanted it for Kyle Busch, and Daniel Suarez pulls it off. What a call by Ryan Sparks, but what a drive for Daniel Suarez at the end of that race. He wins the Coca Cola 600.
Career win number 3 for Daniel Suarez. And boy, did he work hard to earn it tonight. He was on NASCAR Live with you earlier tonight, Danielle, and now he's going to victory lane.
He certainly was, Adam, discussing his.
All right, that will conclude this live race reaction of the Coca Cola 600. Daniel Suarez wins it, folks. Yeah. So, anyways, that's it. Daniel Suarez wins it. This is Preston, and
we go. See you all in the next one.
Yep. Peace.